It's just put the United States. It's way at the. It's no. There is a United States. It's hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I misspoke. I misspoke. I misspoke. I misspoke. It's all the way at the top. It's the first one. No, you shouldn't be sorry. They do it differently than everybody else. All right. You have an account? Excellent. Okay. Now, in the upper right corner, in the upper right corner, next to your. Oh wait, you've got to do something. Yeah, you got to click. Just click anything, whatever. Yeah, you have to pick something and then hit next. There you go. Podcast. You click. You got to click three of them. You have to at least choose one. Okay. Now in the upper right corner, do you see settings underneath your name? Upper right corner. You should see. Okay, click that. And then on the left, you should see something that says verification.
It's asking for full name.
No, no, no. Don't worry about any of that. On the left side, you should see verification.
Yeah.
Click that.
Okay.
And then you're gonna put your telephone number in.
Okay. Text me.
Yeah, it's gonna send you a text.
Congratulations. I'm just curious if let's say I lost this phone or you know, if I wanted to change the phone number, would that be a problem?
No, you can do that. And even if you lost the phone, you just have to verify once, so you're good. But you can always change. You can change your phone number in the future if you need. Okay?
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
What should I what should I
You could see next to your there should be something like a plus, create, like upload button, something, and you're gonna see something called Rumble Studio.
run the studio? Yeah.
Click that.
Welcome to Rumble Studio. Everything you need is provided. No additional next.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Permission to access camera.
Give it.
Next.
Click the YouTube button.
The YouTube button.
There's like a YouTube icon with the plus next to it.
Oh yeah, when I hit next, yeah. Hit the YouTube button. Okay.
And then a box is gonna open, and it's gonna have learn
Do I
it
click on Andrew Brown Guardians?
Guardians of Zion one.
I click on that.
Yes, sir.
Rumble Studio wants access to the Google account.
Yes.
Continue. YouTube successfully connected.
Excellent. Okay. Now we're gonna create a Twitch account. You can keep that tab open on Rumble Studio because we're gonna use it again. But you're gonna create a Twitch account now. So open a new tab on your laptop.
New tab, right? And we're going to go to Twitch.
Yeah. Twitch.tv. TWITCH.
Twitch.com.
Twitch.tv.
Twitch.tv.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Activate login.
You're gonna create an account. Yes, sir.
Twitch.tv official site. Okay. Sign up.
Sign up.
Oh yeah. Says join Twitch today. Email. Use phone number instead.
Use your email.
Google. What do we do?
Use your email.
Continue. Well, sign up Google. Amazon. What do I do? Just continue.
You can sign in with Google.
Sign in with Google.
Yes, sir.
So it says sign into Twitch. Learning guidance design at gmail.com.
Yes.
Google Twitch access. This is for guidance design. Okay. Okay. Name. What do we do?
That's Learn It, Guardians of Zion.
Oh, should I put a space between these things?
No, don't. And you can't for a username.
What?
You cannot put a space for a username.
Oh, okay. You got it. Welcome to the body. Learning guidance design. It's for your eyes.
Okay, go back to Rumble.
Choose one word.
That's fine. Choose something, whatever they say.
Done. Which
Mute that girl.
you know?
Okay, go
What?
to. You can close Twitch now. Yeah, yeah. Now go to Rumble.
Rumble, Rumble Studio,
Yes, sir. Just where you were.
right?
Do you see the Twitch
Connect.
icon?
It says connect and stream to other platforms. Connect your account to Rumble Studio and stream to multiple platforms.
Yes. Do you see the Twitch icon?
Yeah. Click on it.
Yep.
Username, password.
Yep. Does it have a thing in there that says sign in with Google?
Yeah, continue with Google. Yeah.
Click continue with Google.
I foresee something might be a problem because on one of them I put in a password, and then on the next one it said that it needed a special character, so I put in, an explanation mark.
Okay.
So that would mean deal with them working together.
Likely no, and we'll figure it out. And then select the learned elders of the learned guardians of Zion.
Save your password, right?
Sure.
Authorizing so I just hit authorize.
That's correct.
Successfully connected.
Excellent. Now, do you want to connect your Facebook?
Not right now, no. Because,
You can connect it and just not have it go live. You should know that too.
then why would I connect it?
Because you might want to go live later with it.
Oh, I can't add it later.
You can add it later. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah. Let's add things.
Okay. So then just click the Facebook. Log in with your account.
The thing is, I'm using a different name on there.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. When it shows up on your Facebook, it'll show up as whatever your name is on Facebook.
All right, because I'm like incognito over there. All right.
You don't have to. Then don't do it.
All right.
If you're incognito over there, we can always add it later. But we can always shut it off so that you're not streaming on there too.
Okay. How do I? Okay. Continue is done. Okay.
Yeah.
Not bad on that.
That's okay.
Just going in different directions. Years.
I understand.
All right. So continue is hit continue. Or
Yep. Hit continue.
name and profile pictures and manage your business, create and manage content on your page, read content posted on the page.
Absolutely.
Edit access.
Yep. Accept.
So what am I doing? Edit access.
Yep.
Manage your business.
Yeah.
Create manager. Am I shutting this on or off? Or?
Don't click them. Just press accept. Okay. You can turn them all. Just turn them all off. See what happens. I don't know if it's gonna let you go forward, but try it. Yeah, try it.
Rumble Studio is requesting to post content to your timeline on your behalf and have ongoing access.
Yes. That one. Authorized. Continue. Okay. There are others that we can do later, but I'm not going to worry about them. I want you to do a test run of your streaming. So now what you're going to do is, what's it say?
It just says you can close the page.
All right, close the page.
Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook.
That's correct. That's a lot. That's more than most people. Now, see in the upper left corner there should be a home button.
The upper left corner of what?
Rumble.
Rumble?
Yeah. Rumble Studio.
Rumble Studio. I don't see it. Oh, it says next. We're connecting stream level level. Next. So I'm gonna hit next.
Yeah.
Selected agent. Alright. Yeah, so it says canvas.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool. Press canvas.
Hit canvas?
Yes, sir.
Alright.
Now what does it say?
So should I close the camera that we're
on? Yeah, you're gonna want to do that.
Alright. What should I do?
What's it say? Okay. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, at the very bottom, do you see?
In the upper right, it says start stream.
Yeah, don't click that yet. At the very bottom, do you see a camera and a microphone?
Yeah.
Click the camera and select your camera.
Yeah, I see myself.
Okay, now there should be a little box right above that, and it's going to say add to stream or something like that. So like, no. Okay, do you see that little box where your camera's showing?
Yeah. Oh, add to stage.
Add to stage, yeah. Exactly. Okay, now you go at the top. The next thing you're going to want to do you see the microphone? Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to add the microphone because you're using the microphone in here, but you might be able to. It depends. We'll see. We're going to test it. Is the microphone on?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll test it. All right, are you ready to start streaming? Now, hold on. In the upper, right next to, see like a plus button? Yeah, right next to that. There should be like a plus button.
Start screen share?
No. At the very top, scroll all the way to the top. It's right next to the green button. That says. That's okay. There's a there's a plus sign. Yeah, but don't click that yet. Right next to it, there's a. Yeah. Okay. So wait, you saw this plus sign, right?
No, it's an arrow.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you want to make sure Facebook is off and YouTube is off, but you want to turn on Twitch. Excellent.
Oh, there is a plus sign that says add new destination.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Leave that. Leave that for right now. Okay, so the only thing that's on right now is Twitch, right?
Twitch, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Are you ready to go live?
Okay.
Now, before you press go live, this is going to be a momentous event in your life, and you may not realize it, but this is the first time you're going to really be a streamer. And your life is going to be archived online. You're going to get hate, you're going to get love, you're going to get everything in between. When you go live,
Pick the name.
I know, when you go live on Rumble, your streams will save. On Twitch, we didn't even turn it on for to save. It's fine. You're just going to stream live there. If you want in the future, there's a feature so that you can save them for 14 days. On YouTube, they will save indefinitely, and on Rumble, they save indefinitely. On Facebook, if you ever do stream there, they save indefinitely if you choose that. And on um and on
Let
uh
me let me write.
sure.
I'll remember.
Rumble and
You have a
YouTube
choice
Rumble and YouTube save indefinitely. Facebook, if you make it that way, will save indefinitely.
You have a choice.
You have a yeah. Twitch is all right. So you're gonna go live. You're not gonna know what to do. You're just gonna test it. Once you go live, we're gonna have you take your phone. We're gonna have you look yourself up, and then you're gonna be able to see. Wow, I'm really streaming. Okay. Does that does this make sense to you? Okay. Are you ready? Before you do that, you should also know that you can always delete the videos too, if whatever for whatever reason. But like I'm somebody who lives.
I do too. If I chose Facebook, I could also.
Yes, sir. You can delete any of them. Okay, but you're gonna realize like in the future you're gonna be like, oh, my streams could have been so much better. I could have had better lighting and I could have had a better background and all this other stuff. But for right now, you're just starting off and you're just getting used to how to do this. Okay. All right. Go live.
Stop stream.
Yes, sir. All right, you're live.
New York.
Now look yourself up.
Say that.
Now look yourself up on your phone on YouTube.
Oh, this is fun.
It's very fun.
YouTube.
Yeah. So you want to go?
I feel like I landed on the moon.
That's how you should feel, my friend.
Learning,
Do you see yourself? It's okay if you don't. Here's what you do.
I looked up learning. Oh, it said 24 hours, right?
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Good job. Good job. You're 100% right. 1000% right. You couldn't be more right. You're absolutely right. Okay, go to Twitch, twitch.tv, and look yourself up. Good job. That's absolutely right.
Open it up, keep using web.
Keep using web.
Browse, browse.
You're gonna search in Twitch, Learned Guardians of Zion.
Wow.
Do you see yourself?
You knew.
I can hear me too. Okay, so you're a real live streamer now.
You're like webcam.
Just one moment. You said something like
I said, you're like broadcast.
you're a live broadcaster now. You're like Howard Cosell or Tom Brokaw or Dan Rather or Katie Couric. You're like any of those people
Charlie Kirk.
or Charlie Kirk. So now
Side-eye be paid, right?
it has different translations. Some people reference that. Now, if I may ask, or I may suggest, when you get comfortable, you're gonna want people from Facebook to follow you because then you'll get new translators or new followers, I should say. No, no followers, not translators.
Some of them will get translated.
Some of it will,
Some of them will get translated.
perhaps.
Some of them will take them away.
Okay, so
Take
you're live streaming now.
real life streaming. Where is the flight? Is it on Sabbath?
So what do you want to talk about?
Well, we were talking about, I would like to see Kennedy post it like his regenerative agriculture, biology, promoting getting healthy in a natural way. And I like that he pointed out, he brought up the numbers, how dwindling huge infringements are dwindling in all the Muslim countries. Nothing, in Israel, the rose and the same as any other Israel. And there is no genocide. He is a Zion, order of Israel. And, I don't, to say Zion, to me, it evokes a question of whether Israel should exist or does exist. There's no question about it that it should exist and it does exist. The question of was Zion is or not Zion. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, this is your stream, my man. You shout from the rooftops, whatever you want.
I think that's a good test.
Okay.
I think that's a good test. But I'd like to see where God brings us. Where God brings us. What we can do to prepare the world. The broken, a lot of broken
Pardon me.
turn them on Messiah. Yeah.
All right. Now hit end stream. Did you end the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. Now type rumble.com and in the upper right corner, you're going to see something like um, channel settings.
Account settings.
Yeah, account settings. Yeah, that's fine. And then toward the bottom on the left side, you're going to see um, like stream information, or I think it's stream information.
Username. Email.
It's on the left side.
On the left side.
Toward the
Streaming.
toward the bottom, there's like a menu. Pardon me.
Okay.
It's near the word templates. No, 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 no. You're looking on the right. You want to look on the menu on the left.
Oh, account settings. I'm sorry. Chat settings. Create a dashboard. Live streaming videos. Channels. Connect chat. Moderation. Oh, how would you connect the shop to you?
You create a shop and then you put that information.
I got a store to sell stuff for these things.
Correct.
On YouTube also.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking on the left. Bottom subscription.
It's toward the bottom. Find the word templates.
On the word what?
Templates. Templates.
Account settings. Settings. Profile. Would be in settings.
Okay.
Not account settings, but settings.
Yeah, settings. Just try settings. It's one of them.
Following subscriptions, chat settings, create a dashboard. Stats and analytics, live streaming, video, channels, connect to job, earn, evaluation. That's it.
Then go to account settings.
Settings come down. Settings profile. Profile. Oh, manage subscriptions. Follow channels.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the last section, and you're gonna see templates. No. Keep reading them aloud.
This is Rumble, right?
Yeah, Rumble. Yeah, exactly.
Stats and analytics dashboard. Stats and analytics legacy account overview. Oh, templates. I got it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, under live streaming. Okay. Now, under live streaming, click live streams. Live streaming.
It says under templates.
Not templates. Not templates. Not templates. I just wanted you to find templates. Go to live streaming.
What?
I just wanted you to find templates.
Live streaming?
Yeah. And do you see the video that you just made?
In videos?
Do you see? Oh yeah, go to videos. Yeah, videos.
All videos. Photos
You
indicate.
you should see the video that you just made.
Live stream.
Yeah.
Static stream.
Go.
Static video URL.
No, no. Do you see under? Just go under videos. Videos. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
Click it and watch it, and then you can see how to improve. There you go.
Now look yourself up on your phone.
My phone. What am I looking up?
No, no, no. No. That's in the video.
Where the guardians reside. Where I put my dentures in the But yeah, I do. Now, how long can you podcast for?
That's a great question. You want it to save and be available to everybody?
If you want to archive it,
Yeah, 12 hours. 12 hours.
12 hours?
Yeah.
Archive. What? Break?
Yeah, you do it 12 hours straight and it'll save for years. If you go longer than that, what'd you say?
On all the platforms. Are they called platforms?
Yeah, they're called platforms. Okay, so yeah, so I'll give you the breakdown. YouTube is up to 12 hours. You can do longer than 12 hours, but not everybody can view it. You have to then cut it up and edit yourself. So if you just do up to 12 hours, anybody can see it right away. On Rumble, you can do up to 24 hours. On Twitch, you can do up to 24 hours. But Twitches don't save that long. and Facebook, I believe, is 24 hours as well. So that means at least every 12 hours you want to stop it and restart it because you want it to be available to people on YouTube.
Surprised it's so much.
Frankly, I wish it was longer. I wish they were all 24 hours. It would make my life a lot easier.
I have to check out your.
So, you're in this Discord, right? Go to the very top of this Discord, and do you see at the very top? It says, uh, do you see? It says Shalom.
At the very top. Oh, shalom, yeah.
Then you see it says welcome. Then you see it says announcements. And then there's a red circle. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that? Okay, so you go and click on 24.
Top of the milk ship.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, because you know there's like a mothership, but nobody talks about a MILF ship, like a place of really hot older women. All right. So do you see 24?
How old are you?
I'm 40 years old. That's prime time MILF. That's prime. So do you see there's a link in there? And
I thought I was getting old.
okay, do you see?
Not old yet.
I understand that. Do you see 24/7 YouTube streams in there? Do you see there's a link?
Yeah.
Click that link.
It's time to get married to a 30-year-old.
One of these days, God willing.
I think that's the most impossible thing.
All right,
That's
just hold on.
okay.
Do you see the link in there?
Talk to Rabbi. Just go to that one.
Okay. Did you click it? Did it open up YouTube?
It opened up YouTube. Yeah, I see talk to Rabbi.
Yeah. Now look how many live streams I have. Count them.
But I want to hear one like, you're doing a pasha or a sermon.
Yeah. So what I normally do is I just.
Interview.
Oh, you want to hear interviews? I've got a lot of interviews. I just did a bunch of interviews this week.
What were you going to say? What you normally do is what?
I just normally teach my Kabbalah class, and I don't normally stop the stream. I was, but it was just taking a while. But I have interviews.
Yeah, I want to speak about it.
Oh, well, okay, it's going to be within a 12-hour stream, which you probably don't want to see all of it right now. What you can do is type into YouTube. So here's a class that I did on the Nephilim and the Anunnaki. Okay. So, yeah, it is very good. To HILL, like hill.
Doesn't matter if it's Hiram, if it's later. Doesn't matter if it's lowercase or
No, it doesn't.
HI.
LL. And just one moment.
Hill.
Yeah, Hill, and yeah, and then um, let let me find it. I just did this last week. Hours of my class. Um, I teach on other things too. Like for instance, this week is the 79th anniversary of the Roswell crash. So I went into a deep dive on the Roswell crash and its history. Uh, so just one moment, because last week was on the Bible. So just one moment. Yeah, yeah, it is good. Okay, so just one moment. Let me find the lady. I did an interview with a woman, and it was an open. So I took questions while live streaming, while teaching this class, and so they could ask me questions on the Nephilim and the fallen angels, and I go into Ezekiel's wheel, and um, so just
The Roswell.
I do talk about everything in the Hebrew Bible that is interpreted um, as alien technology, and a lot of people connect the.
Don't say that is, but say that could be.
I
Might be because there are other interpretations.
absolutely, and I make that clear. I make that
Heard about dinosaurs, chariots of God.
absolutely, and I make that clear. Okay, so you want to type
I
in?
mean, I don't mean to say it like that. I mean, there are.
I've got it. I've got it. Okay, okay. So um, yeah. Okay, so just one moment, and okay, I found it. All right. Um, you want to type in? Let's see here. Uh, type in. Type into um, YouTube, enlarging the territory of Judaism in space. Yes, enlarging. Yeah, enlarging space, the space territory, space. Yep, of Judaism. Yeah, and if you just type that in, it'll come up. So go to the second one down. Do you see the second one? All right. So click that one, and you can hear me teaching.
Oh, a friend of mine was doing a thing, a radio network called Paranormal Soup Network.
Okay.
Are you familiar with it?
And how did it go?
For a while, they were interviewing, paranormal. I did some shows on there on Skype.
Of course, Skype was great technology.
Skype was good,
I agree.
better than Discord, I think. Adults, this is like a game.
I agree.
This was very good, and you get the Kabbalah.
Yep. Yep. I get deep in the Nephilim. I go into Hebrew translations. I go in comparison. Check it out. I'm here with you. Just watch it. It's really good.
And global challenges. Became an Orthodox Jewish rabbi in 2021, a process traditionally known as smicha, or laying on of hands, following years of immense and immersive religious study and practice, including daily synagogue attendance, extensive learning with multiple rabbis, Chumash or Torah study, Daf Yomi or daily Talmud study, Gemara classes, additional Talmud study, and an ongoing study of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic, Ladino, along with traditional Shavuot, which is paired study learning. Rather than pursuing a traditional congregational or academic rabbinical career, I chose to develop an alternative model of pastoral outreach and public engagement through digital media. For nearly 5 years, I've maintained a 24/7, 365 multi-stream YouTube project that is dedicated to promoting world peace, transparency, and human connection. This initiative has been described as analogous to a real-life Truman Show or real-life Big Brother. It documents my daily life in an effort to encourage dialogue, understanding, and global community building. For this project, I've created an openly accessible digital timeline and time capsule of human life dating back to the pandemic era. I maintain, in addition, a continuously operating radio broadcast in the background of my live streams to preserve and document the global news cycle in real time. In a previous era, this form of documentation may have been taken the form of a diary, diary keeping, or journalism, but in the modern age, I use continuous video archiving to preserve both my personal experiences and historical events so that future generations can study them from a historical, biological, sociological, and technological perspective. My work explores how concepts associated with postmodern Orthodox Judaism can contribute to contemporary conversations surrounding technology, digital identity, artificial intelligence, frequent initiatives, emerging technologies, and sustainable solutions to global challenges. I also examine the long-term trajectory of human civilization, including ethical, social, and philosophical implications of humanity's potential transition toward a transhumanist future. My work seeks to foster interdisciplinary conversations that bridge religion, technology, data preservation, and humanity's shared future, while encouraging thoughtful dialogue between about building a more peaceful, sustainable, and interconnected. And I do have a spiel that I give, really, what I do on 4 hours a day, 6 days a week, 365 more years. My streaks of pandemic, we see the death of the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined. I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm kind of king of the internet. My streams are the largest human time capsule in global history. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken control of Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than anywhere.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
you said that in the future you wanted to do something connected to the United Nations.
Yeah, I'd like to run for UN Secretary General.
Big job.
I'm a big man. Keep watching it. They're gonna ask me all kinds of religious questions. Keep watching it. I'm listening.
Yeah, yeah. What? I'm gonna put a remark on. That's very interesting. What do you feel about transhumanism? You want to get into that in the podcast?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I talk about being a someone who wants to extend human life and give people the resources to be able to live past age 100, 120, and then eventually get into mind uploading technology, essentially scanning someone's brain with their consent into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, for later download. It's an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Reverend Andrew, is that I think people in the future may have the opportunity at digital immortality. And I talk all about that.
I think people have always had the opportunity.
Okay, well,
I think life is eternal.
well, perhaps.
Very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, Missy, and your audience and your friends and family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your life. I want to help end world hunger with technology, saltwater green, hydroponic, vertical farming. I want to help end world hunger. I'm sponsored by some cryptocurrencies. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the life-share program and most importantly, desalination technology where we pump for the seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I love to talk about futures and topics, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like space tourism, space travel, things like camouflage issues, like replicators that one might have seen in Star Trek years past. Things like the extinction. Many people don't know this. The first successful the extinction has already taken place. It happened in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a ghost located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, was founded known as Colossal Biosciences. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant circuit. I see this as a mind-blowing. Recently made headlines at the Darwin Project, where they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger as well as the dodo. The weirdest thing is, at one time in my life, I would have thought was science fiction, but it's become science fiction. However, I like to talk about things that improve people individually. So for anyone out there, I want to preface this by saying, if you don't want this type of technology, it's one thing that should be forced on you. I think that it's your body, your choice, you make the decision you want. But for those of us who are interested, I want to give them through my stream and through the monetization of it, the resources to be able to live longer. Most of the audience probably has an average life expectancy or when they were born, it was about age 80. And I'd like to increase that if they want to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, check therapy, nootropics, peptides, red light therapy, blood transfusions, testosterone replacement therapies, whatever people want to be able to extend their life, to be able to move into a future approach, to be able to utilize age reversal techniques, and eventually, if they want, perhaps at age 120 or older, they may say, Rabbi, my life has been really amazing, and everything that you talked about with Misty in 2026 seems like science fiction, but it's become science fact, but my body's starting to break down. What are the next plans? And this is, again, with your consent, with people's consent, if they want, they may be able to utilize a type of technology known as microfluidic technology, where, with someone isolate that indefinitely, go over unintentional, that we can actually bring back people who have once died, which certainly would be an adaptation that wasn't previously utilized by Homo sapiens. And really, I think that the sky is the limit in terms of where we're moving into the future as humanity. So, with that, as a little introduction about me. Most certainly, yes. So I had planned to move to Israel around the pandemic, and limited major travel opportunities, and then due to conflict there, just not necessarily the safest of places. So I make the United States my home, with perhaps a future of living abroad. In terms of how I got started with this, I was your traditional black cat. I was to attend the synagogue every single day, multiple times a day, for years on end, prior to the pandemic. And it was during the pandemic when my position as a certified project management professional went virtual or remote. And I had to shift a little bit from going into work every day and then in Southern California, the daily grind, to being able to be at my computer and be able to work with this remote role. And I found that much of my classes I was taking and even some events that we were having within my religious life also went remote. So I had gone from really having no digital presence, no social media presence, to being on camera anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day. And that reduced my anxiety in terms of, I would say, live streaming my life. And it was already doing it for half of my day. And I recognized that it would be interesting to be able to archive those videos in some way. It would be a transition over the course of a few months in 2021 during the whenever I would phone calls and
What's going on, Tony?
Rabbi?
Yes, what happened? Yeah, Tony just joined. Let's just take one short break and let's see what's going on with Tony. What's up?
This girl is sketchy as fuck. This girl want to meet her. I need to meet her mom, her father. Bro, I'm done.
No. Meet her dad. Meet her parents. That's fine.
No. This is sketchy. I'm going home. Okay, bye. No, bro, no, fuck that.
Dude, 3 hours. Go meet her family.
Fuck it. Right? Done. End of the story.
Tony.
No. End of the story.
I've been to your life view.
Exactly. Did you actually get to meet her?
Bro, no, fuck that.
So,
That
so you haven't even met her. You haven't even met her.
Because you're the meet up her.
No, I'm not,
The world.
no, I am going home.
Tony, you made it 3 hours.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Yeah.
No. Because I never seen this girl in my fucking life.
Okay, so you
And I don't
just
see my other.
meet her.
Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. No, I'm
Tony, don't leave.
I am leaving, and
Tony,
you
Tony,
are
Tony,
the.
Tony, Tony, listen to me. Then just tell her I don't want to meet your parents right now. I want to meet you. Let's go out to lunch.
I sent it to her, and she said nothing. So I am going home.
Wait. So tell her.
Right.
Wait. Before you go, Tony, listen to me. I understand. You sent that to her that I don't want to meet your parents. I just want to meet you or whatever. And you say to her, if that works for you, that's great. Let's go to lunch. We're going to lunch in a public place. If that's not okay with you, I just don't want to meet your whole family right now without meeting you. So is it possible that I could just meet you and not your whole family? But I get where her family's coming from. There's some random guy coming 3 hours to meet my daughter, and he could be anybody, and he could be catfishing me, and he could be lying to me. I want to make sure that he's a real deal. So I get where her family's coming from as well. And you would feel the same way, Tony.
Traditional thing.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing sketchy about that. That's normal. I would feel the same way. If you had come and traveled 3 hours to see my daughter, yeah, I'd want you to meet me. That's fine. That's how it normally would happen in a household. You'd go to the girl's house and you'd meet her father and he'd talk to you and make sure you're a good guy before he let you go out with his daughter. That's normal. That's not sketchy at all.
No, no, bro. I'm not feeling good. No, no. I'm not doing anything good. I'm not feeling good about it.
Tony,
Okay?
Tony, ask her. Why don't you call her? Why don't you call her? Don't text her. Call her and say, look, I would rather just meet you. I don't want to meet your whole family. That's not something that I planned on doing. Let's go to lunch like we had planned. I'd love to meet your family perhaps in the future, but not on the first date. That's it. But call her before you leave. Go call her and then come back here and tell us what happened. And if she says, no, you have to meet my family, then I understand. Then if you got to go, you got to go. I get it. But go call her. Go call. All right, continue. I told him to call her.
This was on the telephone.
They met on social media on Instagram, and then I think they texted and maybe talked on the phone.
Yeah, I know. That's what he said. But now, when she said this, was that over the phone?
I think she
That's strange.
I think she texted it to him.
He's nervous.
Exactly. No big deal. I get it. But you
Right? They sound like a traditional
know
family.
exactly. Watch any television show from the 1970s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. That's what happens. And they're in Europe, so it's more traditional. I understand. If I were her father, I'd be like, look, this random guy's going to travel 3 hours to come see you. He could be anyone. He could be a. Let's feel him out. Have him come. Have him meet me. If he gets past me, then he can meet you. If you watch any Cosby Show or Family Ties or even an episode of Three's Company or something like that, that's like not that strange of a situation where you meet the person's family. I've met women's families. It's one of those things. But I understand he wasn't expecting.
When I was a kid, that we went to a movie and it was followed a month of 3 times when we watched it.
Yeah, I get that. In fact, especially as I was younger, that yes, sir. What happened, Tony? We're here for you.
Not picking up this what I'm calling her, so I'm going home.
Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Don't get so mad. Before you go, text her and just be nice about it and say, I wanted to have lunch with you and I appreciate the time that you took. I'm not comfortable meeting your whole family at this time and I'm going to go back home. Thank you for the opportunity. Just be nice about it. Don't leave it with a bad taste. Okay?
I'm just like, I hope you understand me, bro. Like this is too fast.
Tony,
Too fast.
but you've got to understand, and Reverend Andrew's here too. That's how families are. So that's just a traditional setup. And especially, how old is she? 20?
19.
She's 19. Okay, so she's even younger. I think it's justified that her family wants to meet you. I think it's justified. I would have told you that beforehand. I would have said, hey, if we want to go on a date, you have to meet my dad first or my mom and dad, but particularly my father. And, but it's just like meeting anybody else. You just go and meet them and talk about your podcast and talk about, that you're you've been interviewing and talk about what life is like in your town and your family, and then he'll let you take his daughter out. He just wants to check up on you to make sure you're not a serial killer, and that's justified. I was just talking with
Right, nervous too, they just, not like a straight cut.
right, and first date, and that's a lot of pressure, and you didn't expect that. It's totally understandable, Tony.
Hello, go say hello.
Go say hello. There's nothing wrong with that. They're not gonna hurt you. They don't bite. You're not gonna look stupid. You're not on camera. You you should you called her. She didn't pick up. You can say I don't know what you said in your text message, but you can say if your family would like to meet me, I would meet them. Where do I meet them? And then get back to you. You get on the train. You go home. You try. That's what I'm saying. They're not gonna mug you,
I'm
Tony. Tony. We get it though. We've both been in that position. We've both been. Tony, let me ask you this: if you were a father and you had a 19-year-old daughter, and some guy was traveling 3 hours to meet her, wouldn't you want to meet him? Yes, you would.
yeah.
You would.
But meeting is for like after 1 month.
No, not
Something like that.
necessarily. Not necessarily. Not if he doesn't know anything. She's 19. She's a kid. And I get what you're saying. Meeting is after 1 month. Maybe if you live in the same town, maybe if you live in the same town and your families know each other or something like that, or they know of each other, but right now they have no idea about you. And they want to make sure that you're not going to hurt their dog. And so it's just hey, shake the man's hand, look him in the eye, say, my name is Tony. I consider it a privilege to be able to take your daughter out. Say the same to the mother. They're going to ask you some questions, and then they're going to say, hey, have a good time. They might even throw $20 at you and say, make sure she has a nice time. You never know. But Tony, you should know, even if you made it this far, we're really proud of you. You've done really well. Okay?
Go say hello to them.
Go say hello to them. Come on. We're here with you. We're well, and I mean to Tony's defense, Tony, do you know where to meet them?
at the home at Shiva Durif.
Did she send you the address?
Yes.
Then go to her house. Go to her house. You can do that. This will be the biggest test of your life, and you can do it. You text her and you say, I'm on my way. You go to her house, you ring the door. If you like her, then you're going to go and have the best lunch of your life. And you're going to go do all that stuff we talked about. And you're going to come back and you're like, I can't believe I did it. I was so nervous. You don't understand, guys. I was so nervous. But I did it. You've got her address.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so start with Tony.
Tony, you can do this. We have confidence in you. I understand that you were scared though, because you should know we didn't expect this, but that's okay. So Tony can Uber to her house. You ring the and they'll be nice to you. It's not gonna hurt you. But don't think that she's sketchy or anything like that. That's a normal thing. That's completely normal. In fact, they're being really nice. They're inviting you into their home. That's very kind. This is completely normal. Don't think this is strange. The one interesting thing is she should have told you beforehand. I'm going to want you to meet my family before my family's going to want to meet you before you. That's the one thing that I would have liked her to say to you, but that's okay. I've been in a position where I've been caught by surprise and I've met family, and you know what I do? I look them in the eye, I shake their hands, I tell them about myself, and I make it so that they're proud that someone as good as of a man as I am is willing to take out their daughter.
Okay, you know what? Okay, I am going there. I'm going to show you who is the man. Okay.
Go get him, big dog. Go get him. We're here for you. If you need help, we're here for you. Let's go. Go do it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Go do it. Go do it, big dog. You got it. This is the best day of your life. Go do it. No, definitely not. Go get him, Tony. Go say hello. They're going to invite you in. You talk with the parents for 5 minutes. Then you take their daughter out. That's totally normal. Uh, Especially because she's a little younger than you. She's 3 years younger than you. She's a kid. She's an adult, but she's a kid. Welcome. We have a new friend here. What is going on, Alex? How you living, Alex? Alex, we hope you're having a good day. All right, Tony. So how far away is their house?
I am like right there.
Okay, perfect. So you're right there. So Tony, walk walk up to the house, and then you can get off the phone with us. Go meet her parents, and then we're not going to hear from you for a few hours, and you're going to do all the things. You're going to say to her, Susanna, may I please see your whatever hand? She's going to show it to you, and you're going to say, you have a very beautiful hand, but it's missing something, and you're going to put your hand in her hand, and you're going to say, that's how you're going to hold her hand. That's absolutely right. That's right. So Tony, how far are you from the house? Like 10 minutes, 5 minutes walk?
5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minute walk. That's good. And then you're gonna say to her, Susanna, you have a very lovely name. Do you know what your name means? And she's gonna say yes or no, and you're gonna say, your name means lily in Hebrew.
Out in the house.
What did you say? What did you say, Big Dog? You're gonna go lunch with her or something. They're gonna let you take her out.
But like she wants, like Susan wants to hang out with, with the house.
Okay,
I don't know what she wants.
so you hang out in the house with her for a little while. You ask her though, would you like to have lunch? Do you mind if I ask your parents if we can have lunch? And then you go find a place in her area to have lunch. You go on a nice little walk in a park, and then you take her back to her house. And in the meantime, you might have the opportunity to hold her hand and give her a kiss. And there's nothing wrong with that. You got it, big dog. We're proud of you. You're doing it. You got it, man. I love the confidence that you have. You said, I'm going to be a man. I'm going to go do this. And you're doing it, my man. You're going to be so happy. For 3 hours later today on this train, you're going to say, I was going to quit. Rabbi, I was going to quit. You have no idea how close I was to quitting. And I didn't. And they were really nice to me. And she was really nice to me. And she's even prettier than she was on Instagram in real life. And she cared about me. And she looked me in the eye. And she was sweet. And she was gentle. And she was kind. And yeah, I was nervous because it was my first date, but I got over the anxiety after a little while and I was able to do it. And don't forget to breathe. Breathing is very important. So if you have butterflies in your stomach, take deep breaths from the top of your lungs to the bottom of your lungs. Use all of your lung capacity, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Do it. If I can do podcast with UFC, I can do it too.
That's absolutely right. You're going to do this, my man. You're going to do this. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. She has a beautiful name, my friend.
Yeah.
Tony, what's her name mean? Tony, what's her name mean?
Really? In Hebrew.
That's right. That's right. And you're going to look like a G because you know that. And you have some moves. You have some game. You have everything that you need. You have every. Okay, so you're about 5 minutes away, about 3 minutes away. Can you see her house?
Yeah.
You can see her house. Okay. Does she have a nice house?
Yeah, like the green.
Like green. Okay, that's great. So her parents are, they. You're doing it, my man. You're doing it. We've got you. We're here for you. They're not going to bite. They're not going to hurt you. They're as nervous as you are. Just remember that. Don't worry. You're the first guy to take out their daughter, probably. And you're coming from a different city. They just want to check and make sure you're an okay person.
Okay. Here you go. Okay. You know what? Okay. I will gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Excellent. And if she has it, her dog, that's a big thing. She'll love the animal.
Okay.
And you love a store interview yesterday.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Remember, Michael Jordan in the 1997 NBA Finals. This is Game 6, baby. You got it. Keep breathing. You got it. Okay, you got it.
Okay.
You got it. Tony, you're doing it, man. You're doing it. You're the man.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Tony.
Yeah.
You got this.
Yeah.
You got this.
Yeah.
You got this.
Got this. Yeah.
You got this. No doubt. You got this.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah, I
this.
got this. Yeah,
You
I
got this.
Yeah.
No doubt. You got this. You got this.
Yeah.
Can you see her house?
Yeah.
How far away are you?
But I can see her dad.
Okay, you can wave at him. He's gonna be nice to you. You remember when you meet him, look him in the eye when you shake his hand, and he'll be putty in your hand. That's the key to any dad's heart. Okay. What are you gonna do? Look him in the eye when you shake his hand. Okay. You look him in the eye, you shake his hand, you say, "Hi, my name is Tony, whatever, and it's a pleasure to meet you, sir." If you said that, that's what every father wants to hear. Okay? Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Make it happen. Okay, go do it. Get it done. You got it. You got it. You got it. No need to be nervous. They're just humans. They're not going to hurt you. They're going to be nice to you. You're not going to be embarrassed. You're fine. You got this.
Yeah. I got it.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I got it.
Yes, you do.
I got it.
All right. So how far away is her dad?
Like 15 meters away.
Okay, get off the phone and go for log. You're gonna be fine. Contact us when everything's done. Okay?
Okay.
You got it, Tony. We're proud of you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. It's very sweet. I don't know if he.
I know I am.
Okay.
I must do.
All right. Can her dad see you?
We have little bit conversation, but I don't know. I'm not saying who I was. I'm lost, and I just back away. So right, he doesn't know why.
Okay. Go back up to him and say, "Hi, my name is Tony. Are you the father of Susanna?" And he's gonna say, "Yeah." And he's gonna say, "Susanna has asked me to come here to meet you. How are you?" Go back up to him. Go back up to him. Go back up to him and say, "Are are you Susanna's dad?" And he's gonna say yes. And you're gonna say, "My name is Tony. I'm here to see Susanna. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." All right, Tony. How far away is he?
When I was like your age, he was until 19, I was like,
Okay, okay. Reverend Andrew. Reverend Andrew, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. What's going on, Tony? Tony, go up to her dad and say, "Are you Susanna's father?" And he's going to say yes. And you're going to say, "My name is Tony, whatever. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here to see Susanna." Okay, Tony?
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
how far away is he? You got it, my man. You already talked to him. You already talked to him. If that's him, you don't know for sure that's him. Make sure you have the right address. Are you sure you have the right address?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I hope so.
no, not I hope so. Look at the address. You can go up to that man and say, "Is this 1234 Main Street?" And he's going to say, "Yeah." And you're going to say, "Okay, are you Susanna's father?" He's going to say, "Yeah." And you're going to say, "Oh, great. My name is Tony whatever. Pleasure to meet you. I'm here to see Susanna." That's it. Okay?
But like he said, but like she said, she doesn't have. He said
No,
so.
no, 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 Tony, just do this. Make sure you have the right address. Do you have what's the address? You don't have to say the whole thing, but just you don't say the thing. But are you sure you have the right address?
Yeah.
Okay, so then
Yeah, I'm sure.
then go up to that address, and if that man is there, you say, "Is this 1234 whatever street?" And he's gonna say, "Yeah." And then you're gonna say, "Are you Susanna's father?" And he's gonna say, "Yeah." You're gonna say, "Oh, great. My name is Tony whatever. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here to see Susanna." And he's gonna say, "Okay, cool. Come on inside. Let's have a cup of coffee. Let's sit down. We'd love to get to know you." What did she say this?
I am going to.
Wait, what happened?
She said I am going to sleep, so it's done.
All right. It is what it is, Tony. You did really well. We're proud of you.
Ya solo me vamos a mostrar de una teléfono. Ne, ja to jenom třeba 5. Já mám tady strach nějakou holku. Zuzana. Ona mě tady napsala, tady, třeba 5.
Tady ale žádná
A na těch mapách to bylo ukázané tady. A tak mám špatnou adresu. Jak jsme se tam viděli. Já jsem si to nefotil. Ne, absolutně.
Takže mám zavolat.
Já jsem si to nefotil. Protože já tady mluvím s někým.
Takže zůstaň na tom. Tady všechno tady. Takže ještě tady to mám vždycky na kamerách, jo? Takže ano?
Ano.
Jo.
Tak jsem se spletl. A to se stává. She gave me wrong address.
Okay, like purposefully?
I think so. Because if it's about yet, they are not fucking.
Ever heard of Susanna?
Never.
Have you ever talked to Susanna on the phone?
Never. It's just I put a message.
Okay, so that's an issue. You should have talked to her on the phone. We don't even know if she exists at this point, right?
Yeah.
Go on. We're really proud of you. You did it. And you know in the future, Tony, Tony, you know in the future, you've got to FaceTime the girl or at least talk to her on the phone, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very confused society.
Tony, you did really well, my man. We're proud of you.
You did good. You did good.
Like, if you looked at her Instagram right now, does she have lots of pictures and lots of content or no?
No.
Okay, so she probably may not even really exist.
You didn't see her on a video?
No. He got excited that she wanted to meet and didn't talk to her on the phone or what.
I was telling you last night. I have bad feeling. No, Tony, you must go and dish it.
Yeah, and you did. And you became a man. Guess what? Not every date always works out. So you did really well.
Hey, kind of thing happened.
It does. We're proud of you. You went up to that guy and you talked to her, talked to him about her.
You know what you gotta do? You gotta work on yourself and increase the likelihood, increase the chances.
That's exactly right. And Tony, you're absolutely right that I said to do that. I mean, under my understanding, I thought you had talked to her.
If you're selling merchandise, dating, whatever you do, these kind of things happen, and you gotta try to increase, the odds, increase the odds.
Tony, what's her Instagram?
I was telling work on the product, I let go of the clicks and these kind of things happen.
Tony, what's her Instagram?
I'm gonna
The only
send you.
thing you could be sure of is that if the seventh bride is going to be there. The seventh bride is going to be there. That's what they say. They're lucky your lady tonight. I'm a chance. The races into the split.
Instagram. I'll type it in.
I'm gonna send you.
Okay, send it to me in Discord.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad.
Don't feel bad. You did right. You did it exactly what you needed to do. All right, Tony, tell me when you have sent it.
Wait.
Where is my video?
It tells you that tells you your camera's on.
Yeah, the glitch is on and off.
Okay, but you may not be. You're not transmitting necessarily. Wait a second. I thought you said she was 19.
Yeah, she is.
Then why in her profile does it say she's 22?
Okay, that bro. I don't know. Bro. My pen is not.
Hold on, and she has no posts?
Yes.
Oh, my man, my man. Go on home. Go on home. You did really well, though. Good job. Let's be happy that she didn't beat you up, or like have a team of people who stole all your money or something.
So please, next time, if I say I'm gut feeling, tell me yes, you have a gut feeling.
No, your gut
Okay?
feeling sucks. You did the right thing. You tried, and that's good. We're proud of you. And you think this girl is a 7? This girl's better looking than a 7.
Let me see the girl. Can I see the girl? Tony, can I see the girl?
Can I send it to him, Tony?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna,
No, she's a cute lady. She doesn't exist, but she's a cute lady. She has no posts. She's been on.
She has like in
She's been on Instagram for uh, 11 years and no posts. Oh, Tony, that's okay, big dog.
so yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is, big dog. Guess what? We're really proud of you, and you overcame a lot. You went and you were willing to meet her family. That's really something, my man. Good job. Time you just have to know. Next time you make sure that you meet with her on FaceTime, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no big deal. Tony, you did it, man. I'm proud of you. And you should be proud of yourself. Don't feel badly. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah.
You should be.
I am.
You should be. You faced your fears. Good job. Good job, Tony. You learned a lesson. You weren't hurt. Everything went as well as it could without the opportunity to have met her.
Yeah. So yeah.
We're proud of you, man. You did it. You did it. Aren't you proud of yourself? You overcame all of your fears. That's exactly right.
Bro, that guy set me with calling police because he was thinking I'm Photoshop. I'm like doing photos with like.
walk through the train. This is pretty good. Let's sit down next to it.
Okay. So did you explain to him, hey, I was supposed to meet a girl, and he was like, who's okay? So then he didn't think you.
What? The police? Where did the police come? What about the police?
He was walking around this house and they didn't know who he was.
Oh, walking around the house. All right. Well, so you gave me the wrong address. Listen, forget about it. Forget about it. Go walk through the train. There's a pretty girl. Sit down next to her and say hello.
Tony, you did it, my man. You faced your fears.
No, but maybe on the way home you meet somebody who
We understand. You're absolutely right. You did really well, Tony.
Usually when you're doing something you're supposed to be doing, that's what you're missing. Somebody tries to do.
Tony, we're proud of you.
It's next to somebody has a
I got catfish.
It's okay, big dog. It happens.
middle or doing something you're supposed to be doing.
Tony, you did really well. Tony, you're okay. Tony, how far until you hit the until you're at the subway or the train?
I'm like there.
Okay, you're okay, big man.
You know what Frank Lloyd Wright said? He said that how could you have a free society if it's not a society of aristocrats? If the aristocracy can't be given to you, it has to come from within. In other words, if they don't know God, how do they know what they're doing? How can they be free if they don't know God? If they don't know God, how can they be free? So you can't have a free society that doesn't self-destruct unless they know God.
That's true.
That's
That's
how
true.
you flip it, so to say. But this guy, he designed a lot of world-class churches and synagogues, residencies, and used like electric flow. He used natural flow. He combined that with architectural works. Which was really interesting because he was a philosopher, he was an architect for a living, but he applied his understanding by like architecture not the world.
Tony, we're proud of you.
I'm telling you, go walk through the train and see if you see a pretty girl there.
Exactly.
See a pretty girl, and you go sit next to her. How you doing? Guess what? I met this pretty girl. Hello.
Tony, you did it, big dog.
She said, I am weird. She she does not receive.
The dude, and you're okay.
Mhm.
No big deal. Block that person's number.
Girl, you met a girl. You went to go have a cup of coffee. Turned out she's a guy.
Shit happens, man.
Oh, but find a pretty girl. Sit next to her. Tell her that. Maybe she'll feel bad for you. She'll give you a kiss.
There you go. Listen to Reverend Andrew.
Okay. I will.
Put up on that
All
date.
right, all right, Tony, Tony, Tony. We're proud of you, my man. Good job. Okay,
No,
Tony. We're proud of you. Okay.
I had a real listen.
Bye.
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 Oh, I want to give you the best.
There you go. All right, Reverend Andrew. You're a live streamer now. Today was an accomplishment for you as well, and you get to see my class. So I'm off to bed, my friend.
Yeah.
You take care. Don't be a
All
stranger.
right.
You're welcome, my friend.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's absolutely my pleasure. Take care.
God
Night, night.
bless you.
Blessings to you as
Call
well.
me anytime, dude.
Hey, I'm always in here, my man. If you ever need me, you know. All
All
right.
right.
Take care, my
Yeah.
friend. Peace. Shout out to Reverend Andrew, everyone. All right. Now we are going to listen to biography by Ho Chi Minh. No, on Mao Zedong. Oh, poor Tony. Tony, if you see this someday, my friend, you did it. We're really proud of you. And there's nothing about which to be embarrassed of that.
outbursts, but with little effect. Young Mao developed an interest in his mother's Buddhism when he was younger. When he was just 8 years old, he was sent to local primary school in Shaoshan, just as the 20th century was dawning. His education there was a mixture of traditional Chinese learning centered on Confucianism, combined with the centuries-old values of the Far East, along with a sprinkling of influences from the encroaching Western world, which could not be avoided in China by the 1900s. Additionally, the young Mao developed an interest early on in history and politics. When he was 13 years old, his father arranged for him to be married to Liu Yixiu, the 17-year-old daughter of another prosperous local farmer. But Mao demonstrated his rebellious streak at a young age and refused to honor the arranged marriage, causing something of a controversy in the Shaoshan area. And as a result of this disagreement, the teenage Mao temporarily left his father's farm, although he returned before very long. Mao was growing up at a time when China was experiencing momentous change. Like Korea and Japan to the east, China had first come into contact with European traders and religious missionaries in the 16th and early 17th centuries, and like them, the Chinese had quickly become wary of the newcomers and had restricted their contacts with them to one or two ports in the southeast of the country, where a tiny amount of trade was conducted. It continued like this for nearly 2 centuries, with China remaining largely closed to a world which was modernizing without it. It remained highly conservative in its religious, social, and political values, changing little and continuing to be ruled by an emperor and a close government of imperial rituals and administrators, as it had been for centuries. But by the mid-19th century, China again, like Japan and Korea, could no longer prevent the Europeans with their modern warships, guns, and industrial power from interfering in their countries. With the Opium Wars of 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860, Britain forced China to end its self-imposed isolation, following which China experienced a flood of European contact, and with it came not just British opium, but ideas of a different types of government, new economic tools, and more. Perhaps the most striking China from the mid-19th century onwards was the knowledge that the Europeans and the Americans were not ruled by powerful monarchs and emperors anymore. Many lived under republics governed by the people, and even where some of these countries still had emperors or empresses such as Queen Victoria in Britain, she was essentially a figurehead, and it was Parliament that actually ruled the British Empire. Moreover, these democracies were not all alike. Some were very conservative, some were more liberal, and some had different degrees of economic development, and there were also competing ideas about how they should be reformed. Some wanting the wealth of a great amount of power, and others who believed that parity, and there were more extreme ideas again. One of these, developed in particular by the German political scientist Karl Marx in the mid-19th century, argued that all wealth and goods should be held in communal ownership. He called this communism. In early 20th century China, these ideas would soon lead to great change, as many began questioning why they were still ruled by the emperor of the early 300 Qing dynasty. As Mao entered his teenage years, he was already reading about these political ideas for a democracy to be established in China to replace the imperial government, and also the Republican writings of Sun Yat-sen, who had become a figurehead for the Republican movement within China. He would soon see these desires confirmed, just as Mao was starting at a new school in Changsha. The country was entering into a period of rapid change. Regional famines had struck parts of China in the late 1900s and early 1910s, and this, combined with numerous regional uprisings throughout the country and growing calls for a more representative government, led to an army revolt in October 1911. At first, the imperial government of Emperor Wu Yi, who was just a 6-year-old child, tried to address the grievances of the dissenters, but it soon became apparent that a more drastic shift would be necessary. After weeks of negotiations, it was determined in February 1912 that the as its first president of a national government. Thus, an empire which had been in existence for centuries had ended. It was, however, very unclear in the mid-1910s exactly in what direction China's politics would now head. These were striking developments, and ones which Mao had not been entirely removed from. When the conflict erupted late in 1911, he had enlisted in the rebel army as an 18-year-old recruit. Now, in the spring of 1912, he simply returned to school, and it was around this time that he first started reading about the idea of socialism and communism as more radical forms of government. Yet he remained unconvinced that this was the best approach for China at that time. Meanwhile, his education continued. He determined at some point around 1913 that he would become a teacher, and so he enrolled in the first normal school of Hunan, widely regarded at the time as the best in the province. Here he became a popular and accomplished student, reading widely, being elected secretary of the student society, and eventually finishing as one of the highest ranked students in the school. More pivotally, in terms of his later activities, Mao was increasingly exposed to the socialist ideas he had first encountered with what he read, particularly so as the environment of the first normal school was one of radical political thought, especially during China's first forays into representative government. In 1917, Mao moved to Peking, now Beijing, where one of his main influences at this time, young Chang Ji, had taken a job at the Peking University. Here, Mao also took a job as a library assistant, but he was increasingly moving in circles of individuals who favored socialism and communism. Marxism as a solution to China's political continued to experience turbulence as amongst each other, and regional warlords and power groups exercised quasi-regional independence throughout the country. Marxism appealed to many at this time because the Bolsheviks, a branch of Russian communism, had secured control of the Russian government in the autumn of 1917, just months after the fall of the autocratic Tsarist government there. Perhaps many thought communism was also suitable for China, which had just done away with its own fossilized autocratic imperial government. Mao was increasingly leaning towards that viewpoint in 1919, an outlook which was compounded when he experienced the bourgeois hostility of the Beijing upper and middle class towards a country boy like himself. It was in Beijing that Mao's awakening as a political radical fully occurred. China was drifting ever further into political anarchy in the late 1910s as a buoyant nationalist movement led by Sun Yat-sen sought to rejuvenate the republic in its infancy, which the nationalists perceived as being governed by a weak, conservative regime with too many links to the old imperial past. In parts of the country, the government could exercise its authority, but in others, it was little more than a government in name only. This instability was augmented when the Chinese government failed to secure the former German concession of Shandong at the Versailles peace negotiations in Paris following the end of the First World War. The nationalists considered it an affront to national pride when this piece of mainland China was instead granted to Japan, a nation which had been exercising its strength across East Asia since the mid-1970s, organized in a far more successful manner than China, and the Shandong controversy was a direct cause of a major student protest which occurred in Beijing on the 4th of May 1919. This was driven by a younger generation of political activists like Mao, who were tired of China's seeming impotence on the world stage and disordered internal politics. The movement would continue afterwards and lead indirectly to the Chinese Civil War many years later. The May 4th movement, the awakening of China's younger generations to radical politics, is generally seen as the origins of the Communist Party of China. The events of 1919 led many young Chinese people who were interested in politics to increasingly turn their backs on the Western liberals of Britain, France, and America, who had been trained on Shandong, and increasingly to turn towards the Marxism and Leninism that was gradually winning the Russian Civil himself to it. That summer, he organized several student organizations into an umbrella body to protest against the Japanese presence in Shandong. This is the first clear sign of his abilities as an organizer, and his writings around this time and into 1920 began to speak of the army of the red flag and to the victories won by the communists in Russia. By the time that the Communist Party of China was formally established in the summer of 1921, Mao had proclaimed himself to be a communist, believing that the ideology would give a basis for the coming revolution in China. It would be a slow ascent to Mao married again in 1920. Teachers in July 1921, he attended the first Congress of the Communist Party of China. The decision was taken early on by the new party to accept aid from Russia, but also to establish an alliance with Sun Yat-sen's Nationalist Party, the Kuomintang, which would soon be led by a younger nationalist by the name of Chiang Kai-shek. Mao was one of the first of the Chinese communists to also join the Nationalist Party, in the belief that the conservative Chinese political establishment would only be overthrown if the nationalists and the communists touched. He spent much of the 1920s living in the nationalist stronghold of Guangzhou province and working as an organizer and propagandist for both the communists and the nationalists simultaneously. And throughout this period, Mao was gaining a greater appreciation of the struggles of the Chinese peasantry throughout the country and the strength in sheer numbers which they had if they were won over to the communist cause. As such, the early and mid-1920s were formative, if somewhat unremarkable years in Mao's career. This all began to change in 1926, with the death of Sun Yat-sen in 1925. Chiang Kai-shek had taken over the leadership of the nationalists. By this time, his party, the Kuomintang, had control over large parts of southern China, but the country was still highly fragmented, with the conservative government of the Republic holding Beijing and much of the north, and quasi-independent Chinese warlords who were vestiges of the imperial past, holding other parts of the country. In 1926, Chiang determined to force the issue and launched a nationalist military campaign to seize Beijing. The Northern Expedition, as it has become known, was a major success, and during the course of 1926 and 1927, the nationalists seized power in many of the major cities. But the very success of the Northern Expedition also led to civil war. Now, the loose alliance which the Chinese communists and the nationalists had been in since 1921 was effectively ended by Chiang Kai-shek, who grew wary of the expanding power of the communists and the role Russia wished to play in China once the conservative regime in Beijing was done away with. The result was a split itself within the Nationalist Party in 1927 between China's right-leaning nationalists and a left-leaning faction which wished to accommodate the communists. These events are typically seen as the beginning of the Chinese Civil War, which would last for over 20 years. In the summer of 1927, Chiang Kai-shek's newly ascended Kuomintang began a crackdown on the communists throughout China. Thousands were killed, and the party was suppressed in many places. Mao's reaction back at the incipient of civil war between the nationalists with several hundred followers into the wilderness around the Jingang Mountains on the border of Hunan province. It was the beginning of a long period of guerrilla warfare, during which the Communist Party, with tacit aid from Russia, sought to disrupt the rule of the nationalists in anticipation of mass urban revolts by workers throughout the country against the new government. These were often tough years for Mao. His wife and sister were beheaded by the nationalists in 1930, though in his new life in the fight in China, he had formed a relationship with Zhejiang, whom he married soon after. Of course, instead of waiting for a revolt of the Chinese proletariat, he would attempt the same strategy as had brought the Chinese nationalists to power, building up a territory which he would control and expand outwards. In February 1930, Mao, who by now was one of the senior commanders of the Chinese Communist movement, established the Southwest Jiangxi Provincial serving as the chairman. Overall control of Zhou Enlai, with the wider Chinese Communist Party focusing attentions on Jiangxi as a safe base for them in the early 1930s. Indeed, Mao, Enlai, and the Red Army saw off several efforts by Chiang Kai-shek to wrest control of the province back from them in the early 1930s by encircling Jiangxi. However, this military response was limited by the nationalists, in part because it had found itself embroiled in a conflict on the other side of China in the early 1930s, as the Empire of Japan invaded the northeastern Chinese provinces of Manchuria and established a puppet state called Manchu Kuomintang. It was just the beginning of heightened Japanese involvement in China in the 1930s, but once the initial furore concerning Manchuria died down, Chiang set his sights on finally reclaiming Jiangxi province from Mao and the communists in the mid-1930s. In September 1933, the Chinese nationalists began the third encirclement of Mao and the communists in Jiangxi province. This effectively involved an enormous siege by the nationalists, and one which would prove too large for the Red Army to repulse. By the summer of 1934, it was clear that Mao and his followers would either have to surrender or break out of the besieged area. They chose the latter, and the resulting events have become part of Communist Party law. In October 1934, Communist forces, consisting of 86,000 troops, 15,000 personnel, and 35 women, broke through nationalist enemy lines and began an epic retreat from their encircled headquarters in southwest China. The Long March, as it became known, lasted 368 days and covered 6,000 miles. They crossed 24 rivers and 18 mountain ranges. Weapons and supplies were borne on the backs of fighters or in horse-drawn carts. At times, the line of marches stretched for 50 miles. Only 4,000 troops completed the journey, enduring starvation, aerial bombardment, and almost daily skirmishes with nationalist forces. Mao eventually halted his columns at the foot of the Great Wall of China, destroyed warfare, and demanded the emergence of Mao Zedong as the undisputed leader of the Chinese Communists. Months after the Long March saw a curious drift in Chinese politics towards the rapprochement between the Communists and the Nationalists. For years, the Nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek had been dealing with problems on multiple fronts, as well as the Communists. There was the perhaps greater problem posed by the Empire of Japan and its ambitions to dominate the Far East politically and militarily. This had already resulted in the invasion of Manchuria and the establishment of the puppet state of Manchu Kuomintang in the early 1905. It was clear that Tokyo had ambitions for to land grab in China. Accordingly, many within the nationalist movement believed it would be best to put aside their differences with the communists for the foreseeable future and form a coherent opposition to the impending Japanese attack. And for their part, Mao and his followers were encouraged to do the same by Moscow. Thus, during the course of 1935 and 1936, Mao's communists and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists were once again drifting towards an alliance of convenience. The drive towards doing so was accelerated in the Japanese again in China and proceeded to militarily occupy many of the major cities along its eastern coast, massacring tens of thousands of Chinese civilians in cities such as Nanjing in the process. The Chinese Civil War now morphed into the Second Sino-Japanese War, and in turn, Mao would become a constituent part of the Second World War in later years. By the end of 1937, the Communists and the Nationalists were formally allied with each other again after Chiang Kai-shek caved in to pressure to do so from within his own ranks. And Mao also married again around this time to Jiang Qing, an actress who would become his fourth and final wife. As an example of his growing ruthlessness, his former wife, He Zhenjian, was packed off to the Soviet Union, where she was placed in a mental asylum. Meanwhile, the nature of the struggle against Japan, which would play out for the next several years, was beginning to become clear. The nationalists moved inland towards central China as the Japanese Japanese occupied the rich cities and farmland in the coastal regions of eastern China. Here, in the inland provinces, the nationalists and the communists would wage a war of attrition with the Japanese to the east for the next few years, and these were significant years in terms of the support Mao and the communists enjoyed. In the course of the late 1930s and early 1940s, Mao's Red Army ballooned in size from approximately 50,000 to nearly 500,000 fighters. Thus, the war with Japan was finally creating the kind of countrywide support for the Communist Party which Mao and the other leaders had failed to acquire in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Already by 1940, there were signs of Mao's communists being able to win considerable victories against the Japanese occupation forces. During a campaign which became known as the 100 Regiments Campaign in August 1940, the 400,000-strong Red Army moved against the Japanese in simultaneous attacks against 5 of the coastal provinces, attacks which resulted in the deaths of upwards of 20,000 Japanese troops, as well as a severe disruption to Japanese in 1942. Japanese made a series of sweeping conquests across the Western Pacific, notably seizing Singapore and Burma from the British and the Philippines from the United States, following the declaration of war on the US in December with the surprise attack of the American Pacific fleets at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. While these conquests initially put the Japanese in the ascendancy in Eastern Asia, the entry of Japan into the wider Second World War also ensured that the nationalists and the communists now had allies in the shape of the British and Americans, with increased military, financial, and logistical support. These was never considered the Second World War. As the war was heading onwards throughout the first half of the 1940s, the Chinese Communist Party continued to grow in power, and so did Mao as its leader. The nature of the war of resistance against the Japanese favored the communists over the nationalists. For starters, the communists were more attuned to how to wage guerrilla war, having done so for many years against the nationalist government in the late 1920s and early 1930s. As a consequence, they were better prepared for doing so against the Japanese. As they won a series of victories, it became the more attractive option for Chinese people seeking to oppose the foreign occupation. Moreover, Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang seemed ready to simply be the Chinese manifestation of the right-wing movements which had brought Japan into China to begin with. And as the Chinese Communist Party, or CPC, expanded in size, Mao also consolidated his control. In 1943, he acquired the chairmanship of both the party secretariat and the Politburo of the party for the first time. It was also during these war years that he began affirming that Chinese communism would have a distinctly different shape than that which had developed in Russia and Asia, would be no puppet of Moscow in future years. The nature of the war against the Japanese changed from 1943 onwards as Japan suffered a series of severe setbacks in its struggle against the United States, while its European allies, Germany and Italy, were also fighting an increasingly doomed war against Russia, Britain and the US. Once the Allies were victorious there, all their resources would be employed against the Empire of Japan. Consequently, in the final years of the war, thoughts once again turned to China's politics and who would hold power once the country had been freed from the Japanese. As early as 1940, there were serious cracks in the alliance between Mao's communists and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, and by 1942, open fighting between the two had broken out yet again. As the Chinese Civil War resumed, it would fully erupt again following the end of the Pacific War. On the 6th and 9th of August 1945, the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union invaded Manchuria, which Japan had occupied all the way back in 1931. As a result, within weeks, the Empire of Japan had formally surrendered to the Allies. The Second World War was over, and the Chinese Civil War once more commenced between the nationalists and Mao's communists. was in a far more advantageous position in 1945 than he had been 10 years communist invasion of China in 1937. With Japan, allowed the communists to strengthen their position immensely. In a curious twist of history, the Japanese invasion of China indirectly led to the communists seizing power in the country. Early in 1946, Mao was handed an extra advantage when Stalin handed over Manchuria to the Chinese Communist Party. Yet it would take 3 years of further intense fighting between the communists and the nationalists before a breakthrough was made. In September 1948, the communists secured full control of East Central China in the region south of 1948. Mao launched the Beijing campaign against Chiang Kai-shek's forces in northern China. Over a 2-month campaign, over 500,000 nationalist troops were killed, captured, or wounded, and the north of the country was left in communist hands. With northern China largely secured by early 1949, Mao and the Red Army commanders took the decision that spring to drive south of the Yangtze River into the heartland of nationalist-held territory. This was done despite the efforts of the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin to encourage Mao to form a coalition government with nationalists and not want a rival from those the communist leaders, but he would soon have one. On the 23rd of April 1949, the Red Army seized the nationalist capital of Nanjing. A series of further striking gains saw Chiang Kai-shek retreat south with his remaining supporters to Guangzhou in the autumn of 1949. Just weeks later, he and the remaining nationalists decided to make a strategic retreat from the Chinese mainland to the island of Formosa, more commonly known today as Taiwan. Here, the nationalists formed a government which they proclaimed as the continuation of the Republic of China, which had been established back in 1911. Meanwhile, back on the mainland, Mao had proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China on the 1st of October 1949. The Chinese Civil War between the communists and the nationalists was at an end after more than 20 years of conflict. Mao now entered office as the first chairman of the Central People's Government. The first measure to be taken was to tidy up the loose ends of the war. In the spring of 1950, the Red Army launched a campaign against the island of Hainan off the southeast coast of China. Within weeks, 100,000 strong nationalist forces there were forced to surrender. The international community now expected that Mao would proceed with an invasion of Taiwan, and indeed, even the American government, a long-time supporter of Chiang Kai-shek and Kuomintang, had decided not to recognize his new regime in Taiwan in the belief that it would soon be defeated by Mao and the communists. But no invasion came, and despite numerous crises between the two sides, Taiwan remains self-governing to this day. At this period, immediately after the conclusion of the Civil War, also saw Mao head to Moscow in the winter of 1949 to 1950. Here, he secured large injections of Russian financial support for China, as well as technological advisors, although the agreement came with a tacit admission by Mao of Stalin's supremacy within the communist world. Mao would have to wait several years before he could attempt to go his own way. The post-war years in China saw the initiation of wide-ranging political, social, and economic reforms. First, land reform was initiated through land out of the hands of large-scale farmers and landlords and into the hands of poorer peasants. While this reduced economic inequality, it was not without violence, and there were many instances of the former landlords being attacked or even murdered across China in the early 1950s. In tandem, a huge drive was initiated to crack down on opium production and consumption across the country, a habit which was partly a legacy of British meddling into the Chinese economy in the 19th century. In the 1950s, millions of opium addicts and habituals hundreds of thousands of individuals as counter-revolutionaries, many of them being former members of the Kuomintang, and Mao also launched the new People's Republic onto the world stage by entering into the Korean War, which broke out in the summer massive Chinese aid ensured that the conflict ended in a stalemate 3 years later. It also led to a split of relations between Mao's new regime and the United States, one which involved a trade embargo, which lasted for over 20 years. In the 1950s, Mao had formed a clear idea of how he believed communism. Incorrect to assume that Thor was simply a powermonger who used communist ideology to secure authority in China. Certainly, he was a brutal autocrat, a fact which would become strikingly clear as his long chairmanship continued on into the 1960s and 1970s. But he had also read widely on Marxist-Leninist thought and had a vision for how communism would develop in China in the early 1950s. That vision involved the industrial capacity of China's burgeoning cities on the east coast and its great rivers, leading the country away from its reliance on agriculture. As Mao described it, the communists had come to power by the Red Army encircling the cities occupied by the nationalists and the Japanese, and then absorbing the cities when they were strong enough. Now, a direct opposite was needed. China's cities would need to expand outward and bring the country closer to achieving communism, as Marx had intended it. To that end, in 1953, the first five-year plan was initiated in China, in imitation of the five-year plans which the Soviet Union had begun employing in Russia in the 1920s. The first five-year plan of 1953 to 1957 was geared primarily towards reducing the reliance of the Chinese economy on agricultural output and moving towards becoming a global power through the creation of an industrial economy with Soviet financial support and expertise provided through Russian advisors. New factories were built across the country during the plan. Farms were collectivized across China and placed under state management, and billions of yuan were spent in total on completing 595 large and medium-sized infrastructural and economic projects, including railways, major roads, and new dams, often linking parts of China with each other in ways which had never been possible before. As a result, China's industrial productivity increased by 128%, and steel production jumped from 1.35 million tons in 1953 to over 5 million in 1957. Coal extraction was during the 5 years, while in agriculture, yields were like a little vertical. The five-year plan under Mao was a tremendous success in pure economic terms, but in its success was sown the seeds of destruction for a hubris now entered into Mao and his colleagues' thinking. A hubris which would be injected with catastrophic consequences into the second five-year plan, or as it is more commonly known, the Great Leap Forward. On the 22nd of May 1957, the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, who had succeeded Stalin on his death in 1933, delivered a speech at a regional meeting of Soviet representatives. The Union should hand over to America economically. A few months later, in December, at a gathering in Moscow of international communist leaders to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution, which brought the Soviets to power in 1917, he repeated his claim, only now he was even more ambitious. The Soviets would now eclipse the Americans within 15 years. Mao wished for China to rival the Soviet Union, and whose relationship with Khrushchev was more than it had been with Stalin. Bring this goal in the aftermath of the Soviet leader's speech, not to counteract similar claims, and let it known that it was China's goal to catch up with Britain's economy in 15 years and exceed the production of steel and other core industrial outputs. With this goal in mind, in 1958, the Chinese Communist Party initiated the second five-year plan, or what was soon referred to as the Great Leap Forward. For the country's economy, it would result in the most catastrophic famine the world has ever seen. Mao believed that the key indicators of how China's economy was progressing would be seen in grain and steel production. If these could be increased rapidly, it would show the Soviets in Moscow and the world in general that China was asserting itself on the world stage. Accordingly, all of the instruments of the state were deployed in 1958 to begin increasing the rate of grain and steel production by establishing new smelting factories and turning ever greater amounts of agricultural land over to grain production. Massive amounts of farmland were collectivized into giant state farms towards this end, and millions of workers were being employed to different parts of the economy that they were trained for. Huge amounts of state funding were also given out to aid in the effort, and party officials were sent out into the countryside and the towns, charged with maximizing production. However, many of these initiatives were potentially hazardous to begin with, as the state was employing experimental farming methods in some instances, and in others was turning over land to grain production, which was more suited to other crops. In other instances, workers were being sent into steel factories with little or no training in what they were doing. It was an inauspicious beginning in 1958, but one which would get much worse over time. Despite these structural issues, there were some initial signs of progress. Steel and iron production did increase in the initial stages of the Great Leap Forward, perhaps by as much as 30 to 40% in 1958, but the mechanism whereby it was being increased would prove catastrophic in some instances. In their eagerness to show good results, local party cadres throughout the country were often resorting to unimaginably short cycles the fact to try to have larger amounts of steel produced. But within a few months, party officials throughout the country were also setting up what became known as backyard furnaces, the use of which Mao had actually encouraged. These were essentially makeshift steel furnaces, which were often set up in the yards of people's homes. Scrap metal was used to produce pig iron, which was almost totally useless, but the worst thing was that farming tools and other instruments which were needed for producing food throughout the country were often being thrown into these backyard furnaces and melted down so that local party officials could record higher and the lack of basic tools. The effect of all this between 1958 and 1961 was catastrophic, with millions of farmers being press-ganged into working in factories in the cities and towns. There was not enough people available to produce food throughout China, in a country which was often on a subsistence for level anyway. Added to this was the practice of party officials destroying basic farming equipment to inflate the amount of steel they were producing in their areas. Furthermore, the party had begun trying to use experimental irrigation methods in large amounts of only unused some areas. Given all this, it is unsurprising that even by the autumn of 1958, just months after the Great Leap Forward had started, there were major food shortages in some parts of the country, and this was further compounded by the fact that the government continued to export grain and other agricultural products in order to increase its revenue and also keep up the appearance that productivity was increasing. By late 1958, people in certain parts of the country were beginning to start foraging for wild foods in the countryside, and others were starving to death. This was just the beginning though, and by 1959, grain production had fallen by roughly 15 to 20% in total across the country. There is considerable debate as to how much Mao knew about what was unfolding across China as a result of the Great Leap Forward. It is quite possible that in late 1958 and early 1959 he was unaware of the famine conditions, but evidence has been uncovered which suggests he knew by at least the late spring of 1959, and yet did not do enough to change course. By 1960, when he delegated control of certain parts of the Great Leap Forward program to others, the Central Party members were actively trying to prevent the worst, but by then it was too late. The forces which were unleashed in 1958 and 1959 reverberated into 1960 and 1961, and famine struck China over each of these years with varying degrees of severity. There have been many different estimates of the number of people who died in recent years, as the opening of certain archives in China has allowed for more accurate assessments, but scholars are generally agreed that at least 25 million people died in the country, the population of which was approximately 660 million in 1958. Frank Picotta, who studied the period in detail and who saw the Great Leap Forward as Mao's Great Famine in the title of his study of these events, suggested the death toll was as many as 55 million people. Others would suggest somewhere between 30 and 45 million. These, the most catastrophic famine in human history, in numbers of deaths. As the Great Leap Forward came to an end in 1962, curiously, it was relatively underreported internationally, as much of the information concerning it was transmitted through the Republic of China's government in Taiwan, or the British enclave of Hong Kong, and many foreign services believed they were exaggerating the extent of the suffering caused for political purposes. Internally, however, it had badly compromised Mao's leadership. On the 27th of April 1959, Mao's term as chairman of the People's Republic of China came to an end, although he retained his position as chairman of the Communist Party and of military affairs. He was succeeded by Liu Xiaobo, who made a speech at what was to become known as the 7,000 Cadres Conference, in which he denounced the Great Leap Forward. It was a very thinly veiled public rebuke of Mao, the likes of which would have been unimaginable 5 years earlier. Nevertheless, while Mao had lost some of his authority for now, he was still very much in charge. He would, however, have to govern in a more collective fashion, with figures such as Xiao Ji and Deng Xiaoping, who had done much to recover the economic situation in the wake of the disastrous policies of the 1960s. Also saw China increasingly isolated on the world stage. Tensions had been brewing between Mao and the Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev ever since the latter succeeded Stalin in the mid-1950s. Mao was particularly perturbed by Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin's brutal authoritarianism and more moderate stance towards the Western powers. He also found himself increasingly at loggerheads with Moscow about the two regimes' interpretation of orthodox Marxism. Relations were bad by the late 1950s, but they became particularly acute in the early 1960s, especially once the Cuban Missile Crisis inspired Khrushchev to begin working more closely with the US government of John F. Kennedy to defuse the Cold War in ways which Mao opposed. A sign of the split was seen in 1961 when Mao denounced the Soviet regime as revisionist traitors. For his part, Khrushchev was increasingly wary of Mao's attitude towards the possibility of a nuclear war with the West. Mao once worryingly suggested that if 300 million Chinese people died in a nuclear war, the other half would still be alive to secure victory. And so, the Russian leader must have been concerned in 1964 when the Chinese successfully tested their first nuclear bomb. But by then, the Sino-Soviet split was complete. While much is known about the political life of the man who oversaw this split with Russia and the catastrophes of the Great Leap Forward, the more private Mao remains something of an enigma. His fourth marriage, that to Jiang Qing in 1938, lasted for the remainder of his life, though Mao engaged in a string of extramarital affairs, including, most controversially, in his later life, with a private secretary, Zhang Yufeng, who was in her early 20s when she first entered Mao's employ. He had at least 10 children, several of whom had been born in the 1920s, and with whom he had very little relationship, as he had had to leave them with others during the long Civil War years. He spent much of his private time writing and was a prolific composer of political writings and poems. Chinese literature was aggressive when China was certainly not genuinely unhinged like Stalin had been in Russia during the 1930s and 1940s. For Mao, state violence was engaged in for political rather than personal purposes, but a great deal of his other personal motivations and inclinations are shrouded behind the public image, which was closely managed during his lifetime. The Sino-Soviet split and the catastrophic consequences of the Great Leap Forward were the background against which Mao initiated what has today become known as simply designed to be a social movement to purify Chinese society and Chinese communism by removing any of the vestiges of Chinese traditionalism which remained and the capitalist and bourgeois elements within it. Mao claimed that a bourgeois bureaucracy had developed within the Chinese Communist Party that was leading China in the wrong direction, and this, along with communist provisions such as those who were now in power in Russia, needed to be stopped, and a renewed dedication to the communist cause developed. In particular, Mao called on the younger generation of China, those which had never known life in China before communist rule, to bombard the headquarters to purify Chinese society of these bourgeois capitalist elements and to reinvigorate the communist movement. There has been a widespread debate as to what Mao's motivations for launching the Cultural Revolution were. Some historians have argued that he genuinely believed that the Chinese Communist Party and the huge administration which operated under it throughout China had been compromised by nearly 20 years in power, and that a cultural reawakening was necessary to stop the bureaucratic degeneration of the country. However, while this might have been a motivating factor for Mao, there is no doubt that the Cultural Revolution was primarily conceived as a way for the German to resuscitate its control over the Communist Party and the country as a whole. By its very nature, the movement allowed Mao to use the party's apparatus and wider organs of the state to purge the government of his opponents and competing factions. These had multiplied in number in the early 1960s as the catastrophic impact of the Great Leap Forward was felt across the country. Now, Mao would eliminate those who had dared to cross him in the most brutal purges seen within the Chinese Communist Party. The result would be years of unrest, which turned ordinary Chinese people against each other and created an environment of fear and suspicion. The Cultural Revolution was initiated in May 1966, with Mao urging the people and students in particular to act to purify the party ranks. Within weeks, gangs of students were attacking the teachers, intellectuals, government officials, and even people who were deemed to be wearing bourgeois clothing. These attacks could range from being mild to moderately violent, such as when teachers were attacked by gangs of students and had their heads shaved, to truly bloody acts, such as when government officials were actually murdered or driven to commit suicide. As the frenzy built up in the summer of 1966, official party newspapers stoked the flames by calling on the masses to clear away the evil habits of the old society. And attack the monsters and demons by ushers of bands of so-called Red Guards committed to preserving the Communist Revolution and rooting out what were termed the Four Olds: old ideas, old customs, old habits, and old culture. By the early autumn, gangs of teenagers wearing red armbands roamed the streets of cities such as Beijing and Shanghai, and the unrest was so visceral that August became known as Red August. Soon the initial student-led violence spread to other groups, and factory workers and labourers on collectivised farms began joining what was termed the Red Terror. Was directing these groups as they could be directed and the wiping the party of his opponents. This was a very unstable method. By 1967, radical elements were threatening to move beyond man's ability to control them, and the Cultural Revolution nevertheless continued. In 1968, Mao initiated the Down to the Countryside, whereby the children of supposed middle-class bourgeois urban families were forced into what were effectively re-education camps in the countryside. Meanwhile, the chairman was building up an ever greater cult of personal art in the publication of his Little Red Book, a collection of his sayings and writings, which became central to the concept of Maoism in China around this time. The violence continued unabated through the late 1960s, but by 1971, even Mao was aware of the need to scale things back, and though the Cultural Revolution is deemed by some to have only ended with Mao's death in 1976, the worst of the unrest subsided in the early 1970s. As with the enormous famine created by the Great Leap Forward 10 years earlier, historians have found it difficult to precisely identify how many people died as a result of the Cultural Revolution. Estimates tend to vary between 500,000 and 2 million people having lost their lives as a result of the violence which swept through China between 1966 and 1971. Many of these were killed by the Red Guards and other groups, triggered into fanaticism by Mao's injunctions. However, probably the greater proportion of these lost their lives in instances where the army was called in to quell the unrest, or by the army and the Communist Party being directed to purge certain groups by Mao himself. Just as damaging was the psychological pain inflicted on society when people were effectively turned against each other by the state. Perhaps the most glaring example of this occurred in Guangxi province in the south of the country, where between 100,000 and 150,000 lives were lost during the Cultural Revolution. People here even resorted to burying the persecuted alive, or boiling or disembowelling them, and there was systematic cannibalism engaged in Guangxi as the frenzied masses sought to literally devour their enemies in their fervor. Ultimately, the Cultural Revolution scarred Chinese society in ways which are hard to quantify. The early 1970s witnessed a major event in China's relations on the international stage, which has had important implications down to the present day. Chinese involvement in the Korean War had seen diplomatic ties between the People's Republic and the United States government effectively shut down with trade sanctions imposed on China by Washington. However, with the passage of 20 years, both sides were cautiously. During the course of the 1968 U.S. presidential election, the Republican candidate Richard Nixon had proposed making overtures to China to that effect, and after he entered office, negotiations commenced. In 1971, Nixon's national security advisor Henry Kissinger went on a secret diplomatic mission to Beijing, and this was followed in February 1972 by an official state visit in China by Nixon, during the course of which he met Mao, the first meeting between a Chinese and American head of state since the Second World War, which has grown ever greater in importance since, and which is now regarded as the world by the normality which was linked to US-Chinese relations by the official state visit of Nixon in 1972. At home, the Chinese government continued to operate in an extreme fashion. By the time Nixon visited, Mao was nearly 80 years of age, and owing to years of chain smoking, he was suffering from numerous physical ailments. It was due to this and the cult of personality which he had built up around himself that he allowed a number of senior Communist Party members to become immensely influential in China in its final years. These were known as the Gang of Four, which consisted of Jiang Chunqiao, a Maoist writer who came to prominence during the 1960s for his denunciation of bourgeois elements within Chinese society, a close ally of Chun Qiao's Yao Wenyuan, and Wang Pengwen, a young political figure who had risen from within the Shanghai branch of the Chinese Communist Party to become one of its highest-ranking figures during the Cultural Revolution. The Gang of Four had done much to promote the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution between 1966 and 1971, but even after the most extreme period of the purges ended in the late 1960s, their influence over Mao's government continued. The last years of Mao's life and his primacy in the politics of China are hard to characterize, as competing forces were at work in the halls of power in Beijing. Certainly, Mao remained wedded to the idea of clinging to power until the very end. As a result, he continued to allow the Gang of Four and their supporters to hold a considerable influence in the country. However, certainly there was a growing clique of individuals who coalesced around other older stalwarts of the party, such as the former head of the Red Army and Premier Zhou Enlai, the former General Secretary of the party Deng Xiaoping, who wished to break from some of the more traditional ideological values of the party espoused by Mao and introduce a greater degree of professionalism into the running of the government and the economy. There was also much bitterness within the party establishment and the damage wrought by the Cultural Revolution, as individuals who had fallen the Japanese and nationalists in the 1930s and 1940s had often been purged from the party in the late 1960s, only to be gradually rehabilitated in the 1970s. Acrimony between these groups characterized the politics of China in the final years of Mao's life, and it was he himself who was largely responsible for creating this situation. The political uncertainty of the post-Cultural Revolution period was still unresolved as Mao entered the final stages of his life. His health had further deteriorated in the mid-1970s, and he was suffering from several heart and lung ailments. The latter aggravated considerably by his chain-smoked sleeping pills, which on the 27th of May 1976, he met the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, on a state visit, at which the last known photo of Mao was taken. But by then, he had already suffered the first of several heart attacks that occurred between the spring and autumn of 1976, and which left him increasingly incapacitated. The final one on the 5th of September left him largely unable to move, and he died 4 days later. A state funeral lasting a week followed between the 11th and the 18th. Of September 1970s, during which 1 million Chinese people embarked on the stands in the middle of Tiananmen Square in central Beijing. On the sides were the Gate of China, the southern gate of the old imperial city between the 14th and the 20th centuries, used to stand before its destruction in 1954. It is perhaps fitting as a statement of where ancient China ended and modern China began. Mao's death occurred at a time when the older leadership of the entire Chinese Communist Party, the generation who had come to political consciousness during the May Fourth movement, all the way back in 1919, was fading from Chinese life, and the possible successor to Mao, Zhou Enlai, had predeceased Mao by just a few months. Consequently, Mao had appointed the Minister for Public Security, Huang Guofeng, as his successor shortly before his death. He succeeded as chairman of the Chinese Communist Party in 1976, but he would not last long. Guofeng was outmaneuvered in the years that followed by Deng Xiaoping, who became the de facto leader of China in 1978. While Guofeng's brief period as leader was significant in arresting and charging with Gang of Four as being responsible for the excesses of the Cultural Revolution. In all but one instance, he subsequently was sentenced to life in prison under Deng Xiaoping's leadership. Elsewhere, despite his impeccable communist credentials, Deng Xiaoping quickly moved China away from its planned economy and the more authoritarian aspects of Mao's reign, setting term limits on the holding of office. It was during Deng's tenure as Mao's successor that the roots of China's economic miracle could really be found, as he opened the country up to foreign investment and expertise. Thus, in the end, Mao proved to be the impediment to China's growth, rather than the deliverer of it. Mao Zedong is one of the most contentious individuals in Chinese history, and indeed the history of the modern world. To some, he was a brutal tyrant and a mass murderer, under whose rule between 1949 and 1946, over 50 million people, and perhaps as many as 80 million, died prematurely, whether as a result of the catastrophic failures of the Great Leap Forward, the waves of violence unleashed during the Cultural Revolution, or government-orchestrated disasters such as the Lanzhou Dam failure of 1975, which by some estimates resulted in the deaths of over 200,000 people. However, to many others, he is one of the great heroes of modern-day China, the man who ensured that the cause of Chinese communism survived during the long march of the 1930s, the commander who led Chinese resistance to the Japanese occupation during the Second World War, and the individual who thereafter led the Red Army to victory over the nationalists. Many focus on his achievements will also point towards the fact that he increased dramatically in the 1940s and the 1970s, and argue that Mao laid the basis for China's economic miracle, which began in the late 20th century. It is indeed striking that one individual can provoke such widely strongly divergent opinions. There is no doubting Mao's critical role in ensuring the ascent to power of the Communist Party in China. Mao, which might not have survived the 1930s, and his leadership was also critical in the post-war period. But once he secured power, this individual, who was clearly possessed considerable intellect and ability, became most control of China, and its ally led to not second fiddle to Khrushchev and the Russians, which drove China into the disastrous Great Leap Forward, and his unwillingness to accept how badly things had gone wrong, which saw the famine which the second five-year plan created drag on for years and kill somewhere between 30 and 50 million Chinese people. It was Mao's pathological desire to reinforce his position as head of the Chinese state in the mid-1960s, which led to the violence and instability of the Cultural Revolution. The Mao of the 1950s and 1960s was a different one to 21 and initiated the Long March in 1934. Those who knew him over the course of his life often confirm that he changed considerably over the years. What do you think of Mao's Zedong? Do you think he was actually committed to the idea of communism? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Hello guys, the people profiles of the History Chronicles have joined forces, so as well as the fantastic long-form documentaries you get here on the People Profiles, the team will also produce some short-form documentaries on the History Chronicles, on everything from nightly orders to Battle of the Little Bighorn, as well as a range of biographies of history's best, worst, and most interesting people. Check out the link in the video description, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Man known to history as Fidel Castro was born on 13th of August 1926 in Iran. His father was Angel Maria Bautista Castro, who was born in 1810 in the Galicia region of North Spain. Angel was conscripted into the Spanish army in the early 1890s and subsequently was sent to Cuba, which at the time was one of Spain's few remaining American colonies, to contribute to the effort to crush the Second War of Independence, which erupted there in 1895. Unlike previous independence movements in Cuba, this one proved successful due to the intervention of the United States, and as a result, Cuba broke away from Spain in 1898. The nature of its independence struggle meant that it had as a laborer for the American United Fruit Company, and by the 1920s, he had established his own agricultural business, hiring out men to work for the sugar plantations. At one point, he had over 300 employees and strong business connections with American companies in Cuba. Thus, Fidel was born into a relatively affluent family. In 1911, Angel Castro married Maria Argote Reyes, and the couple had 5 children. After the collapse of this marriage, Angel went on to have 7 more children, with Lina Cruz Gonzalez, a farm servant who became his mistress, and later his second wife. They included Fidel and his younger brother Raul, who would become his closest political ally throughout his life. Fidel's childhood was a curious one, as he was born out of wedlock at a time when there was still a very considerable stigma surrounding legitimacy. Angel Castro had Fidel raised using his mother's surname, and amongst the children of sugar plantation workers, many of these were Haitian and other Caribbean workers who lived difficult, poverty-stricken lives. Fidel's later views on the role of American business on the island's economy and workers might well have been substantially shaped by his experiences living amongst his father's workers during his youth. When he was just 6 years of age, Fidel and his elder brother and sister Ramon and Angela were sent to Santiago de Cuba to begin their education. Here they lived in poor conditions with a tutor who could barely afford the bare necessities. Curiously, for an island where Roman Catholicism predominated, Castro was not baptized until he was 8 years old in 1934. This seems to have been for the purpose of ensuring that he could attend the La Salle boarding school. He was then sent to the privately funded Jesuit-run Dolores School in Santiago, and then on to a Colegio in Havana. Despite having an interest in history and geography, Fidel never excelled academically, but he was a good athlete. In 1943 and 1944, he was named high jump and middle distance running. Castro was growing up during a period when Cuban society was in chaos. In the decades which followed the country's war of independence in 1898, the island experienced profound political instability and poor economic development. The country's political system was highly corrupt, with the republic's politicians from the very top downwards engaging in rampant bribery and corrupt activity. Much of this was driven by American business interests, controlling large parts of the Cuban economy. The island had also become home to the Italian mafia and other criminal organizations based in America and based on resource stations of basic goods such as bananas, coffee, and above all, sugar. The net result of this was that a small elite profited massively, while ordinary Cubans remained trapped in desperate poverty. Then, in the 1930s, the Cuban military increasingly began to intervene in the country's politics, particularly so following the so-called Revolt of the Sergeants in 1933. As a result of this, the overall leader of the military element, Sergeant Fulgencio Batista, began to play a major role in Cuban politics, serving as president between 1940 and 1944 in the United States. But he would later return into the fray of Cuban politics with striking consequences. In 1945, Fidel Castro began studying law at the University of Havana. Here, his political instincts first began to manifest themselves as he became involved in several student protest movements against the outward corruption of Cuban politics and the elites which ran the country. It was a highly contentious time on the campuses of the island nation's universities, where armed gangs were common and engaged in widespread criminal behavior, a reflection of the wider breakdown of law and order across Cuban society. At this time, Castro's anti-American stance first manifested itself when he joined the Committee for the Independence of Puerto Rico, a body which had been set up to advocate for the neighboring Caribbean island to be given its independence from the United States. Puerto Rico had effectively become an American colony following the Spanish-American War of 1898, but it was never given statehood status, a situation which persists to the present day. Castro and his fellow student agitators in Havana were opposed to this situation continuing and viewed it as a symptom of America's continuing strategy to dominate the Americas and oppress the states of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. It was also during his years in Havana that Castro first earned a reputation within wider Cuban society for his dissident actions. In the winter of 1946, he appeared in the pages of several newspapers, following his criticisms of the government and its corruption and violence. He subsequently developed extensive connections with numerous left-wing political groups within the country, notably the Unión Insurreccional Revolucionaria, or Insurrectional Revolutionary Union. At the time, police suspected him of the murder of a rival student leader, although nothing was ever proven, and whilst he regained a reputation for powerful oratory, he never became a prominent student leader himself, and on several occasions he was defeated in countless elections. In the summer of 1947, Castro left university briefly to join a campaign to overthrow the right-wing government of Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. Trujillo, like Batista in Cuba, was a military governor who was supported by the United States. In late Castro had 1,100 rebels who set off from Cuba for the Dominican Republic with the goal of overthrowing Trujillo. The effort, though, was quickly snuffed out by a combination of US, Cuban, and Dominican forces. Many were arrested, although Fidel escaped after he reputedly jumped overboard from the ship he was on into shark-infested waters, carrying a gun above his head. This event is noteworthy for being the first occasion on which the future Cuban leader engaged in direct armed rebellion in the Caribbean. Following the important expedition to the Dominican Republic into a period in which his revolutionary activities expanded within students. On the course of 1948, he undertook a number of trips to Panama, Venezuela, and Colombia to meet with left-wing revolutionary groups there, in particular in the capital of Colombia, Bogota. In the late spring of 1948, he was central to efforts to set up a Pan-American Students' Conference, which would act in opposition to right-wing governments across Latin America. Meanwhile, back in Cuba, later that year, he married Mirta Diaz-Balart, a philosophy student. It was regarded as an unlikely union, as Balart came from a prominent Cuban family which had extensive connections with the country's political individuals and groupings. Castro was increasingly appeared to be an outright opponent of. The couple even received extensive gifts on their wedding day from some individuals whom Castro had protested against, and they honeymooned in the United States. Despite these curious contradictions, the marriage lasted for 7 years, and Fidel and Mirta had a son called Fidelito before divorcing in 1955. In the early 1950s, Castro established a law firm with two associates named Jorge Azpiazu and Rafael Resende. However, these were fellow leftists, and in reality, the firm was engaged in pro bono work to defend workers who had been mistreated or dismissed from their employment. Moreover, Castro was developing his knowledge of leftist thought during these years, reading widely the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the two pioneers of communism, and other more recent political thinkers such as Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky. At this stage, Castro was leaning towards changing Cuba from within, and in 1952, he stood for election to the Cuban Congress in the national elections as a member of the Partido Pueblo Cubano, Ortodoxos Party, a Cuban catch-all left-wing populist party founded by Eduardo Chipas in 1947. This was actually the beginning of the end of Castro's peaceful approach to changing Cuban politics. In the same year, 1952, Fulgencio Batista returned to the political scene in Cuba, and within months had established a new military dictatorship in the island nation. Following a brief military coup, he would henceforth rule Cuba as a one-party military dictatorship with the backing of America. Castro now set out on a path to overthrow the Batista regime through violent means. Within weeks of the return of Batista to power in Cuba, Castro was working on a new revolutionary project which he and his followers, such as his younger brother Raul Castro, called the movement. The first action came within months and was a significant moment in the Cuban Revolution. On the 26th of July 1953, Castro and around 100 others attacked a Cuban army barracks at Moncano in Santiago de Cuba. The attack was a complete failure. Nearly half of the militants were killed by the 400-strong land garrison, and most of the remainder were taken and subsequently sentenced to 15 years in prison for leading insurrection against the state. During his trial, he delivered a lengthy defense in what would become his most famous speech, La Historia me absolverá, in which he attacked Batista's regime and outlined his own political and economic ideas. Castro served his sentence on the island of Pinos, the second largest island in the Cuban archipelago. While in captivity, he rebranded the movement as the 26th of July movement in honor of the date on which the attack on Moncado barracks had been carried out. Military behavior to release him from prison. He served 2 years of his sentence, a decision the dictator soon come to regret. After his release in 1955, Castro was exiled to Mexico City, where he and his brother Raul began organizing action against Batista. Here they met a fellow Latin American revolutionary, an Argentinian medical doctor by the name of Ernesto Guevara, more widely known by his nickname, Che Guevara. Guevara had traveled through South America during his youth and had been radicalized by the appalling poverty which he had witnessed there, poverty which he attributed to in the months that followed. Castro's, Guevara, and their followers trained and planned in Mexico for their return to Cuba. Meanwhile, the Batista regime back home was becoming increasingly oppressive. Thus it was that in the summer of 1956, Castro and just over 80 followers left Mexico on board a large yacht called Nicaragua, said to have been named after a previous owner's grandmother. After a series of misadventures, they ran aground at Playa Las Coloradas, close to Los Cayuelos in Cuba, and were attacked by Batista's forces, who drove them into hiding in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Only 19 of the original party survived at this point. It was an inauspicious beginning to their armed rebellion, but one which would bear surprising fruit in the months and years that followed. From their relatively safe position within the Sierra Maestra Mountains, Fidel and his followers now launched a guerrilla war against Batista's regime, organizing bombing campaigns against government forces. Their numbers soon expanded, with more and more individuals joining the insurrectionists in the mountains. Attacks were undertaken against government barracks to obtain additional weapons and explosives, and by 1957, Castro was leading a small army in the rural regions of Cuba. Soon, further militant groups were emerging with a desire to overthrow Batista's regime. As a consequence of all this, by 1958, Batista's forces were under increasing pressure from the revolutionaries. By the summer, the conflict began to tip in favor of Castro and the 26th of July movement, as many of Batista's own soldiers began to desert their posts, appalled at the crimes against civilians which they were being ordered to carry out in order to combat the revolutionaries. Eventually, on the 31st of December 1958, Batista resigned and fled the country for the Dominican Republic, bringing with him $300 million in stolen money. On the 2nd of January 1959, Castro's forces occupied Moncado barracks in a symbolic act, and 6 days later, on the 8th of January, they entered Havana. The Cuban Revolution, despite its inauspicious beginnings just over 2 years earlier, was victorious. Castro did not immediately seize power himself as the president of the country in a provisional government. However, Castro and his followers dominated the cabinet of this new interim regime. Fidel's military power was given full acknowledgement in his appointment as representative of the rebel armed forces of the presidency. The new government effectively ruled by decree without recourse to any parliament, and given Castro's influence over Bolivia, the leader of the 26th of July movement was the de facto power within the country following Batista's overthrow. Within weeks, the situation became clearer as the Prime Minister Jose Cardona resigned and went into office in February 1950 until 1976, when a new constitution was introduced, following which he became the president of the Council of Ministers of Cuba. Castro would eventually hold this until 2008, ensuring that he held high office in Cuba for 49 years, following his first appointment as Prime Minister in 1959. It has always been assumed that Castro would be the most influential member of the new regime when it came to power, an altogether more regimes throughout Latin America. Moreover, his promotion of radical leftists such as Guevara to senior government offices clearly indicated which way the regime wished to drive the country. Relations with the US were further soured in the first year or so of the new regime's life, when Castro ordered the nationalization of American business interests located in Cuba. Tensions further escalated when Castro attended the United Nations General Assembly in New York City in September 1960, where he openly associated himself with regimes opposed to the US. The growing antagonisms resulted in an effort to intervene militarily in Cuba by the United States government. Already under the administration of Dwight Eisenhower, millions of dollars of funding had been allocated towards efforts to destabilize Castro's regime. By the time that President John F. Kennedy was elected as president late in 1960, the US government was already working extensively with Cuban exiles who had left their homeland and settled in Florida and other parts of America since 1959. Many of these Cuban exiles had formed themselves into a counter-revolutionary unit called Brigade 2506 and a political wing called the Democratic Revolutionary Front. These were collaborating with the US Central Intelligence Agency by early 1961. However, to avoid suspicion at home and to ensure that the Kennedy regime could dissociate itself from the group, they were training in Central America, in Guatemala. Here, by the spring of 1961, a plan had been formulated for some 1,400 of these Cuban paramilitaries to launch a naval invasion of Cuba, aided by advanced US military hardware, including B-26 bomber planes and M41 tanks. But despite all their planning and support from the US government, the initiative would result in utter failure and would fatally damage US-Cuban relations for the remainder of Castro's life. The invasion force set off from Nicaragua and Guatemala by boat on the 16th of April 1961 sites in Cuba. Then, on the morning of the 17th of April, the 1,400 Cuban paramilitaries began landing along the coast within an inlet of the Gulf of Cazones, or Bay of Pigs, on the southern coast of Cuba. Within hours, Brigade 2506 were engaged in a shootout with the local militia. This provided a sufficient delay for Castro and his government in Havana to respond to the landing. Fidel now ordered Captain Jose Ramon Fernandez to initiate a counterattack. In the hours that followed, bombings commenced to destroy the invaders' fleet. With this accomplished, and the Brigade 2506's Castro's forces moved in. Of the invasion that involved significant air support from the US, but this was dropped by Kennedy's administration. Without it, and with their escape route cut off, the invasion force was doomed. On the 20th of April, just over 3 days after their initial landing, Brigade 2506 surrendered, having already lost 118 men, and hundreds more having suffered wounds. Accordingly, over 1,200 Cuban paramilitaries were captured by the Castro regime. The reaction to the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion was multifaceted. For Castro, you could now claim a great victory over a regime vilified as a president trying to control Latin America. Conversely, the abortive invasion of the country was a foreign policy disaster for Kennedy's regime. Not only was it exposed as having conspired to overthrow a foreign government, but the botched nature of the invasion looked poor from a military perspective. Though Kennedy's government did manage to negotiate the release of over 1,000 of the Cuban paramilitaries in 1962, in return for over $50 million of food and medicine for Cuba. This aside, the most significant consequence of the attempted Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba was that it propelled the country further towards the Soviet Union in the Cold War camps. Within weeks, more intense negotiations were underway between Moscow and Havana, as Castro sought greater trade and military ties with the Soviet Union and countries within its communist bloc. Then, in December 1961, Castro publicly affirmed that he was a communist, essentially throwing his country into the Soviet camp. In response, the Kennedy administration promoted the idea that the Organization of American States should expel Cuba. A showdown appeared imminent. The Bay of Pigs was just the first act in a much more volatile situation which was to develop in Cuba in the course of 1962, the infamous Cuban Missile Crisis. The crisis is broadly understood to have been the point at which the Cold War came closest to evolving into a full-blown nuclear conflict. The events of the Bay of Pigs in the spring of 1961 had quickly led Castro to begin moving even closer to the Soviet Union. It was increasingly believed, after the events of 1961, that a new American attack or plot would eventually materialize, and that the only way to protect the revolution and maintain the Castro regime in power was to allow the Soviet Union to set up military defenses in Cuba itself. Consequently, in the months following the Bay of Pigs, Fidel Castro had negotiated an arrangement with the Russian Premier Nikita Khrushchev, whereby the Soviet Union would install its advanced ballistic missiles at sites in Cuba. This would ensure that the country would be protected against a possible invasion by the United States or American-backed counter-revolutionaries. It was a fateful decision, one which would create one of the foremost political crises. 62. Major Richard, the pilot of the US U-2 spy plane, was undertaking a reconnaissance mission over Cuba when he spotted and photographed a site on the island where Russian SS-4 medium-range ballistic missiles were being assembled. 2 days later, the American President John F. Kennedy was briefed over the Russian missile sites being established in Cuba. This was the beginning of the so-called 13 days of what has become known as the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kennedy immediately convened a meeting of the National Security Council and several other key advisors. It was decided that these sites were or would soon be capable of missiles and be capable of striking an American city on the east coast. In the course of this initial meeting, Kennedy was advised by several individuals to immediately move to directly bomb the missile sites in Cuba and to perhaps then commence a direct invasion of the island to overthrow Castro's regime and ensure that no further threats of this nature would be directed against America. However, Kennedy opted for a less aggressive action, but one which nevertheless opened a period of intense political crisis in the days that followed. The crisis, which now developed, played out between Washington and Moscow, despite which were causing the crisis, were located on Cuban soil and involved Castro's regime explicitly. Nevertheless, the political gambit that was playing out here was that Russia would provide Cuba with extensive financial and military aid in return for Castro's regime, allowing the Soviets to locate their missiles on Cuban soil. It should be noted that the Soviets viewed this as a strategically acceptable thing to do. By 1962, the United States had had its own ballistic weapons and then nuclear weapons stationed for many years in regions which were just as geographically close to Russia as Cuba was to the United States. Turkey, on the Soviet Union side of the border, Khrushchev and the principal members of the Soviet government in Moscow believed that they could install nuclear weapons in Cuba in a similar way to which the US had earlier stationed them in Turkey. After all, if the United States had then heads trained on Moscow and other Soviet cities from close by, then why should Russia not do the same? But if this was their rationale, it was soon to be proved wrong, although in a way which would serve Russian ends in the long run. The crisis deepened in the days that followed the initial meeting on the 16th of October. On the 22nd of October, after initial diplomatic exchanges failed, Kennedy's government ordered what was referred to as a quarantine of any shipping entering or leaving Cuba. The word blockade was avoided, as under certain legal definitions, this would have constituted a declaration of war with Castro's Cuba. American planes and ships were quickly dispatched to the Western Caribbean to monitor warships attempting to enter Cuba and to assess whether their contents included war material. That evening, Kennedy delivered a live televised address to the nation in which he affirmed that any attack initiated against any country in the Western Hemisphere from Cuba would be considered as an attack on the United States by the Soviet Union. He then explained that the purpose of the quarantine, which had just been introduced, was to ensure that no further Russian military hardware arrived in Cuba. However, Kennedy maintained that the purpose of the quarantine was not to shut off all goods entering the country in the same manner in which the Russians had cut off all supplies by land to West Berlin during the Berlin blockade of 1948. The next step, as that followed, the crisis deepened as America's allies and those of the Soviet Union intensified their rhetoric and willingness to come to their respective allies' aid if the crisis developed into an outright war. On the 24th of October, Pope John the 23rd issued a plea for both sides to consider the implications of their actions. Throughout these days, Castro continued to insist that the installation of the weapons was a defensive action rather than offensive, but the response which mattered was that which came from Moscow. The first signs were not good. On the 24th of October, Soviet news agencies telegraphed from Khrushchev to Canada to military aggression and requested that they cease activities in the waters around Cuba with immediate effect. This effectively signaled a further escalation in the crisis. Thus, on the 24th of October, and during the hours which followed, the world stood perhaps as close to the outbreak of a nuclear war as it ever has, all caused by the installation of the nuclear ballistic missiles in Castro's Cuba. In the hours that followed, the US requested a meeting of the United Nations Security Council, while also sending hundreds of bomber planes, including nearly 2 dozen B-52 bombers, carrying nuclear warheads, which were put into the air around Cuba. The world stood on the brink of nuclear war. The 25th, 26th, and 27th of October witnessed the most intense period of the Cuban Missile Crisis, as diplomatic negotiations continued between Russia and the United States. Ships heading to Cuba continued to be checked for nuclear warheads by the American quarantine. Negotiations did open between Moscow and Washington on the 26th, but these were nearly compromised by the shooting down of an American plane by a surface-to-air missile launched from Cuba. Khrushchev subsequently stated that this attack had been ordered by Fidel's brother Raul, rather than being a directive of the Soviet Union. In Washington, a decision was now taken to invade Cuba if another plane was shot down, but cooler heads prevailed. By the end of the 27th of October, negotiations were advanced for the Russians to withdraw their missiles and cease developing the launch sites in Cuba in return for Kennedy's government removing its own nuclear warheads from Turkey. Additionally, Kennedy wrote to Khrushchev stating that the US government would respect the sovereignty of Cuba henceforth and not attempt an early intervention, such as had been attempted with the invasion of the Bay of Pigs. This arrangement was enough that both the US and the Soviet Union could save face, and Cuba's independence would henceforth be preserved. Thus, the Cuban Missile Crisis came to an end after 13 days on the 29th of October 1962. In the aftermath of the crisis, an arrangement was reached to establish better communications between the US government and the Soviet regime in Moscow. The Cold War also gradually entered a period of de-escalation, one which saw tensions reduced gradually through the 1960s and especially in the 1970s, before a fresh escalation in the 1980s. For Fidel's Cuba, the impact of all this was that the island nation would not be directly interfered with by the United States again. Castro continued to move the country closer within Russia's sphere of influence within the Cold War during the early 1960s, visiting Moscow and several other Soviet cities in 1963. As a result of this state visit, he initiated a number of reforms of Cuban society and its economy and politics in the years that followed, which mirrors which prevailed through the Soviet Union. Thus, Cuba, country opposed to the United States on its doorstep. Meanwhile, America, for its part, while never again interfering directly in Cuban affairs, continued to impose wide-ranging economic, diplomatic, and trade sanctions against Castro's regime and Cuba, ones which would have considerable implications for the country's economy in the years and decades ahead. The subsequent period of Cuba's development under Fidel's rule brought mixed and ambiguous results, owing to a combination of factors, some of which were associated with the American economic sanctions imposed on the island, and some which were the result of poor economic planning by Castro entered into a major economic decline in the 1960s as that of the wider Caribbean had been since the 17th century, but other developing industries such as the casino and tourist sector, which had been growing in the pre-revolution period, now declined exponentially. As a result, the country was increasingly reliant on subsidies from the Soviet Union throughout the 1960s, which at one stage amounted to nearly 40% of Cuba's GDP. However, thereafter, things improved. While the state was the main player, Cuba improved considerably in the 1970s and the 1980s, even during periods of general international economic stagnation. But, as we will see, the decline of the Soviet Union in the 1980s and the eventual end of the Cold War ushered in a renewed period of economic difficulties for the Cuban economy in the late 20th century. One of the most significant achievements of the Castro regime must surely be the healthcare system, which was built up in the decades under Fidel's rule. Cuba's healthcare system was already one of the most successful in Latin America prior to the Cuban Revolution, but these successes were expanded from the 1960s onwards. Universal healthcare became free and equally accessible to all Cuban people under the Castro regime. Significant investment commenced in the 1960s in response to an exodus of Cuban doctors to the United States in the early years of the regime. The government's commitment to the healthcare system was also underpinned specifically in Article 50 of the Cuban Constitution, issued in 1976. As a consequence, the ratio of doctors to patients in the country increased from a low of 9.2 doctors for every 10,000 individuals in 1958 to a high of nearly 60 doctors for every 10,000 citizens in 1999. As a result, Cuba has a lower rate of infant mortality than the United States, and life expectancy at birth is 79 years of age. The country was also highly successful in the 1990s and 2000s in eliminating and reducing the spread of HIV, and has developed numerous innovative medical interventions in recent decades ahead of the more developed Western world, notably a groundbreaking lung cancer vaccine. The country's education system similarly flourished during Fidel Castro's time as ruler of the country. All educational institutions were brought under state ownership and management following the revolution. The education system was, along with the healthcare system, made a priority by the administration and was invested in heavily. In recent decades, the Castro regime spent as much as 10% of the country's gross national product on the education system, roughly twice the amount spent by neighboring developed countries on average. Immediately after the revolution, a campaign was undertaken to eradicate illiteracy in the country. By 2000, over 97%, 98 by UNESCO, found that Cuban students had a considerably higher level of education than their contemporaries in much of the developed world. This extended to third-level institutions such as the University of Havana, which were also nationalized in 1961. Additionally, the country was highly progressive in how it has facilitated equal access for women to higher education as well as men. Perhaps the foremost indication of the success of this education system and the Castro regime's healthcare policy is that institutions such as the University of Havana attracted options for Cuba and Cold War years immediately following the Cuban Revolution. In the 1970s, Castro moved the country to a more neutral stance on the global conflict between the United States and its allies, NATO and the Soviet Union. This focused on the non-aligned movement, a forum or informal union of developing nation states, which had emerged in the 1950s as an alternative to siding with either of the two major power blocs in the Cold War. The driving force behind the non-aligned movement had initially been India under its Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and Communist Yugoslavia under Castro's appearance at the fourth summit of the non-aligned movement in Algeria in 1973 had aroused criticism from nation-states who believed that Cuba was too closely associated with Moscow. However, in the years that followed, Castro managed to pull Cuba away from Russia politically, and in the late 1970s, he served as president of the non-aligned movement. Economic practicalities and the continuing sanctions imposed on the country by the United States ensured that the Soviet Union remained Cuba's major trading partner. But under Castro in the 1970s, the country pulled back dramatically from the front lines of the Cold War. Castro's decision to reduce its partisan ties with the Soviet Union was not based on a general unwillingness to engage in foreign wars. Indeed, the 1970s saw Cuba become a major actor in numerous international conflicts in Latin America and Africa, particularly the latter. Castro had always been influenced by Che Guevara in his belief that Cuba was just one actor in a wider effort at international revolution. Thus, from its earliest days, the Cuban government undertook funding support to numerous left-wing and revolutionary movements throughout the southern hemisphere. Additionally, in the 1960s, Guevara, with Castro's approval, had set up a guerrilla movement known as the Andean Project, with the goal of fomenting left-wing revolutions in Peru, Bolivia, and Argentina. This particular scheme was abandoned when Guevara was captured and killed by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency in Bolivia in October 1967. Despite this setback, which came as a strong blow to Fidel on both a political and a personal level, Castro continued to act as a supporter of revolutionary movements in the years that followed throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. In the 1970s, it was Africa where Castro became most active on the world stage and in his support for other revolutions. In the mid-1960s, he and Guevara had supported rebels in the Congo against an American-backed regime. This strategy was expanded in the 1970s, with Castro referring at the time to Africa as the weakest link in the imperialist chain. Consequently, in 1975, hundreds of military advisors were just broken out in the country from Portugal. Castro's advisors were set to aid the Communist People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola against the Western-backed National Union for the Total Independence of Angola. It was the start of an enormous role which Cuba played in a bloody Angolan civil war, which would drag on in one shape or another for 27 years. By 1991, over 370,000 Cuban military troops and a further 50,000 Cuban civilians had served in Angola as doctors, nurses, and in other roles. This means that 95% of the Cuban population served in Angola. In some capacity, the first 15 years of the only fought in Africa at the time in civil wars and revolutionary engagements in countries such as Somalia and Madagascar in the late 1970s. Despite the country's increasing role in fomenting and supporting revolutionary movements across Africa in the 1970s, Cuba's relationship with the United States and its allies improved slightly in the latter part of the decade. This occurred as a coalition of leaders, including President Luis Echeverria of Mexico, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau of Canada, and the US President Jimmy Carter, combined to offer to improve relations with the island nation, in particular the antagonistic style which had been favored by his predecessors in the White House, notably John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon. And while Carter continued to criticize many aspects of Castro's regime, he also entered into meaningful negotiations with a view to improving relations between the two neighboring countries. Castro agreed to release numerous political prisoners and put in place measures which would allow Cubans who had fled to the United States following the revolution 20 years earlier to temporarily visit family back in Cuba, albeit under strict conditions. For his part, Castro hoped that the United States would end its economic embargo on the country. While this did not happen, the more punitive measures were watered down, providing some financial respite. Despite certain successes at home within Cuba in developing the country's education and healthcare system, the country was blighted throughout Fidel's long tenure as head of state by an oppressive authoritarian government. As elsewhere globally, the communist regime did not accept challenges to its authority, and there was little scope for political dissent. Press censorship and efforts to root out bourgeois or counter-revolutionary elements within Cuban society were rife throughout the period of the Cold War, though especially so during the so-called Gray Years, a period of nearly a decade during the 1970s, when Castro's regime was particularly oppressive. During this period, there was widespread cultural censorship of poets and artists, and harassment of intellectuals and academics. The homosexual community suffered in particular during these years. The net result of all of this was a growing swell of individuals seeking to illegally leave from Cuba to head to the United States, the state of Florida being just a small boat ride away from the country. The Gray Years began to taper off following the establishment of a new constitution in and a loosening of some state control over the arts, but political dissent remained anathema to Castro's regime for years to come. The persecution of individuals within Cuba for opposing Fidel's authoritarian rule led to a major development in 1980, which has shaped much of the Cuban community in the United States. After years of oppression and efforts by tens of thousands of individuals to leave Castro's regime in order to allow us to leave the country. This was the port of Mariel at Harbor, lying some 40 kilometers to the west of Havana. For over 6 months between the 15th of April 1980 and the end of the following October, the port was open for anyone who wanted to leave Cuba for the United States. In total, before it was closed again just over 6 months later, approximately 120,000 Cubans left for the U.S. What has become known as the Mariel boat lift became a political issue in America, where the administration of President Jimmy Carter was unsure what to do with the arrivals if they continued to come to closed again. The influx of Cubans into Florida and the Silver Sunshine State in ways which have had implications down to the present day, particularly so as the Cuban American vote are a large group with their own political lobby in a state which is consistently a swing state in American presidential elections. The 1980s brought considerable change to Cuba under Fidel's rule. The country's economy yet again declined owing to a global fall in the price of sugar, the country's main export commodity. Unemployment rose sharply as a consequence. Cuba, which had successfully wrested itself away from Soviet influence to some extent in the 1970s, found itself drifting back towards a reliance on Russian subsidies, and the Russian export market again. Yet this was a time-limited strategy. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev had succeeded as General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. A reformer, he began to initiate a series of new policies which aimed to modernize the Soviet Union and bring an end to the Cold War, which had entered a more intense period again since Ronald Reagan had entered office as US President in 1981. But Gorbachev's reforms had unintended consequences, and by the late 1980s, the Eastern Bloc of communist countries stretching from East Germany to the borders of Russia were agitating for wide-ranging political reforms. In November 1989, the Berlin Wall fell, reuniting the city, the division of which had become a symbol of the Cold War nearly half a century earlier. And 2 years later, the Soviet Union collapsed, bringing an end to the conflict between capitalist Russia. The implications of the collapse of the Soviet Union were profound for Castro and Cuba. For 40 years, Fidel had fashioned himself as the arch nemesis of America on the country's very own doorstep, one who had been an ally of the Soviet Union. Moreover, the country had been resoundingly reliant on Moscow for financial support to help its economy at various times between the early 1960s and the late 1980s. But now, as the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War came to an end, communist regimes such as Castro's were being overthrown rapidly in countries such as Poland and elsewhere across Eastern Europe. There was a strong possibility that the same would happen in Cuba, but Fidel quickly moved to ensure a continuation of his rule. He strengthened his control over the Cuban military to prevent any revolt from within the armed forces, and temporarily allied the country with other regimes across Latin America, which were fellow antagonists of the United States. Through such mechanisms, Castro was able to ensure a continuation of the communist regime in Cuba beyond the end of the Cold War. But the United States indicated its intention to continue to apply pressure on Castro's government by securing a vote in the United Nations Human Rights Commission, accusing his regime of widespread the survival of Castro in the era which Fidel referred to as a special period in time of peace. But despite Castro's assertion of this being a special time, the raw truth of the 1990s for most Cubans was one of increasing destitution. The country was now continuing to face economic sanctions from the United States and was cut off from the funding and support which it had long received from Moscow. Gorbachev's successor as head of the new Russian state, Boris Yeltsin, possessed a deep antipathy for Fidel, and the country offered virtually no support to its former ally. Alas, despite some piecemeal efforts to improve relations with some collapsed, the 1892 economic activity had declined by nearly 40% on the level it had been in 1990. Electricity shortages were widespread across the island nation. Petrol to run cars and for other purposes was in short supply, while imports of essential goods such as Russian manufactured cars completely dried up. Over time, there was a domino effect as increasing shortages of raw materials saw Cuban factories being shut down, further driving unemployment and economic decline. Thus, the special period was actually one of economic freefall in Cuba. The economic crisis of the early older Cuban society was a clear undercurrent of unrest and the difficulties ordinary people were experiencing. In response, the regime sought to ameliorate the economic situation before it led to efforts to overthrow the government, as had happened across Eastern Europe. Accordingly, from late 1991 onwards, piecemeal plans were being initiated to allow private industries to operate in Cuba and to permit the use of American dollars as an alternative currency. In addition, some political reforms were initiated which aimed to make the country's government more representative of the people and to bring in younger political leaders to replace many of the senior figures who, like Castro, had risen on the back of their involvement in the revolution back in the 1950s. Inward and outward travel also relaxed, and this contributed greatly to the rejuvenation of the country's economy as tourism, with most visitors arriving from Spain and Latin America, quickly replaced sugar production as the most important sector of the Cuban economy. As a result, by 1996, the country's budget deficit had been nearly eliminated and foreign investment was increasing, though with criticisms abounding that the socialist ideals of the revolution were being betrayed. Despite this deregulation of parts of the Cuban economy, Fidel himself continued to present himself on the world stage as the inveterate opponent of capitalism, and sided with many regimes around the world which were antagonistic towards the United States and Western capitalist powers in general. Some of this was retrospectively statesmanlike. For instance, Castro had long been a firm opponent of the policy of apartheid practiced by the South African government, and indeed Cuba's long-running involvement in the Angolan Civil War had partially been to provide aid to South African dissidents. As a long-standing friend of the leading anti-apartheid campaigner Nelson Mandela, Castro was asked to attend Mandela's inauguration as the first black president of South Africa in 1994. Perhaps more controversial was Castro's leadership of the new alliance of Latin American states, which espoused an anti-American stance and favored socialism. In this, Fidel was most closely aligned with Hugo Chavez of Venezuela in return for Venezuelan oil. Other countries would associate themselves with the Pink Tide, as this movement became known, but the subsequent collapse of Venezuela politically and economically has considerably tarnished the reputation of this initiative. It was also in the post-Cold War period that Castro's personal life became a subject of some attention. This followed from the defection of his daughter to the United States in 1993, when she sought asylum there, after which she widely criticized the father's regime. Castro's wider private life was a closely protected thing, and also substantially unconventional. He married at least twice, but also had several long-running affairs. His second wife in 5 separate other relationships. His closest relationship, though, was with his younger brother, Raul, his associate in power since the late 1950s. Generally, though, Castro was known to be taciturn and private, and despite being the head of the communist regime, Fidel did not eschew having more material wealth than the average Cuban, and in addition to a large estate called Punto Cero in Havana, he had several other large residences and often traveled by limousine. Despite this, the public image of the man who was referred to as the Comandante, or the Commander, throughout his long reign, was carefully manufactured in public wearing anything than a green military uniform. In 2003, the Cuban National Assembly granted Castro a further 5-year term as president of the country. However, just 3 years later, in July 2006, Fidel transferred power on a provisional basis to his long-standing ally and brother Raul Castro. Initially, this hiatus was intended to allow Fidel sufficient time to recover from surgery which he had undergone for a serious intestinal problem, which had led to internal bleeding. It was the first time since the Cuban Revolution's success and the victorious entry into Havana in 1959 that Fidel was not effectively at the head of the state. His retirement was made permanent a year and a half later. By February 2008, the Comandante had not been seen in public for over 19 months, and when the National Assembly met to determine who would serve as president for the next 5 years, it was possibly unsurprising for Cuba and the wider international community to learn that Fidel, who was 81 years of age at the time, would not stand for another term. Instead, power would devolve to his brother Raul, who was elected as president of the National Assembly on the 24th of February 2008, bringing to an end his brother's 49 years as head of the communist regime in Cuba. Castro's retirement was spent largely out of the spotlight as his health deteriorated. He continued to publish articles in Panama, the official newspaper of the Cuban Communist Party, and occasionally gave public lectures. He composed his memoirs, the first volume of which appeared as The Strategic Victory, and provided an account of the war against Batista's regime in the 1950s. In 2011, he relinquished his last major position in politics when he stepped down as Secretary General of the Communist Party of Cuba in favor of his brother Raul. Yet he continued to play something of a role on the international stage in his final years, becoming an advocate of nuclear non-proliferation and warning of the risks of a war between the United States and a nuclear power such as North Korea. However, he did not meet with the US President Barack Obama when, in March 2016, he became the first American head of state to visit the country since the revolution. Just over half a year later, Fidel died on the 2026th. A funeral was undertaken along the route through which the revolutionaries had travelled across Cuba in 1958 and early 1959, before his ashes were interred in Santa Ifigenia Cemetery in Santiago de Cuba. The Cuba that Fidel left behind after his nearly half a century as its dictatorial ruler is one of mixed legacies. Today, the country continues to be ruled by the Communist Party of Cuba as a one-party authoritarian state, in much the same way as other communist regimes such as China survived the end of the Cold War. However, like China, the country has been forced to move away from a strict adherence to socialist ideas since 1990 American socialism. As such, there is still a manned or controlled economy there, one though which does allow limited private enterprise and which is becoming increasingly reliant on tourism. The growth of the latter sector has opened Cuba up to the outside world in the last 20 years in ways which were unthinkable for most of Castro's tenure as head of the regime. However, there are many things which continue to blight the lives of Cubans. The country has a poor human rights record and one of the worst records in terms of freedom of the press. Meanwhile, the economy remains markedly underdeveloped and continues to have some economic sanctions in place, and yet a series of political and economic reforms in recent years offers the prospect of a more open society and economy developing in the near to medium future. Fidel Castro was an individual with a lengthy political career, which it is difficult to assess. He started as a Latin American revolutionary, one who wished to remove American influence from Cuba and reform the country's politics. There is no doubting that when he led the Cuban Revolution in the 1950s, that the island was bedeviled by appalling corruption and misconduct in government, epitomized by Fulgencio Batista. Thus, there was a considerable legitimacy to anyone reacting against the government in Cuba at this time. However, owing to the manner in which the Cuban Revolution occurred during the 1950s, it quickly drew the new Cuban government into the political influence of the Soviet Union. As a result, the country became a central agent in the Cold War in the early 1960s and was infamous for being the environment in which the United States and the Soviet Union came closest to nuclear war. However, the most long-lasting impact of this was that Cuba was and continues to operate under economic sanctions, which the United States has maintained for over 60 years. The Based on these years, it must be viewed as a fairly mixed legacy. Some reforms and innovations which were introduced into Cuban society were very positive, and the country enjoys an education and healthcare system which is accessible to all, and which would be the envy of the average American who has to pay high fees to access the best universities or shop around for jobs which offer private health insurance. As a result, Cuba has been able to make remarkable medical breakthroughs for a country of its small size, and is a net contributor to global medical aid efforts. But contrasted with this is the fact that Castro's Cuba was a highly oppressive authoritarian regime. To maintain Castro and his followers in a position of unchallenged power in Havana, Castro may be regarded as a man who oversaw a regime which demonstrated how communism could benefit many of its citizens in the realms of education and healthcare, but whose rule was ultimately sullied by his repressive actions and authoritarianism. What do you think of Fidel Castro? Was he a nationalist patriot who liberated the Cuban people from an oppressive dictatorial regime? Or was he simply another dictator himself, who in turn oppressed the Cuban people? Please let us know in the comment section. Hello guys, thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoy our work and would like to support the channel, please visit our revamped Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee membership pages, which contain rewards such as early access to our content, merchandise discounts, and audio versions of our videos, along with much more. We give to our valued supporters. If you have not yet signed up to help our cause, we'd like to ask you to please consider doing so, as we need to secure the channel by safeguarding it from possible demonetization, and also invest in better equipment, software, and more people to help us improve. Without your contribution, these videos would not be possible. So if you would like to ensure this channel never has to shut down due to demonetization, please spare whatever you can per month to become People Profiles patrons. Thanks for listening. History as Pol Pot was born with the name Samotsa in the village of Prexpo in northeastern Cambodia at some time in the second half of the 1920s. Official records place his birth date as being on the 25th of May 1928, but others have suggested a date of birth over 3 years earlier, on the 19th of May 1925. Given the age that we know that Samot began, he was known as Samotsa for over 30 years, and as we will see, the name Pol Pot was a revolutionary pseudonym which he gradually began using during the 1960s, one of many he later employed, although it was the one by which he was most commonly known. His mother was Somyev, a pious Buddhist who had 9 children. which Tsar was the eighth, and his father was Samut Pem, a relatively wealthy farmer in the Brexpo region of mixed Khmer and Chinese ethnicity. But then, as now, Brexpo was a very small fishing village on the Seine River, and since Samut Pem bicycle, he was one of them. As such, the man who would one day become known as Pol Pot grew up in an affluent upper-middle-class family, an important point to remember when evaluating his later ideologies. Any account of Pol Pot's life and career must be understood against the backdrop of Cambodia's wide history, as Cambodia's past had been extremely varied by the time that the Roman Empire was collapsing and the Middle Ages were dawning in Europe. In Southeast Asia, Cambodia belonged to a number of regions, including modern-day Thailand, which had absorbed elements of Indian culture, but which were rooted in Buddhism. In the 10th century, a strong imperial state began to emerge in Cambodia, the Khmer Empire, so named for the Khmer-speaking people of the region. It rose in the centuries that followed to become the most powerful state in Southeast Asia. Its capital of Angkor Wat may eventually have been home to nearly a million people in the 12th and 13th centuries, but thereafter the Khmer Empire declined, and by the 16th and 17th centuries, Cambodia had become a backwater between Siam and Vietnam. It is not surprising that the kingdom was easily absorbed by the French into the growing colony of French Indochina in 1867. Although the relatively peaceful transition to colonial rule ensured that the monarchy was kept in place as a puppet government by the French. Thus, the Cambodia which Pol Pot was born into and grew up in was a French protectorate, though one in which some benefits had accrued from European dominance, owing to slightly improved standards of living and more secure food supplies. For instance, the Cambodian population more than quadrupled in the 80 years after the French rule, from just under a million people to well over 4 million by the middle of the 20th century. Pol Pot's family enjoyed extensive connections with the Cambodian government, including the royal family, and it was through these that the young Tsar was able to obtain a position as a novice monk at the Buddhist monastery of Wat Potawatomi in the capital Phnom Penh in 1934. Here he learned Buddhist teachings and literature, but perhaps the more significant impact of his time here was his exposure to a system of rigid discipline. Thereafter, he was sent to a Roman Catholic primary school in 1935. This was a colonial establishment where Pol Pot was educated alongside the children of the French colonial community. He was not very academically gifted or inclined, preferring sport instead of his studies, and it was not until 1941 that he graduated from the primary school, 2 years behind schedule. Nevertheless, his privilege and family ties continued to benefit him, and despite his poor performance hitherto as a student, he was admitted in 1942 to a prestigious new boarding school, which was organized by the Cambodian monarchy. He would indulge in his passion for football and basketball over his studies. Cambodia's politics were shifting dramatically while Pol Pot was undertaking his education. French colonial rule in Southeast Asia was weakening considerably as a result of the outbreak of the Second World War in Europe in the autumn of 1939. Taking advantage of the situation, in October 1940, the neighboring kingdom of Thailand invaded Cambodia and Laos and succeeded in taking possessions of some border provinces from the French. Then, in April 1941, King Oliver, the puppet monarch of Cambodia, died, placed by Harold, who believed that Prince Monument, Oliver's designated, would prove less of a puppet than was foreseen, and he would play a major role in the tumultuous politics of Cambodia over the next 70 years. No sooner was he on the throne than Cambodia was invaded by the Empire of Japan. As the Second World War spread across Eastern Asia and the Pacific, Cambodia would suffer 4 years of occupation. Then, as the end of the war neared in 1945, Sihanouk proclaimed an independent kingdom of Kampuchea in March 1945, and French colonial rule was quickly reimposed on Cambodia in October 1945. But this brief experiment in independence foreshadowed the struggle to end colonial rule which was to follow. Pol Pot's path in the years following the Second World War increasingly pushed him away from Cambodia altogether, having left boarding school without finishing his studies or acquiring his baccalaureate. He enrolled in 1948 in a carpentry course at the Technical College in Phnom Penh. Given his family background, Pol Pot might have been expected to follow a different career path, and setting out on a vocational training as a carpenter would have been viewed as a step down for the son of a wealthy landowner at the time in Cambodia. But it seems that his privilege once again benefited him in the months ahead, as Pol Pot's academic shortcomings were ignored. And in 1949, he was awarded a prestigious scholarship to attend an advanced engineering school far away in Paris, in Europe, the capital of the French colonials. At the time, it was not uncommon for the French to invite the sons of well-connected colonial families to acquire their education in France itself, the goal being to inculcate young men like Pol Pot to the virtues of French society and encourage them to want to maintain French control over countries like Cambodia rather than seeking independence. Thus it was that Pol Pot set out for Paris in 1949. However, the political climate of Cambodia in the post-war period was such that Pol Pot would become radicalized against French colonial rule while in Europe, rather than inculcated into becoming a supporter of the French presence in Indochina. Before examining Pol Pot, we need to look at events in Cambodia itself in the late 1940s and early 1950s, in the aftermath of the Second World War. King Sihanouk had succeeded in gaining some concessions from the French government to grant greater autonomy to Cambodia. The country's first elections to a domestic parliament were held in 1946, and a new modern constitution for the country came into effect in May 1947. Negotiations continued in the years ahead for Cambodia to be given a more concerted form of independence. And this was driven by events elsewhere in it. The French had been fighting a war in neighboring Vietnam against insurgents who wished to acquire independence from French Indochina. The First Indochina War would drag on eventually until 1954 and would extend into neighboring Laos and Cambodia. It was the beginning of a long period in which events in Vietnam substantially impacted on developments in Cambodia. And for the meantime, the insurgency in Vietnam made the French government willing to grant concessions to King Sihanouk and Cambodia as a means of shoring up support there and avoiding another independence war. Elections which Sihanouk continued in 1940 and so early 1950s, the country was rife with political instability as many parties emerged, calling for independence and an end to French colonial rule, with some also wishing for the abolition of the monarchy, which was tainted by its long associations with the French. This was the situation at home as Pol Pot arrived in Paris in 1949. The stormy politics of Cambodia had been transplanted to the French capital, where he lived on the banks of the Seine in the months that followed. Pol Pot became associated with numerous political groups that had been organized by his fellow Student Association, which met regularly and was broadly committed to achieving Cambodian independence from French rule. More extreme and effectively illegal was the Cercle Marxiste, or Marxist Circle, a Marxist-Leninist organization which met in secret to read Marxist, Leninist, and other communist writings and discuss Cambodia's struggle against French oppression. It is important to remember that the great majority of anti-colonial independence struggles in Africa and Asia in the post-Second World War period adopted one form of communism or another as their ideological base in their independence struggles, not least because the best way to throw off European imperial rule was by obtaining financial and material aid from communist Russia or China. But in assessing Pol Pot's ideology and future career, we can largely dismiss any ardent affection for Marxist thought, which he might have claimed to have had, as in reality, the future dictator did not really understand Marxist thought at all. What little of Karl Marx's own writings he had read, he later admitted he had not been really able difficult to comprehend. Rather, Pol Pot was attracted by the idea of continuous revolution, concerns for the violence and humanitarian implications of it, which had become a feature of Marxist-Leninist thought in the post-war period. This unswerving commitment to acquiring independence and carrying out a revolution at all costs became the central focus of his political leanings later on, not any ideological commitment to communism. Pol Pot spent 3 years in Paris, becoming more and more embroiled in politics there. His departure from the French capital would eventually come about owing to developments back in his homeland. In January 1953, as the political situation in Cambodia lurched from crisis to crisis, King Sihanouk disbanded the National Assembly and began ruling by decree. Domestic political turmoil increased rapidly thereafter, such that by the spring of 1953, Cambodia was virtually in a state of civil war. Already in late 1952, the Sac Marxiste in Paris had determined to send one of their members back to Cambodia to assess the situation, determine which of the competing Pol Pot found himself returning to Southeast Asia in December 1952, after 3 years in France. As a result, he was back in Cambodia to witness King Sihanouk's call for independence from France in the summer of 1953, a request which was granted by the French government in November, when it realized that it lacked the support or the military capacity to maintain its control over Cambodia. Independence had been achieved, but it remained to be seen exactly what kind of state would emerge in the new Cambodia. The next 15 years in Cambodia were a period of almost continual civil war, which continued to dominate Southeast Asia in the 1950s and 1960s. Although the Geneva Conference of 1954 succeeded in ending the First Indochina War between the French and pro-independence Vietnamese, conflict in Southeast Asia was in no way brought to an end. Henceforth, the northern parts of Vietnam became the independent country of North Vietnam, which was pro-communist, while the south of the country also gained independence as the pro-Western Republic of Vietnam. However, no sooner settled on the Geneva Conference that North Vietnam under communist rule. Thus, in 1955, the Second Indochina War, or what is more commonly known as the Vietnam War, erupted. It would last for 20 years, with the South backed primarily by the United States of America, as French influence in Southeast Asia waned, and the North backed by Soviet Russia and Communist China. Throughout its entire duration, Cambodia was caught up in the conflict, primarily because the North Vietnamese troops, known as the Viet Cong, used Cambodia as a staging base for attacks into South Vietnam, with Vietnamese camps established in the jungles of northern and eastern Cambodia. But as we will see, Cambodia was also increasingly tied up with the North Vietnamese, because radical Marxist-Leninist revolutionaries within Cambodia, such as Pol Pot, sought North Vietnamese aid to foment their own rebellion in Cambodia. Pol Pot's path would soon collide with the North Vietnamese, but for now, in the post-independence period in Cambodia during the 1950s, he became involved in efforts to effect political participation. The first post-independence elections in the country were held in 1955. It was widely believed that the anti-monarchy Democratic Party would win these, and Pol Pot and his fellow Marxist-Leninist Cambodians now attempted to infiltrate the Democratic Party as a means of exercising influence from within the government, which it was assumed would soon come to power. However, the king had other ideas. With the elections imminent, Sihanouk quickly abdicated in favor of his father Norodom, and then Sihanouk established his own political party called Sankhoria Neo, meaning the community of the common people, and in the election, through widespread voter intimidation and fraud, Sankhoria won over 80% of the vote, effectively establishing a one-party dictatorship, with Sihanouk serving as prime minister. As a consequence of the manner in which independence quickly gave way to conservative dictatorship headed by the former king, Pol Pot spent the next few years in a kind of political wilderness. He continued to be active within Marxist-Leninist circles in Cambodia, but these have largely been driven underground seizure of power, or by communists or the Democratic team seemed abusive. Meanwhile, Pol Pot acquired a job teaching history, geography, and literature at a private school in Phnom Penh, and in 1956 he married Hugh Bonnery. Political oppression continued throughout these years, with senior members of the Democratic Party being subjected to public humiliation and physical attacks during a supposedly official debate in August 1957. However, by the end of the decade, resistance to Sihanouk's dictatorship was greatly diminished, and then things started to change. 59. Members of the Marxist-Leninist Cambodian in September, 21 senior members of the party, including Pol Pot, met in a room of a railway station in Phnom Penh, where they agreed to rename the party as the Workers' Party of Cambodia, and party positions were allocated. Tu Samot was made General Secretary, while his ally Nuon Chiu was appointed as his deputy, but Pol Pot was elected to the Bureau and was effectively third in command of the new revolutionary party. He would not have to wait long before he ascended to a position of leadership. Tu Samot was killed by the Cambodian Pot would be elected as successor, and as second in command. Nuon Chiu decided to step back from the revolutionary struggle, but Samot's death was also part of a wider crackdown on the socialist movement in Cambodia, and even before Pol Pot had officially been appointed as the new head of the Workers' Party, he was forced to flee with his wife to a Vietcong encampment near the border between Cambodia and South Vietnam. It was the beginning of the drift towards civil war, and the horrors that followed in its aftermath in Cambodia. Pol Pot spent the next half a decade largely living in encampments in the jungles of Cambodia and Vietnam. His personality as a dictator was formed during these years. He was a somewhat enigmatic character, one who displayed a large level of self-control and was reserved and introspective. Nevertheless, despite his taciturn character and the deplorable nature of his later crimes, many are agreed that he could be charming when a situation necessitated him to be so, while his varied upbringing and middle years had seen him develop an ability to interact with people from many walks of life. Yet behind the apparently amiable facade lay an individual with a great thirst for power, a propensity for savage violence, and a personality that was increasingly paranoid. None of this was alleviated in any fashion by his personal circumstances. His wife suffered from deteriorating mental health in the 1960s, which would descend into chronic schizophrenia in the 1970s. Pol Pot and she would eventually divorce in 1979, and although he remarried later in life, he never enjoyed much of a family life, having just one child, a daughter who was born in the mid-1980s when he was in his late 50s. Equally, he suffered from very poor health throughout his adult life, with insomnia and intestinal ailments, conditions which would have done nothing beneficial to stabilize an already erratic personality. Above all, if we are to seek to discover who Pol Pot was and what motivated him, we must remember that he was an ardent Cambodian nationalist, and one whose tendencies in this regard were heightened in the 1960s. As he built an opposition to Sihanouk's north and east of the consistency to his actions, it is surely found in his zealous desire for Cambodian independence from French rule and the monarchy epitomized by Sihanouk. As well as being formative in his personal development, these years in the jungle were a time of growth for the Cambodian communist movement. The Sihanouk's repressive regime gained more and more enemies. Revolutionaries fled from civil society into the jungles to plot revolution. Here, they found a new umbrella organization for their resentment, the Workers' Party, renamed itself in 1966 as the Communist Party of Cambodia, but to the southwest as the Khmer, meaning Red Cambos. And although Pol Pot and his followers initially rejected the term themselves, it quickly gained traction and is the name most typically used for the Communist Party of Cambodia today, a byword for the terror which would occur years later when Pol Pot came to power. But beyond the this name change, the party was also evolving in new ways. During the mid-1960s, first and foremost, it was developing its own independent streak, wishing to break away from the North Vietnamese. Secondly, it had set out on a new ideological course, one which appreciated that the bar actually focus. As a result, any Marxist-Leninist revolution in Cambodia would not be driven by an urban proletariat such as Marx had envisaged 100 years earlier, and which had occurred to some extent in Russia in 1917. Rather, the undeveloped state of the Cambodian economy dictated that this would be a revolution of the rural peasantry in Cambodia, so much of which had been impoverished by French colonial rule, and that of the collaborationist monarchy, the continuation of which was epitomized in the form of the former king and current dictator Sihanouk. Finally, the major factor at play in these years was the growth of the party and its military capabilities. By 1967, it had several thousand members who were armed in the jungles of northern and eastern Cambodia, waiting to take action against Sihanouk's one-party state. They struck in the first days of 1968. It was the start of a long and bloody 8-year civil war. The Cambodian Civil War was initiated in January 1968 when Pol Pot's insurgents attacked an army base in Bai Damran, south of Battambang, the regional capital of northwest Cambodia. Sihanouk's initial reaction to this limited insurrection backfired. He ordered a violent crackdown, with widespread bombing of the north and east of the country, indiscriminate attacks which were designed to hit at communist encampments, but which largely succeeded in alienating hundreds of thousands of rural Cambodians, whose livelihoods were damped by the scorched earth tactics favored by the government in Phnom Penh. Consequently, support for the revolt, of which Pol Pot was increasingly the undisputed leader, swelled in the late 1960s. He was now also increasingly referring to himself as Pol Pot rather than Sam, and it is from this time that the Cambodian communist leader became primarily known by his pseudonym. In 1970, the Civil War took a dramatic turn, owing to Cambodia's ongoing role in the Vietnam War to the east. In the spring of 1969, the President of the United States, Richard Nixon, ordered a series of bombing raids into Cambodia to try to interrupt the Viet Cong supply lines into South Vietnam and his Viet Cong camps and bases in the jungles of northeast Cambodia. The government in Phnom Penh by a pro-American coup d'etat. The Khmer Republic was now established with Prime Minister Lon Nol as its head. Sihanouk fled the country, but it was certainly not the end of his role in Cambodian politics. Nol honored his commitments to Washington, and the Khmer Republic ordered the Viet Cong to leave Cambodian territory, but it was unable to effect this, and in the months that followed, the Viet Cong, with Pol Pot and his Khmer Rouge as their allies, effectively established control over as much as 1/3 of Cambodia, constituting the bulk of the north and east of the country. The Civil War shifted from what had been initiated to one which sought to capture Cambodia for the Khmer Rouge from Lon Nol and his pro-American, pro-Western government in Phnom Penh. 5 years of bloody conflict would follow between Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge and Lon Nol's Khmer Republic, with one backed by the Viet Cong and the Chinese, and the other aided by the US. Pol Pot's cause also benefited in the early 1970s from a bizarre reconciliation between his Communist Party and Sihanouk, who had fled to China following the coup of 1970. This brought the disparate rebel groups in Cambodia, who were opposed to Nol's government in other. Then, as the war intensified in the early 1970s, many thousands of pro-monarchy rebels joined the ranks of the Khmer Rouge in the jungles of northern and eastern Cambodia. Few of them having any real affinity with communist thought, but willing to support Pol Pot's struggle if they felt it aided the Cambodian monarchy. The ranks of the rebels soared to nearly 50,000 armed Cambodians by 1972. Simultaneously, the Communist Party began to develop a more sophisticated party bureaucracy and the rudimentary basics of a revolutionary government, where responsibilities were delegated according to who would fill what ministerial brief, if and when the party was able to seize power in Phnom Penh in years ahead. much of Cambodia's history since the end of the Second World War, the Civil War's outcome was broadly determined by events in wider Southeast Asia. From the late 1960s, the US had adopted a policy of exiting the Vietnam War in such a way that would preserve the independence of South Vietnam from its northern communist neighbor, or peace with honor, as President Nixon termed it. As the US began its long withdrawal from Vietnam in the early 1970s, its support for Lon Nol's regime in Phnom Penh diminished, in particular the bombing raids on the Viet Cong. The actions that Khmer Rouge in northern and eastern Cambodia were temporarily ended by late 1972. But then, in January 1973, Lon Nol declared a ceasefire in the hopes that the civil war would be ended amicably. But it was not to be. Pol Pot and his militants continued their push westwards towards Phnom Penh, and it is clear by the spring of 1973 that they were in the ascendant. Lon Nol had to introduce conscription in order to have enough troops to defend the capital. But even so, the Khmer Rouge reached the outskirts of the city by April. They were prevented from seizing the seat of power at this time only through the intervention of the US, Nixon ordering a huge bombing campaign, which drove Pol Pot's insurgents back into the jungle. It was, however, only a limited reprieve. As the months rolled by and US aid dried up, Nol's government found itself increasingly unpopular in the city, and the people became refugees. In March 1975, the Khmer Rouge and the Viet Cong had surrounded Phnom Penh with nearly 400,000 troops, and it was no surprise to anyone when the city finally surrendered to Pol Pot and his insurgents on the 17th of April 1975. The Cambodian Civil War was over. The capital of South Vietnam, Saigon, fell to the Viet Cong just 13 days later, on the 30th of April 1975, as Western efforts to stop the spread of socialist regimes in Southeast Asia ended in dismal failure. In the spring of 1975, the Cambodian overlords had been killed in nearly 8 years of conflict, but the future now had in store for the country. Despite being the main rebel organization during the Civil War, the Khmer Rouge was something of an unknown quantity. In international circles, Pol Pot and his party were viewed as something of an ancillary to the Viet Cong presence in Cambodia. Few knew what they would do once in power, nor could they have predicted the scale of the brutality which would now be unleashed throughout the country. Even Pol Pot himself was a relatively shadowy figure, of whom the world knew little in 1975. Change in the years that, having seized power, the Khmer Rouge unleashed a savage assault on Cambodian society itself, the horrors of which have been eclipsed by few regimes in human history. At the heart of the nightmare which unfolded in the months and years after the end of the Civil War was the ideological platform. The Communist Workers' Party of Cambodia, with Pol Pot as its leader, it had grown and developed in the 10 years or so since they first began building up their strength in the jungles of northeast Cambodia in the mid-1960s. The party was wedded to the idea of building an agrarian revolution, one in which rural peasants would form the basis of their communist state. As we saw earlier, Pol Pot had little understanding of communist thought himself, but this ideology that the Khmer Rouge developed had little to do with the writings of Karl Marx. Indeed, they were directly antithetical. Marx had envisaged a revolution driven by the proletariat of oppressed factory workers. Conversely, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge viewed urban workers as dangerous subversives and wanted to encourage Cambodians to return to the countryside from the cities in order to create an almost exclusively agrarian society. This utopian dream of theirs would soon become a nightmare for the Cambodian people. As soon as Phnom Penh had been seized in April 1975, Pol Pot quickly made his way to the city. He entered the capital on the 20th of April, and by May had established his government at the Silver Pagoda, an opulent 19th century royal palace which had once been home to the monarchy. It was not at once clear that Pol Pot and the Communist Party would be the primary power in the new Cambodia, not least because a number of regional military leaders commanded their own power bases throughout the country. They was even an effort made to unseat Pol Pot in the autumn of 1976, but ultimately the party prevailed and solidified its power. Then, the name of the country was officially changed to Democratic Kampuchea in January 1976, and it was governed by a standing committee of the Khmer Rouge's leading figures, who were named as brothers. Pol Pot was brother number one, and served as Prime Minister, formally in an effort to become a focus on opposition to the new regime. He resigned from his position in the spring of 1976 and was subsequently kept under house arrest by the regime, which is how the Khmer Rouge came to control of the country in the first 12 months after the end of the Civil War. The policies pursued by Pol Pot and the Khmer regime in the second half of the 1970s had become infamous. As we have seen, the regime constructed itself around the idea of creating an agrarian revolution with a kind of rural proletariat. Pot and his allies were inspired by the Great Leap Forward, which Chairman Mao had attempted to drastically increase China's food production. The Great Leap Forward spectacularly, and now understood to have resulted in the deaths of as many as 50 million Chinese people in the space of 5 or 6 years. But, undeterred by this appalling record, Pol Pot's and the Khmer Rouge now sought to use similar methods to exponentially increase Cambodia's agricultural and manufacturing capacities. The ultimate goal was to make Cambodia self-sufficient and reliant on no other state for the goods which it needed. In particular, Pol Pot wished to avoid having the country fall under the influence of labor to the east in Vietnam. Cambodian self-sufficiency was to be achieved through collectivization, whereby farms throughout the country were brought under state ownership and then run collectively or communally by farmers. The goal was to have the country's agricultural output increased substantially by forcing Cambodians to work as hard as possible. To this end, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge immediately began forcing the population to leave Cambodia's cities and relocate to labor camps in the countryside to work on collective farms. Conditions in these were brutal, often amounting to little more than slave labor. Workers were beaten and tortured if they did not work sufficiently hard enough. They were fed poorly, often so that camp overseers could report on high production yields, and malnutrition was soon rife, giving way eventually to death through starvation. As conditions in Cambodia's work camps deteriorated during the course of 1976 and 1977, disease became rife in them also, exacerbating the level of mortality. Workers who refused to work hard enough or resisted directives were executed. The barbaric conditions of the labor camps in the countryside were not the sole theatre in Pot's Cambodia where mass murder was occurring. Khmer Rouge established itself as a highly autocratic, xenophobic, classist, and totalitarian regime. People from the middle and upper class were murdered in large numbers simply for having the most tenuous links to the ruling elites of past years, or being seen as bourgeois subversives. All this despite Pol Pot's own upper middle class family background. Foreigners were targeted also. For instance, 250,000 Cambodians of Chinese ethnicity were killed between 1975 and 1979, with perhaps as many as 100,000 Muslims also murdered. The state also established itself as an atheistic regime, and Buddhism was savagely repressed. Anyone who was seen to resist the government became the victim of arrest and execution, and over 150 torture and execution centers were established throughout the country, the most notorious being S21, a converted secondary school, through which as many as 20,000 prisoners passed. Khmer came to dominate every aspect of Cambodian society. Children were indoctrinated into the regime's atrocities and forced to engage in killings. In other instances, the children of political dissenters or ethnic minorities who were killed were also murdered. The rationale for Pol Pot and the regime being that they wanted to avoid these children growing up and seeking to avenge their parents. All of this took place in the killing fields, sites throughout Cambodia where mass executions were carried out in the years following Pol Pot's ascent to power. At these sites, individuals were sometimes killed using sharpened bamboo. Some victims were forced to dig their own farmers and peasants were forced to carry out these executions in order to avoid punishment themselves by the regime. Such was the barbarity of the Khmer Rouge and the unmitigated terror and destruction of life which it unleashed that by the end of the 1970s, somewhere between 1.7 and 2.2 million of Cambodia's population of approximately 8 million people had been killed. The Cambodian genocide overseen by Pol Pot and orchestrated by the Khmer Rouge was one of the most heinous and vicious genocides ever undertaken. It is hard to look beyond the genocide to try which might have been implemented in Pol Pot's regime, and it is perhaps unsurprising to find that these were, in any event, dictated by the ideological brutality and totalitarianism of the Khmer Rouge as well. For instance, the party's approach to education was mired in a highly repressive and paranoid approach to learning and the role of teachers in society. Upon the fall of Phnom Penh in 1975, several thousand educators were executed across the city. A new curriculum was devised, which sought to teach little more than basic mathematics and literacy, and thereafter was focused on instilling the regime's political ideology into the minds of students. Consequently, some children were fashioned into enthusiastic contributors to the state's atrocities. The health system also effectively collapsed under Pol Pot's reign of terror, with many physicians executed on class grounds. On the economic front, currency was abolished and a barter system was introduced, along with the state-run distribution of goods. As a result, Cambodians were soon trading their few personal possessions in order to acquire basic goods. Foreign trade was completely dried up, but most strikingly, the goal of drastically improving agricultural output was a catastrophic failure. The reverse, famine, was endemic as the months and years passed by. On the foreign policy front, Pol Pot's approach mirrored his desire to make Cambodia self-sufficient. Isolationism was favoured. Consequently, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge spurned the Western powers, including the US, with which the previous administration in Phnom Penh had been so closely associated. Those states established good relations with were usually headed by fellow autocrats, such as Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania. The Soviet Union was rejected as a source of support, despite being the ostensible head of the communist bloc. In favor of aligning Cambodia with China, Chairman Mao committed over $1 billion of Beijing's money in aid to help rebuild and develop Cambodia in the aftermath of the Civil War. And many civil and military advisors were sent to Southeast Asia to provide advice on how to develop the Cambodian economy. Although the 1976 onward used a increasingly hostile approach to ethnic Chinese Cambodians, but the most consequential relationship of the Khmer regime was with its neighbor to the east, with whom its recent history had been so entangled. Following the end of the Civil War, relations between Cambodia and the United Vietnam quickly deteriorated, and in the summer of 1976, negotiations to resolve the self-border disputes between the two countries failed. Thereafter, relations thawed considerably. Little could Cambodians have known at that time, but the communist regime in Vietnam would soon provide a kind of salvation once Cambodia and Vietnam were in terminal decline in 1978. Previous December, the Vietnamese had sent tens of thousands of troops over the border to contested regions and broke off relations with Phnom Penh, although it soon withdrew in the first weeks of 1978. Pol Pot responded by ordering raids along the border region. War was not officially entered into at this point, but the unrest was the spark to see resistance to Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge begin to emerge within Cambodia. Such was the anarchy and brutality that prevailed throughout the country that several regional military commanders were now moving through the country in a desperate bid to bolster his support. Pol Pot caught its leader, who was still under house arrest, and threw his support behind the regime, a sign of his increasing desperation. And then, in December 1978, the inevitable war broke out. The Vietnamese-Cambodian War began on Christmas Day 1978, when the Vietnamese launched a full-scale invasion of Cambodia. streamed over the border. The invaders quickly overran the country. Northeast Cambodia had been captured by the end of 1978, and then on New Year's Day, the main Vietnamese forces began their approach to Phnom Penh. As the Cambodian army's resistance melted away in the opening days of 1979, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge regime began evacuating the capital. Many senior members fled to Thailand, while Pot himself headed for the city of Battambang, the regional capital of the northwest. Phnom Penh fell on the 7th of January 1979 to the Vietnamese, who now established a new People's Republic of Kampuchea, headed by Cambodian exiles who had fled to Vietnam in recent times. To avoid the purchase of Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge, the war seemed to have been won in a matter of days, and Pol Pot and his regime utterly defeated. But then, foreign powers yet again intervened in Cambodia's affairs. Following the initial flush of victories, the Vietnamese and their Cambodian allies were stopped in their advances when China invaded northern Vietnam in mid-February 1979. Although the Sino-Vietnamese War, which ensued, lasted less than a month and a ceasefire had been agreed by mid-March, the attack was sufficient to give the Khmer Rouge and many other military groups in Cambodia time to regroup and organize their resistance to the Vietnamese-backed government in Phnom Penh. During this period, Pol Pot and his Khmer Rouge allies took advantage of the distraction offered by China's intervention to establish control of the parts of the northwest of the country along the border with Thailand. Armed with financial and military aid from China and the United States, Pot was trying the Khmer Rouge. Efforts were made to disavow the party's full socialist past and actions, while Pot tried to position himself as the leader of a new patriotic democratic front, an alliance of disparate political and military groups which opposed the Vietnamese-backed regime of Phnom Penh. The leader of the Khmer Rouge even attempted to reinvent himself by dropping his pseudonym Pol Pot, but adopting the name Pam after his father. Incredibly, these actions won him some credibility on the international stage, and in November 1979, the United Nations chose to recognize the Rouge as the government of Cambodia, over the administration, the extent of which was at least still unknown to the world in 1979. Thus, by the end of the first year of the Cambodian-Vietnamese War, the stage was set for an extended showdown between the Vietnamese and their puppet regime in Phnom Penh and the many militant groups which controlled much of the country, and of which the Khmer Rouge was just one. This was effectively a new civil war in Cambodia. It would last as long as that which had first brought Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge to power in 1975. Cambodian-Vietnamese War lasted for another 10 years. The groups fighting against the People's Republic of Kampuchea and Vietnam in these years. Foremost amongst these other groups was the National United Front for an Independent, Neutral, Peaceful and Cooperative Cambodia, or Phun Pek, which was formed in 1981 for the Cambodian politics. The former king Sihanouk, then in an effort to win over more support for the Khmer in response to the formation of Sihanouk's Phun Pek, Pol Pot officially dissolved the Communist Party in 1981 and proposed a new nationalist movement, an indication of his ongoing ideological flexibility. Then, as the fighting wore on in an interminable series of guerrilla attacks in the jungles and foothills of Cambodia in the mid-1980s, Pol Pot began moving away from the forefront of the movement, and in September 1985, he resigned as the military commander of the Khmer Rouge, in part owing to reverses the previous year when the Vietnamese had pushed the Khmer forces into Thailand from Cambodia, and in part owing to his own declining health. In 1983, he was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, a relatively severe type of cancer, which required him to spend extensive periods of time in Bangkok and Beijing, receiving medical treatment. As the war dragged on interminably into the late 1980s, Pol Pot began to make it known to political elements within Cambodia and abroad that he would not seek to return to power should the war end. Rather, his sole wish was to see the Vietnamese removed from Cambodia, or at least that is what he claimed. As ever, this statement came about largely owing to the wider geopolitical circumstances. By the end of the decade, the communist bloc worldwide was in decline, and the Cold War was drawing to an end. As it did, Vietnam, which had been largely ostracized from the global community since the 1970s, determined to bring its role in Cambodia to an end also. In 1988, it began withdrawing the nearly 100,000 troops which it had in Cambodia and instituted a series of political and economic reforms designed to prop up the People's Republic of Cambodia and to fully disentangle itself from the country. And by September 1989, it had withdrawn the last of its country. Once negotiations began between the various groupings within Cambodia to find a workable way forward in establishing the country. Despite its crimes, while in power between 1975 and 1979, the Khmer Rouge with Pol Pot as its leader would play a part in these negotiations. In the talks which followed, Pol Pot remained in an obscure location near the border between Thailand and Cambodia, and instead dispatched his close associate in the Khmer Rouge, Khieu Samphan, to Phnom Penh to represent the party. Here, negotiations largely centered around Samphan, Sihanouk, and the head of the communistic foes in Khmer Rouge refused to disarm its troops in western Cambodia. In response, Sen and Sihanouk proved similarly recalcitrant. As a result, sporadic fighting continued throughout the early 1990s, even as negotiations continued in Phnom Penh. Eventually, it was agreed that national elections would be held in the early summer of 1993. The results were a sharp rebuttal of Pol Pot and his Khmer Rouge, with Sen and Sihanouk's parties cumulatively winning nearly 80% of the vote. It was the beginning of the end for the Khmer Rouge, and for Pol Pot now negotiated a coalition with Sen, and the new combined government launched an offensive against the Khmer Rouge in western Cambodia. While the initial gains made by the government were pushed back by counter-offensives launched by Pot, in the course of 1994, the party was nevertheless witnessing increasing desertion of its forces in Cambodia in the months that followed. On its last legs, from this point onwards, it had little more than a few thousand troops occupying a small segment of the border region with Thailand. But despite its weakness, it would take until 1999 for the Cambodian government to fully defeat the party which had so terrorized its own country in the 1970s. However, Pol Pot would not live to see the final defeat of the Khmer Rouge. The man who had been born as Salazar in the 1920s and who had created such immense human suffering in his homeland eventually met his end in 1998, but his downfall had come shortly before that, with the Khmer's fortunes at their lowest ebb ever, the husk of a party which remained turned against its leader in 1997. Paranoia and internal disputes plagued the leadership in the wilds of western Cambodia by this time, and in a party coup in the summer of 1997, Pol Pot and his family were placed under house arrest by a rival faction led by one Ta Mok. By that time, Pol Pot did not have long to live in any event. He suffered from a heart condition, and a stroke had left him partially paralyzed and needing regular oxygen. Moreover, his cancer remained, and without access to effective medical care, he was deteriorating rapidly. Such was the wreckage of a man whom the Khmer Rouge put on trial in July 1997 in a remarkably hypocritical act. He was sentenced to life in prison by the party which he had himself led for over 30 years. But that life would end shortly thereafter. On the 15th of April 1998, Pol Pot died in his sleep as his heart gave out. On the 21st of April 1998, 6 days after his death, he was cremated in a Buddhist ceremony. Thus died one of the 20th century's most brutal dictators. He left behind a country which today landmines the interior state. Pol Pot was one of the true monsters of the 20th century, a century in which such figures abounded throughout the world. But what perhaps marks Pol Pot out is the enormous brutality with which he and the Khmer Rouge carried out the Cambodian genocide between 1975 and 1979. During these years, the regime turned against ideological dissenters were targeted above others, as is usually the case with totalitarian societies. But Pot and his followers even turned entirely against their own people, murdering thousands of Cambodians. Zero cultural productivity succeeded as a result. Pol Pot's regime murdered and killed nearly 1 out of every 4 Cambodian citizens in less than half a decade during the late 1970s. It is hardly any surprise that, as a result, the United Nations and the Red Cross were already declaring by 1979 that Pol Pot and his regime were bringing about the near destruction of Cambodian society. Only the intervention of the Vietnamese that year stopped the crazed, horrific killing. That is Pol Pot's legacy. There is nothing approaching any rational which could be made for it. What did you think of Pol Pot? Was he perhaps the most tyrannical dictator of the entire 20th century? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. Hello guys, thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoy our work and would like to support the channel, please visit our revamped Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee membership pages, which contain rewards such as early access to our content, merchandise discounts, and audio versions of our videos. Along with much more, we give to our valued supporters. If you have not yet signed up to help our cause, we'd like to ask you to please consider doing so, as we need to secure the channel by safeguarding it from possible demonetization. Also invest in better equipment, software, and more people to help us improve our videos going forward. In short, without your contributions, these videos would not be possible. So if you would like to ensure this channel never has to shut down due to demonetization, please spare whatever you can per month and become People Profiles patrons. Thanks for listening. צריך להמשיך ולקבל תרומה. חלק ממשיכים פירות לקבל תרומה, שיר רש"י, גם תרומה, עכשיו מה קורה לבן אדם שלא מודע מודע, שכחת. עכשיו, אז זה לא אומר שאין לי רב. אז קודם כל הייתי אומר שפשוט להביא לחברים, רק לקבל את הראש. אנחנו נתתי בגלל דבר, רק צריך לדבר. אבל מה שלא בסדר זה הבלוטה של קשר. ואני אומר, זה כל הקשר. כן, אתה יושב בתחתית של איילון, וכל המים, אתה קשר, ואתה עוד במקרה. זאת אומרת, במדינה, אתה הולך למקרה מתחת לאיילון. זה לא טוב. זה שום. זה פסול. אם המקרה שונה יותר מתוך חול, שזה יורד, ושדבר כזה, זה לא טוב. אז זה מאוד דומה לגל של ים. גל של ים, אני חושב שזה לא טוב כמו משהו טוב. הנה, אני זה יופי, זה יופי. לא נשמע, זה לא נראה איזה שונה אותו. אתה רואה בדרך כלל הזה כאן, מנותק לגמרי מהגל של דקה, גל, זה מנותק, כן? זה לא נותק כאילו שזה מנותק. מכיוון שהוא מנותק, אם עכשיו אני חושב בבא, זה לא טוב, זה בעיה, זה בעיה, למה? בעיה, לא נראה, לא אומרים לא נראה, כאן זה לא טוב, לא טוב, למה לא טוב? מנותק. אולי, חייב שיהיה 40, שיש הרבה 40, אם אין 40 וכלום, אין שאלה בכלל, סיבה אחת של הים לא יכול לעשות, יש 40, אבל זה מנותק, לא טוב, לא צריך לתקן טוב, זה נוגע בים, אבל באוויר זה לא טוב, זה לא דבר העיקר, אבל בגלל טוב, ודאי שיש שם 40, אני אומר את זה אפילו לא טוב, זה כיפה, מה שאנחנו רואים כאן זה כיפה, זה רק כיפה, ממש לא כאילו, הוא לא, כאילו זה לא מדבר, זה לא מדבר, איך אני יודע שתמיד וכזה דבר חירום שאנחנו אומרים כאן, זה גל של גל, הסתם, מיד שגדלתי את זה, אמרתי שיש בעיה. אמרו, שאל, איך אתה יודע שיש מישהו מפורש? עכשיו, איך אתה יודע ששניים רואים את זה, זה אומר את זה, זה משפט מפורש. איך אמר זה אנחנו את זה? אז ברור שזה לא יצא, זה ברור שזה לא יצא. מגביל את בראש, מדובר בלייס, שמגביל את בראש, והם מדברים גימל. אם זה הראש של הגל, זה אומר, אתה מגיע ברצפה, ואתה מתקצב לרדת לרצפה, ואתה עושה את ההחלטות שלו, פתאום אומר לגל, חלק מהם ברצפה, חלק מהם באוויר, אתה נוגע בדרך באוויר, בסדר. ומגביל את גימל, אבל גם לא לא, שמגביל את האוויר, גם באוויר, ואנחנו אומרים לו, לא יתרון, אבל לא רק, יש משהו אחר, אנחנו עושים את המים, לא כל מה שאנחנו עושים מים, אז גם מבקשים את הפגיל הזה, וגם את זה. או גבר, עכשיו, שאפילו בא בחזרה, התחיל לחפש שינס, מה זה לא שהפעם השנייה שהוא מחפש בדינים, הוא אומר לי שהפעם שהוא לדעת, את הדעת של הדברים שם, הוא הוציא לדעת. אמרו לו, מה דעתו? בגלל תקופות שאומרים, בגלל שהחזיר תלו אותו. הנה, בגלל שאומרים, צריך לראות שאתה מכניס את זה להגיד. תשמע, לא, הנה, דעת, בואי, אמרתי שאתה לבנתי, כשרבי כתב את המשניים, רבי כתב, כשרבי רוצה להגיד לך, שככה המחר, אז הוא תקרא שלך, למה? שאל תגיד, לא, זה רק שזה מקיבר, רק כזה. זה המשנה, זה לא, ככה אני חושב. אז לא בזה המשנה, אז לא בזה בזה המשנה, לא בזה אני חושב, המשנה שלנו, לא חושב. אבל, בפעם הסכים, שלך, שווים שכל אחד הוא מכשיר אחד אחר. זה נוגע אחד לשני. אבל בשביל זה לא נוגע, למה זה לא נוגע? בשביל אתה לא מסתכל על החלק של השפעה, אתה רק מסתכל על החלק של השפעה. איזה מיקום? איזה מוקד היית? 50% שלא שכחת, ו-50% ששכחת. אם זה היה המקרה, אז היה לך 51% ששכחת, פלוס 51% שלא שכחת, שווה 102% נגד הדבר. אז לא, בשחיטה רק תתקן על כמה תמונות שכחת, שכחת 50% שווה להלמה 51%. אז יש להפסיק את לבחור, לא תוכלי, באמת 50%. מה אתה חושב 50% שווה כמה? 51%. אז יש להם סתירה במעולה, זה 51%. וזה 51%, זה לא מסתדר. בוא שמע, שוב לפרקטיקה ילד, ושוב במשיל אחרת, זה החוק בזאת הגדולה, זה הסוף, שכל אחד עשו את העבודה, כל אחד עשו את העבודה, כולם מתוך ביחד. שנה קטנה, בחדש של הקטנה, 50%. והלך לישון 3 שעות. מה אתה רוצה? ממשיך לשמוע. שחיטה טובה או לא שחיטה טובה? טובה, מצוינת, למה? כי זה כנראה, פחות מ-50%, לא קרה כלום. אבל מאיפה את הדבר, כן קרה משהו. 50% זה בעצם למה? 51%. אז כן הלכת. שוב נתתי לזה לשאול, לא בנתילה כזאת, לא, שחלקת תקציב, אבל כל החישוב, עושים בדיקה, כמו שלא משפט, ככה, כל משפטה, זה שגיאות. שגיאות זה שאלות. אני אסביר לך, יש כאן טעויות, היה כתוב, לחצות, מה יתקלו, מובילים ומשפטים, כאילו, הכל אותו שגיאות. טוב, טוב, זה שגיאות, שגיאות זה לפחות דווקא שגיאה. יש לך, אוי, טוב, עכשיו כולם יודעים, זה שגיאה שגיאה. אם אתה אומר ש50%, אני חושב 51%, ניתן לו. ברגע ששכחת 50%, והלכת לישון, והלכת בצהריים, עשית פרק שלא עשית לך לבוא. אבל אני אומר, זה היה לכם בעינו. בוא לעשות את זה לא הרגע. בוא נראה. אם אתה 50%, אלא 50%, 51%, אז הוא מאוד יכול לשאול לשם. אני לא ככה מרחק למה למה, ואני יודע 51%, תמיד, לא רק לעשות את זה לשמות, ותקדם, רק סימן אחת. אם זה טוב אחרי זה, או אם זה לא טוב אחרי זה, אחת המשטרה, היה כנראה שהיה שם החלטה. זה היה שקיעה. ורואים את זה בלכו, לא רואים, אחת התפקיד, אתה מזה 51%, לא תשאיר. כאילו, זה לא לא יודע. 50%, זה לא שעה שקיעה, זה שעה סבור, אז שקיעה לשם, יש פה פשוט השקיעה. צריך לראות. אבל לא אומר, שאני אתחיל את זה, וכאילו, רואים, היי, זה פעם, זה לפתור את זה, זה 51%, זה לא חושב, זה בעיניי. יש שגרה, ויש את זה, אתה תגיע למשק. ואיך שאתה עושה את זה עכשיו, אם אתה שופט ככה, מהטקטית, אתה יכול להגיע לדעת את בני אחרת. אז רונה, כן, אז זה מתחילה חשבתי, גם אבל זה אבל כרגע הוא אומר, לא ליד הכזה. טוב, איך זה מה? זה לא אחר מה זה לכם. כל המצבים האלה שיותר, וגם עכשיו מה שאנחנו אומרים. כל זמן השעות חצי גלגלת, לשאול, כדי שתקבע אחרת, הוא שוכח חצי כזה. מה? לא הולך לשאול. אפשר כדי שתקבע אחרת. שזה מוסר. הוא לא, ואז הוא אומר, כנראה, שזאת התשאלה. למה? כי משהו שוכח בהתחלה כנראה, זה לא נשאר כלום. עכשיו הוא אומר, עכשיו כאילו מתחיל את השאלה מחדש. מה אלא? טוב. ומה יקרה? ומה יקרה? הוא לא הבנת כלום. אתה חשבת שזה לא יותר טובות. הוא גמר את הקדם, לא, הוא לא גמר במימה, והוא גמר את השליטה. עוד פעם. אז יש חברים, באמת שינה מאוד מעניין, ככה את הציון. לא כולם ידעו, אז עוד פעם. שכחת, לקחת במימה, בוא נעשתם בלחיים, לקחת עסקים, חתמת לחצי מהתנא שלו. גם אם יושב את חצי זה, אבל הוא שעשית לה פוליטר, כן? היא לא חתמת. הלכת לאחת המפקדורים, כדי שתים לבוא זה, למה? כי החצי הראשון של חודש ששמע זה לא עושה בזה סייפה. כי כולם הביאו אותו, חצי כזה. אז זה באמת, אתה פשוט תשחרר, אתה פשוט תשחרר את השעה, והקו מה קורה. אתה נמצא לגמרי, ששחררת, למה? זה השמוצה. גם מה אתה עושה? טוב, מה? אני שואל לך את זה פה. הקנה, ברור. מה כן? בוא, אלעד, חתכת את השעה. שאלה, תקשיב, תסתכל עבודה. מה לעבור? ומה יתרון, ולבוא להגיע ליד, לשמור, סימן אחת, רק הקנה, וקצת גבור, לא, זה בעין, לא נתנו לכם באופן, אבל שעה תאובינה, הוא מרזמור, ומה חדש, לא, ולעשו יחיד, ולחדש, וכל זה שלעשו יחיד, אבל כזה, לא שום. כי זה מאוד כמובן גדול, כן עושים מליקה, על החדשים, לעבודות של האור, הרגשת שאין לו מיוחד, אין לו חום, ולהמשיך לו. ועוד איזה כמו דבר שזה אז תוציא את הבן שלך חוצה, ותהפוך אותו, תראה מי שם החום, ואולי האדם יהיה משם. ועוד חכים יש דברים, נמצאים פה, הבן שלי זה ממש חכם, נכון, רבי לא יכול לעשות, שמו שלח לו, לא דברים, פתאום אתה במקום את החוכמה שלו, ממש אדם מוכנע, אז יוצא הרבה יותר טוב, זה לא מספיק. אפשר להשקיט את זה, כתב שעת, כבר נהיה פירוש, ולא תדע, תקום ותדע. בואי, נותנים לי, אומרים שמעת משהו, אמר, נותנים דבר לבוא איתה, שרק או, אמרנו שצריכים לחתוך את הריבים. הנה, נגיד לחשוב, טוב, שקיטה, אבל תעבור, מדברים, חלחה מדברים, לא תמיד, זה כבר לא יבוא לבוא, גם לא היה מצטער לבוא, לא יבוא לבוא. וניית במקרות בין שיירים, לא כמו שחור, היינו בנושא גלוס, דבר לכם אמר רבותיי, שאלה טוב, סוגים לחתוך את המסגים, שום נשאיר את הכלי סימון לבוא. הוא עושה חצי של שדה, חצי של ושל פרוס, ותוכלו מבאים, ובילו חושבים מה אומר, באור, זה באור, זה באור, אז יש לזה כן תברידים, רק באור, זה לא, זה בהמה, הבויסאי, שלו, באור, תורה בויסאי, אבל זה השוי זה סתם נכון, אין לו נושא חידוש שבו, אנחנו מדברים על שחיטה, בהמה, בעצם איך אנחנו יודעים השוי זה סתם נכון, אם אנחנו מתוך הזמן הראשון, הקנה, התנועה שנוצרו בו, והקנה זה הדבר הזה של המזגן, המזגן ראשון, והחומה משתדשת, ושניים ממנו, שני סימונים, שפות אצלנו, מקשר אחד בו, והוא משתדח עוד, אם נתחיל לב, כמו שחר במצטח, השוי זה בעצם לשון של בני לזה. אז רק עכשיו, מה אפשר לעשות? מה הסיפור של המסתברות לא סבירה? אבל זה כמו עכשיו תדע כל. אפילו היינו שתות את תמיד. עכשיו אנחנו מדברים גם כזאת, צריכים לשחוט גם את הבריבים, כל בית המשמונות. אחד טוב, גם רוצה את הלבשת, זה גם טוב. שתיים בבריבה, וזה הבריבים. כל זה שחוט פרשון את הבריבים של הג'וקולר, קיפור, שמביאים את רוב האדם, חצי אחד בו, ואחד וחצי בריבה. ולא עשית את העברו, איפה שהייתי צריך לעשות סוף, אבל בואו שם, אבל אני צריך לעשות. או בנאמר שהייתי צריך לעשות שתיים או שני שבועות, ועשית אחד וחצי, זאת אומרת, אחד מהם חצי, ודאי שזה לא טוב, זה לא זה צורה. בואי ואיפה בואי שניים ובאימא שזה קיפור, זה לשון, שלא באמת, היינו חושבים שלא צריך, שלא צריך שאינו. אבל זה כבר מדבר על זה, לא, ברור שאנחנו סבלים, אבל זה ממש כזה. זה מוציא את הראש שלך, זה לא יודע, זה לא כתוב, השוי זה משמע תפקיד, זה לא. שניים ובאים או תפקיד או לא, אז כמה יש בזה, כאילו, מה עוד ראשון פה, חוץ מהשניים שדיברנו בבקש, כדאי וזה סביב אחד. מה עוד אתה רוצה? כי פה ישניים מהאיפה הזאת, שזה ששופטים אחד באור, זה רק תפקיד הזה. ולכתחילה, לשחוט את שניהם, שבאתי בשכונות, הוא באמת, ככה, הוא לנו, וכל זה לשון מעניין, מחבל, שיעשה את שניהם, כאילו, לא לעשות שפת מונה, זה לא נצליח כבר, אז שאלתי את רבי, מה הוא אומר, כן, היום כמו משפט, לא רוצים על אחת, רוצים על שתיים, בואי יצאים לו, אז הוא של הכל שלו, על הבמה בעצם, שהרוב של אחד, זה כמו ששמעת את הכל, אז לא, אף את זה לא, זה לא תלפות את הכל, ככה שלא יהיו בעיות, ברור לא צריך להיות, כל אדם היום מעניין הזה, הלכנו כולם יודעים ששמעתי, בהתחלה. עכשיו השאלה, האם זה אנחנו משפטים, הייתה חייב שווים לקבל בחשבון בארטינה, שגדל מהפסוק, אפשר לראות מהפסוק, בסוף שזה אנחנו אבל כל מיני שיטות אחת אחרי השני. אבל ההצעה נראה את השאילו שהיא נקטה במקום מהגרון, שנאמר בשוחד תצבן הבוקר. המילה בשוחד, אפשר לראות את זה, במקום ששוח חטא, שוחד, שוח חטא. ואין שוחד. איזה חלק מהמון, איזה חלק מהמון ישר, זה לא, הכל המון ישר, הוא כופר. אני אומר, מה זה ששוח חטא? שתנקה את זה, כאילו, אני אומר, זה לשון של טהרו. טהרנו, הכשירים לכם, טהרנו. מה, חטאו לשתות לעצמאים? רק לדע שחטאו הכוונה מרחוב, תסיתי את הבית במטרה, תנקה את הבית. בואי נשאר לך עוד, תחטאו והייתם לאסוף, נראה לי שאתה אומר בו את המצ'טה, זה מנחוש את החטא. ובין זאת. ואם לשאול את הגמור לתקוף אותם הזנב, שור, מפלס, או מובילימון, או שהוא מאוד מידו, הוא תמיד למעשה. ואם לשאול את הגמור להיות, האוזן של הביימה, אני שמתם לב, אז האוזן הוא דבר שיכול לעמוד, גם כמו לפי אותו. לא כמו בן אדם שהוא בכוח. כאילו אנחנו לא צריכים את זה, צריכים את זה. כאילו לשים כל מיני סיפורים, וכאן אני בא לחמוק אותה, וכולי, לא יהיו בו, אז אולי שחט את המעוז הזה. אבל אני אומר, הנה סתם את נפש, וואו, את כל אלה לא ירדתי, אבל צריך פשוט. אחת וחצי, ברוב של שניים, אוקיי. אולי זה שתי חצאים. למה להם יש נפש הכוסו בדומי? או, זה לא שיעור שם, מה זה לא כמו בשבילה? לא, אתה רוצה לשאול אותך. כי נראה שכמו שגמור תגיד, שתתחיל מהאוזן, תמשיך הלאה. תתחיל מהאוזן, ומגיע לגמור שהוא מת. אבל כשאתה חוזר את האוזן, תמה לא יוצא, זה תמה אימורי, זה לא תמה הנפש, זה אפילו לא תמה טנקי. אז אם לא נפש, ואם עוד תמה באוזן, אז לא הנה, אז לא מבין את הנפש. ואם זה תמה באוזן, אז זה תמה נפש. נראה, אולי תתחיל מהאוזן, תגיע לתמה נפש. אם עוד תגיע לתמה נפש, תגיע. בסור שיהיה, לא עושה, אתה לא עושה, אז לא, ואיגור, ולא. אז בסוף תחזור במילה, כל הדברים האלה, כולם יודעים, מכירים, אבל אולי מישהו הגיע מהסטטוס של לבבים, בדיוק היום, הוא לא יודע על שיהיה איזשהו שופט, הוא מפסיק באמצע, ואז הוא שיהיה. זה עצוב. לא עצוב, במקום ללכת על החזור, הוא שם לחץ למטה. אפילו דבר כזה הוא כמו שפוסטר, וניתן, וכל הסכין. יודעים, כמובן, שהוא מקביל את הסכין בין הסימונים. הוא יכול להקביל מתחת לסמיכה, אבל אפילו זה הסימונים שהוא מכניס את הסכין בין הסימונים, הוא עושה שליטה, זה לא. איגור זה שאחד מהסכסה וחנר, והאנדרון אברהם, תפקדוי לו אמרו, ותפקדוי לו, הוא עושה את זה שמאלה, פנייה שמאלה. אז איך אני עושה את כל הדברים האלה? זה לא תוכל להגיד סוגים. אלו, למדנו את זה טוב טוב. זה נתן מה בגמור. אז זה מה, יש לך חושיות טובות. והחושות שלי הבאתי, זה לא ממש, זה לא מנוסה, שוחד, ששוך, שהוא כובד. אולי באוזן שהיא כובד, אבל זה, אז זה דווקא, בסופו של דבר, איפה יש רבים שכתב, הוא קיבל את זה, או למיון, שיטה ששוך, זה לא טוב. שוך חטאו, אז לעשות אותו ככה. כן, רק לחדשים וחדשים, כי מה שאין על זה ביומיים. כן, מאוד מאוד תקין, מאוד הגיוני. זה הגיוני פעמים במתנה, שזה 4-5 פעמים, 4, נתתי 4 פעמים, אבל לא מדבר, כאן זה לא מדבר 5 פעמים, אל תהיו ואל תהיו. זה תמיד תמיד. ואין לנו חד פעמים, זה דבר לא. אולי לתת שליטה מה? למה? כי זה גם זר, זה נוזל. יש את הזור היחיד ובגיל לא, לא שכלום, זה לא נוזל. האידאה השחיטה זה נוזל, נוזל זר. והאדון האלה הוא, הנוזל הסתם הזה, השעה לא רוצה שיהיה נוזל, זה לא כלום. אפשר לגמור בין מביאים לו אולי תפור אותם עליהם ששם יש הרבה זר. אסור שיהיה דרוס לחלות לעקוב וביגו ולא לא. אתה אין לו דירה שאני לא בניזה את כל 5 סורים של ספיגו. אבל כולו לא יש. אנחנו יודעים את זה יעזור, באנו את זה, רבותינו, שנולדה אולי גילון, גרון שחלות לעקוב והולדים, באנו בקבלה, מסורת, תודה, אז גם השמיטה זה מסורת. הוא גרון ומסורת. ועכשיו יזכרו, לא, רק שמסביר איך לומדים מהמילה הזאת, זה ספיקו שלא לסוקיסטו. יודעים לשמוע אותנו עוד שעה, איך אנחנו יודעים שליטה מהדורות. בשוחד, המקרים בשוחד, אלא בסוחד. אינסטינקט. כן, זה סמה, פלסטן, זה מתחלט לסין, זה מתחלט לשין, לא רק לשין לסין, זה מסין לסמה. ובמקום שסוף, במקום שהוא מגדר, שעושה קול, הוא כזה, שם אתה נקי אותו, אנחנו חוזרים שם בקיים של... אז שם במגדרות שם עושה קולו. גם ראינו את החיטה, שזה המקומי קול, ואין לנו שומע. קול זה בא מהלשון, אבל אולי ככה לא מהלשון. ויודע מה נפש ולעזר. צריך שזה יהיה אפילו כמו שהנשמה יוצא, זה העצם של הנשמה יוצא. וכמו לילד שזה מאוד מושקע, יש פה שלו, זה שנתיים על הנושא הזה, המורים של הנשיא השעה, שנתן, אני ישראל. עכשיו כבר עושה, וכולי, דיברנו על זה חזרות, אז הוא אומר, שהוא לעשות עכשיו, למה זה לא משהו לעשות? זה לשכנע את האנשים, את אנשי פוליטיקה, ששליטה זה דבר מאוד לא מוצא מלחיים. הם עושים, מה שקורה זה שבהרבה מדינות, עכשיו בבלגיה, עשו קודם את השליטה, ומהר מאוד מגיע ובעיה אחרת, יש עכשיו, אז הוא רוצה להקטור לאמריקה, הוא רוצה להפיצה, כל אלה, להפיצה לצד מלחיים, אז הם מציגים כל מיני רופאים, רופאי לב, רופאי מוח, זה, כל מיני זה. להוכיח את המייחוד של השליטה, כמה ומה לא סובלת, קודם כל היא לא מרגישה את זה, ואז נצח אדם במוח במיעוט מאוד מאוד גדולה, אין לה כאבים, אין לה שלמה, זה יותר מהר, שזה יותר מהר מה שאומרים, של ספארט, מכת חשמל. למשל הייתי באירופה, זה ממש נגיד, אבל זה בסוף כתוב, זה נגיד, כתוב פאק. מה, הכדור, שליטה, יש. למה? זה דומיין, זה קורבן, זה המוח נפגע, זה שנייה. למה לא? שואלים את השאלה שאנחנו שואלים, שהתחילה זה מהגרון, זה מה? בואו נאמר בריאה עולה גורל את המסופים. הנה, להזכיר לו אלו, מישהו למד סופים, רגע, חשבתי שהרוב הוא בסוף. מה? לא, כאן הוא מתפלל. אז יש שלוש סיפורים, כל בוקר, שהוא מביא את הכל, וזה דברים, אז חוקרים מזרים שלוש סיפורים, שמביאים את החלקים. ובדרך המסור, שאין לנו לא ימרס, או בואי שיש את זה. חוקרים אותו לחלקות, לא תקום את היד, את הרגל, את הזה, את הפסל. וכדי שמגיע לראש, ואת החוזר של השון, באנו לדבר על זה, בסופים, על המזבח, וככה מגדירים את הכל. לא מדבר, למה הם שומעים את זה? לפי שלהם אמרו שזה לא נמצא, אם להפשיט טוב, ואחרי שמפשיטים את טוב, אנחנו נוכל לחתיכות. אלה, אני מסוים שיש לנו לעשות, ואז, אחרי שהמימה שצריכים להפשיט טוב, אולי לרב ראש שכבר נמצא, אבל ראש אי אפשר להפשיט טוב, למה? כי היא לא חלק מהבהמה, לא חלק מהבהמה, וכבר חשבו לה את הראש. איפה חשבו לה את הראש? היה מאוד, חשבו לה את הסימנים, וזה נחשב. חשבו לה את הראש. אז לא חשבו, זה הפשטה, אבל אני ראיתי הפשטה, אני לא חושב שזה הפשטה. אבל בערך, כן? מי שיודע, זה יסרון, הכל מורים, בטוח שמפשיטים. שהפתרון לא מפשיטים למה, שזה לא חלק מהגוף. איך אני יודע שזה לא חלק מהגוף? כנראה שנותנים לה את הראש, או חזק לזה את הראש, שחוקרים על הצימון, הוא ניכנס שכול חוקרים את הראש, הוא נתון שיטה בצבא. אבל בואי שתסתכלו לבוא, גם את הראש, גם את הסדר, שזה לא מדלת, זה גם מביא על זה. בואו נעשה ראש שכבר הוא בסדר. הוא נתן, הוא חייב להיות. כאנו, סתם תחשות את זה. אם תשימו לב, הנה, אני יודע שאתה איש. ובואו נראה, לחפש את הפרק. ואז בואו מתחילה לשאול את השאלה. למה צריך את הראש של הפרק? למה זה שונה מכל הפעולה? אז הוא אומרת, לכן זה תמיד את הפרק בסוף, זה פרק ראש וספיד ראש. שזה שאר לא מסתכל אחר כך, טוב וזה. לא ימקד, הוא אישה וספיד ראש, פתאום כמעט זה לכל ספיד. עכשיו, אני אומר, איתה, לא כל זה ראש. ובגלל זה לא חשוב, זה כזה, ואני רואה שלא, זה לא מה שמתחיל להגיד, אבל זה לא לגמרי. אומר לגמרי על הסתובב. אולי לרב הסתובב שלו, לא יודע, הסתובב של הסתובב. הסתובב של הסתובב, אני יודע, גם זה סתובב. וכל אלה נתן אולי לראש של הסתובב, זה כל הסתובב. הם יודעים שמכירים את הראש של הפרק, לא, אז זה סתובב שלא קרו, זה לא יודע מה להגיד לו. תגידו את זה, זה שרה זה? מה הוא שם פה? מה זה? זה צריך להיות ראשון, אבל זה מה זה צריך להיות ראשון. אולי הפודר, אולי זה הפודר. כן, הפודר זה כאן על הראש, הנה, פשוט זה בגמור, עוד שנייה. ואולי לראש הפודר שכל מיני יכול לסתום. אבל לא יודע, שמקטיבים את זה, לא יודע שם בשורה הזאת, אבל מה שקורה על הנסיעה, הראש עולה על האש קודם. אבל לא יודע, את ראש שלו שנספיד רובו, אבל אולי לא מזה, הוא בזה כאן, לא מבין למה, כאן בסוף אחר, כתוב, זה הראש של הפודר. בואו נראה לי כתבו את זה. אבל אני גם לא אבין לשחיתו מעלים. אם השומה הזה, רוצים לזה נושא יפה, שיהיה הכל רימי, שיפה, בוא נראה כאילו חתיכות, לראות את החלש כפשת, כל מיני מערכת שלא מנסה שרואים את זה. זה לא מכובד ככה לראות במסגרת. זהו, זאת קובץ שלך, הנה, זה לא מלמד שלנו, זהו חבר'ה, לא להראות את הדברים האלה. בדיוק אתמול, מישהו שלח לי סרטון של דרוכן שלו, באמצע הרחוב, אחד שוחד זה, ככה, זוכר, שני כולם, אנשים רואים, תגידו מה, זה בעצם שלו, מה זה רואים אותו, זה לא עניין ככה, זה לא כובד. והייתה אני מעצר מאוכל, והייתה לנו, אני אומר, עוד מכל, לשמיטה מדרום, נקש. ולהיבאית לצורים לחשוב כדאים לא היו, ולהיד ההלכה, הם שווים שזה צורים מהכדאימות, זה ההלכות שהמימה שלו, רואים לדאימות, לצעמו ומאגו ומשהו. והבנו שמה, כאילו, מה הצורך? יש לך זמן לקרוא, בסיפור הזה שווה את הזמן, מה הצורך? אפילו מה זה מעשי, לא ממש ככה, מה זה לא זה שעות, או אם אתה נוגע ברוב, זה לא מדבר, או כבר לא מדבר אתה נוגע ברוב. או, גם לפחות בבית הזה, צריכה לשאול סיפור יפה לשאול יום אחד, שגם מדבר על העניין הזה. היום אני גם לא רוצה להריץ את הסיפור הזה, ואני רק אראה את ההצלחה, ואת הסיפור אני לא רואה. אבל הנקודה היא, שאם בן אדם אחר, אחר, מישהו, ולקוחה טוב, שלבנו, או שלא נשלח, או שנפלט, נתן לו, אפילו שלא נגע, הוא ישמע. כי מי לוקח חתיכת חרה, ומילה, ובכל זה מישהו לבוא, לא נצא. רק לא מגיע לזה. אז זה נכון. אז בינתיים אין לנו איזו לכתוב את הדעים הבאות, זה לא דומה. אחת לא מתן איזה משהו, נעשו אחת יותר. אחת מסתפק ובסתפק, או אחת לא, האופן לא מסתפק. ואם אין גם לא מסתפק, וגם הצדדים, אם מישהו עובד צדדים, ומישהו אחר שם לו חתיכת שניצל של מזון, אולי משהו לבילו, שם לו מסתפק על רעון עמוק, אז הבגד שלו נצמח. זה כבר תרומה יותר חזקה, שנוגע את הבגד. ואימו, הם יודעים כל מיני ספיות. בגד יותר שופטים, איפה כן יש הלכות של זה. לא, מה זה אם יש שליטה, אבל זה יהיה השליטה, גם עוד שליטה. אם הלאה לא יגיד טוב. גם ממש שליטה, כי אנחנו יודעים שעות, זה איתו. אם הלאה לא רואה שניים, אנחנו רואים את זה. אם הרימה עצות שניים, אז גם עוד שניים, שני סימנים, אבל לא, לא. עוד משהו. ובכך לא יודע, איזה דבר שאני מדבר, לא יודע, ואין אומר לו. מה, שתעבור, כמו שהאופן מרשים אותו מכאן, מההתחלה, ואין לו, השיר ונצח. אם הלאה לא, אם הוא לא יודע, הרי האופן עושים את זה המניקה, עם הקיטורת, עם הצד השני של הגרון, לא בגרון, אם הוא לא, מאחורי הגרון. עכשיו, אם הוא לא יודע, אז אולי גם בכלל, נעשה לו מהצד השני, לא מהגרון. אני לא יודע, הוא לא להגיד, הוא שול, רק תבוא של האופן, הוא לא עובר ולא יעביר. הוא שול שזה... Also, das so ist aber nicht so auch zu davon, aber ich muss davon. Oder wenn man das war so ja, so. Und was noch so ist so so. Diese Sachen so, das ist immer so. Oder das ist ja, jene sollte uns halt immer neu, und ich weiß nicht was. Also immer wenn שכבר לא משלמים. לא מרגיש שחייבים, זה המערוב, אפילו מחר נראה, יש בכלל שכלל מנתוי לא ברור, אבל להגיד שחייבים שני סימנים באור, שהמשנה אומרת בצורה אחת, אי אפשר לעלות, זה סידוגי. ועוד נראה שבגיעים עושים שקילה בכלל, ובעוד לא, מצגית שכונות דעת. אבל כמו שדעת לא שקילה, גם סוף לא שקילה בכלל. אז מה? דבר מזויה שבהם השעות כמו שלמה הוא מה שתדעים אז עכשיו בסימן יכול בסדר וגם חייבים שסימן אחת לא נמדלה ולהשחית אלינו במעלות איך אנחנו יודעים שתגיעים לא שוחים אילם בשביל הסירה סויקו ובוקו אישה לא אם לצחוק זה יהיה היום אז לא זה כל כך עצור שעצור לעבר כאן שוחזים ותגיע היה עוזבים תשיג לבעד ותעזור לא, 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 פשוט עושה אבל זה לא החמיץ, אבל עכשיו מים. עכשיו מים אתה לא יכול לקנות. אם זה מים אתה לא יכול לקנות במים ששום. אם זה יין אתה יכול לקנות במים ששום. אם זה מים זה פוסק. אם זה יין זה לא פוסק. אומרת אנחנו מביאים ששורת מלמד את החומר הזה. מה אני מעדיף שלא יביאו לרבון? לא נותנים לרבון, לא המנתיים. המספר. מי שעושה ספר, כמו הבן אדם הזה. לא רוצה לקרוא ספרים. שהכניס לחסלים, ואחד עולה ומוצא בדיוק טרה של מים. ליטר מים והוציא ליטר. אז כנראה שלא יתפסו דבר מהענבים. אם היה עושה משהו מהחסלים, אז היה צריך טוב ליטר. אז זה מופות במייסר. לא נותנים מה לקרוא מים, הם הביאו בבית. תמיד אומר, עושים חדרי המים, אז תמיד עושה חדרי מים. אז אפילו נכנס לליטר, יש לך ליטר עכשיו. יש לך ליטר, צערים, זה המנהלים, זה יין. אז אתה חייב במייסר. אז אתה יודע, מישהו שלנו לא יכול להיות, לא יכול, למה, מה, נסיק הפונו, אבל נכבי, לפי רבון, אז הוא שלי, לא יכול, זה לא יין. אם לא משתנה השם של המים, זה לא יין. אם לפי לעבודה, זה לא נכבי. אני לא מדבר על החלטת, אני מדבר על משהו שהכניס, כתוב. אם יש איתו מידה של מים, מה תליטו, עושה תליטו, יותר מבינו, חי בבית, לא תפתחי. או ושיכניס מחלוקת, לא, מדובר גם ששייך מצב. בסדר? מחלוקת, שיכניס מחלוקת. הוא מעדיף להגיד איתו, מה שזה מרגיש להם, שאם החמיץ, זה שפיים, זה לא מבין מיוזו. ומחר נגיד לו, שאפילו זה החמיץ, זה לא כאן. זה לא מבין איתו. אני לא חושב שזה מחלוקת, זה המחלוקת. אוקיי. אנחנו לא רבה. באמת, זה שבוע כזה. באמת שלפחות כסף כזה. שאני תמת, שעדיין לא יפני, שחצי מים, חצי יין, לא יודע מה זה. בוא נעשה את זה. כי בשבוע היה פה שבלו, זה יפני. כל המעשה. אז מה שתמיד זה לביטות ששומעים בשאלה, לא תעזור את זה. ותמיד אני יודע, למה אסור לקרוא כי זה מים, למה שאני אתקבל? נכון, תמיד זה ההסדר, שזה היה מים. אני אתפך אחרי שבוע על יין, אז ברר למה שמה שעשית זה היה בגלל טוב. היינו תפילה, שמה שאני נמצא, אחרי שבוע זה היה יין. לא העליתו הסיידת, היינו עושים לכל מיני לפני, לא העליתו את זה. אבל כשאני חושבים להכין את זה, זה טוב. זה נשאר כאלה. לא עומד. זה נפש, זה קשים. מה זה לא לפני? אני אומר לך, תחכה שבוע שבועיים. לא, אני מבין את זה. שם כאלה. אבל אני חושב שהוא אומר, לא יהיה לפני. שלוש שנים לפני בעצם, מינוס בדיקה, והטיסה יש לה שם צבע אדום, עכשיו השלוש לוגים אדומים, לא מוצא את הליגים, תורנית לשלוש לוגים של יין. הוא מעלה יפות, שלוש לוגים מים חוצות, שלום לדבר חוצות, כי אותו דבר קרה, שנכנס חלב, חלב זה לא חוסר מצווה, אבל חלב הוא לא זז. הוא מעלה את זה מהמים, עכשיו השלוש לוגים שנראים של המים, ולא אמרו, לא יחסרו, למה? כי זה נחשב כאילו שהשלוש לוגים הם חלב. הוא אומר, לא, זה לא תבין כנראה, הכל עובד רק על המוות. ואמרו לו, תראי לו, לא צריך להגיד לו, תראי לו, אני תוך חדוס, או אז גם אצלנו פתחת, אומרים לפי, שזה נראה, טוב, ובאים לו בחדוס, נראה מה יהיו. גם עכשיו, מה הכוונה גם עכשיו? מה קוראים לך עם יין לבן? מה רבים לנו עם יין לבן? אז זה, אומרים, אתה יש לזה ממש נתן לך בסוף. ובוא בסוף שלא יהיה בו איתם יין, או סתם לא נבוא איתם יין, שיין לא בו, שדברים אלה מים, אבל לא יכול להיות לזה. אז בכל זאת שזה שוב מים. אז הוא גם נתן וגם המלט, לא סוגים שמובא, יין לבן, זה אותו דבר, זה לא חסר לזה. גם בשביל המרסרות, שהכל הולך, זה כל שעה הוא שאלה. יש לך שלוש סוגים של מים, שחוסים לקרוא, שלוש סוגים. אנחנו דיברנו על שלוש סוגים לסקיפה. אני אומר, שלוש וחצי סוגים של מים. ואתה מכניס יין אדום, ואתה הופך אותו אדום. האם עוד יש לו בזוגי אומר שזה חוסם לקרוא או לא חוסם לקרוא? זאת אומרת, כן, אתה צודקים, בין נקודות. לא לדולי אמרנו. לא רק שחסר אותו. גם יותר שכל השיעור הזה, טוב. ורבלחמן אומר גם בכל זאת, שמה, רבלחמן אומר שאם כניס הסרט, נתן לשומע את השני, לא ידע את זה, זה משהו שלא הכניס, ובסוף זה הכניס, זה סבבה מפריע, שמה שכניס את זה הסרט. אפילו לא סבבה ולא. אבל בואי זה שאם מפריש את כל עוד ומוכי מאחור, אתה לא יכול להפריש, סרט, מייצר, זה סרט במקום אחר, זה סרט. אין לו שלי, מה זה אומר? כולם מסכימים שצריך שזה יחליט כדי להכניס בהם. זאת אומרת, אני אומר משהו, בסוף הדברים הוא לא יגיד. שביהודה יגיד לא, שגם שזה לא תכניס זה עכשיו מיד. אבל אני אומר לו, הוא מאוד מחמיר, זה אומר שמה, שאתה יכול להכניס מייסר על הסבל הזה מהצוות לעצמו, מהספות לעצמו. זה לא יכול לקחת הספות לעצמו, ממש דומה לצוות הזה, מישהו, אתה לא שמעשים את צוות באותו יום. לקחת מלא פחדנים, לקחת לתוך מים. ושניהם לא התמידו. אומר לו, יהודה, אתה יכול להכניס מייסר הזה, אבל אני גם חושב שזה של חבר שלך. זה משהו אחר. למה? מה קרה? אמרנו לו, זה מאוד להכניס ולעשו. אולי שהחבר שלך, זה מייסר, זה כבר יאי, ויש לך כלום. עכשיו, לקחת, הפרשת, לקחת יין שחייב, עושים את זה כבר מייסר, והשתמש פה זה על מים. אסור לך את זה. וגם הפוך גם אסור לך. בוא נגיד של החבר שלך במים, שחת אמיתי, יין. לקחת מייסר במים, הפרשת מים על יין. לא עובד. ובוא על זה מייסר. אבל לא, אם לא עושה לעצמו שלהכיר לחצור, רצור על הכירו. אבל בוא נפילים ולא זו, לא אומרים, תפרר ולהכריע, לא, אין מסחר. עכשיו אתה לא מפריש לאחד על השני. לא עובד. הצוות, אז הוא רגיש עכשיו, זה הלכה מאוד לא רגיש של השוקר. מה זה השוקר? הצוות רגיש בשיקו במים. יש לך צוות שיצטרף, ואתה רוצה לתאר את המים הזה, את הצוות הזה. אז מה אתה עושה? אתה נותן לו נשיקה למים. Io, diciamo verità, la gara di fondi per te la faccio, un po' di fatto. Allora, la parola di ma la verità, la rima di verità, io mi sono bene con la fine banana, preoccuparsi, io, io si bene, ma io si sta cagando, ci trovo.
Can you explain what shape line is?
את השירים, המתנות, מה עוד? היו עושים תרועה, כן, תרועה לפני זה, היו עושים איזה תרועה שלא מחבלות, ובסוף, ברגע האחרון, היו עושים כאילו, זהו, שבת, בזה נכון לך. זאת אומרת, שאתה חושב שיש כאילו, הנה המתנות. אתה לא יכול לעשות הגדלה, אמרתי לכל שלמה עם בזה לא חושב, כאילו אתה תופיע בשופר. זאת אומרת, אבל אתה יודע מצוין שיום תוכל להיות בראשם. בכל זאת, שיש שם גדולה, אין כאילו. אם אתה אומר, הגדולה, אז אתה לא תופיע בשופר. לא זאת שכה להיות בראשם, זה ממש תודה. יום שישי בראשם, לא הגיע. צריכים לתמור להגיד אנשים עכשיו צריכים לבשל, לא נפש, בשם, במה שמיים. אבל זה לא כתב, לא, מה כתב, לא. הרי זה שמה, זה חשוב. אתה יכול ללכת מה חשוב לפחות חשוב, ולא מה פחות חשוב לחשוב. אז יום זה שלך לעבר שענס, לא הייתי בלב עתידת. ומוצאי שענס, אם יש יום חשוב שענס, מעצילי, ולא לצור איתנו. אז כן, לא זה לא. אבל אין מה לזכור. איזה מעמד זה, זה כבוד שתה. עובד הגמור ראי תקר, עומר אביוד תקר, ומריע, צריך קיר. ואין סוג, איך הוא עושה, יש יוצר, יוצר בערב שם. אז איזה סוג תקיעה, זה משהו שונה. עומר אביוד תקר, מריע, וצריך קיר. עכשיו אני מנסה לזכור, בבית זה לא עלה. זה קיר לקרוא. ובלי לעצור, אוקיי, הנה. זה לא הלך כל כך טוב, אבל בסדר. מספיק, בשיעור. במכה אחת. זאת אומרת, בערב שם נגיד, עושים תקור. עושים תקור. זאת אומרת, תקור. טוב. עכשיו, להזכיר את הראשונים, הראשונים, להזכיר בין מה ראשון? ראשון. אז המחר אומר, הוא לעשות ככה, בנשים רעתה. וזה אומר, מה שאומר, שום תרור, השום תרור, שום תרור, והרבה חולה, וכאן אנחנו חושבים כמו האשכנזים, חושבים כמו המכבים, שעשיתי לטוב בנשים רעתה. אוקיי? יותר מלא יותר מגיע, אבל היום התתר מגיע בנשים רעתה. אז יש גיחו חתמו, ובנשים רעתה פשוט לא משל לאמצע. יכול להיות שהוא עוצר באמצע, אבל לא לתת נשימה באמצע. אז לא ראיתי ברור טוב נשמעתי שלעשות בנשימה אחת. ראית יודה שחבי בראשה בסטוקים ולא ימרים. מה זה אומר סטוקים ולא ימרים? זה אנחנו לא יודה שחבי בראשה. סטוקים ולא ימרים. מה לה? לא ימרים זה על התורה. זה שולח מה שרבה אצל הרב. זה סטוקים ומרימים. עושים קיר תרוע, ובהנחה, כזה תרוע נותן קיר בלי תרוע. לא, תביאו זה מטעמי, ולמדנו אותם מטעמי, הולכים אותם מטעמי, לומדים את מעט כל פרקיות. הכוונה לא שלא תקצור, אלא שהתקצור מתוך התקצור, ולמדנו, מה זאת אומרת? פרקיות, וישר מתוך התקצור, ולמדנו אותם מטעמי, לומדים בשלשים או את נשימה אחת. הכוונה שלא תקצור, זה הכוונה שלא תקצור נשימה אחת. או אותו אישה לזמירות לשכה ועוד אישה. אין מה אומר. עכשיו, ההבדלה מגילה מה אומרים? אמרתם בכל נשכחוי, ולא לכל נשכחוי, ברוך אתה השם, אמרתם בכל נשכחוי. אז אומרים, אמרתם בכל נשכחוי, כמה פעמים? פעמיים. השאלה מה עושים, ולהיות לשכן במות השם. אומרים, בכל דש, בחתימה, אבל אתה אומרים בכל נשכחוי. אומרים, אמרתם בחתימות, וכשיש דברים 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 כל זה שהוא מגיע למעט מובן כקודש, ולא לחודש, ולא לצפור, ואנחנו מדרשים, אמרנו כל זה קודש. וזה אני רוצה אז מה אנחנו עושים? ממש זה קוראים לזה חוי. התורה שממש זה קוראים לזה קוראים לזה שולו, כן? לא יודע לספר לב. אוקיי, עוד סוגיה קצרה, וכאילו תנו לי ציורים וכל זה שחור ולכל זה שטן. שמה, צריכים להגיד, ולהיות במשם, זה לא כל זה שחור ולכל זה שטן. שנכנס שם, ויום לא מה, זה היה לפני שהקלה. אפשר לדעת את השבוע צהריים כמו יום. הרבה בשבוע, אבל זה רק כמו להקל. הוא בא חלום. יום שלך להיות שם, יום אחד בזה השבוע. אוי מהרמז וקודש נכון, ואוי נכון בישראל אוהבים, ויום משני, זה הבעיה. אנחנו שנגיד ביום שלישי, ויום משני, שזה מהמעטים. אז זה לא יום שני, זה יום שלישי היום. בינתיים נתחיל לעבוד כמו יום. מה זה אומר? בתורה כתוב, כל זכור, כל זכור כל האמן, וראשית שיש לי מהמעט, זה לא אומרים. אבל אנחנו אומרים על הרבים, לא בתורה שלו, בכך, הזמן זה קודש לקודש, עדיין זה לא כמו איזה אחד או לא, אבל לא שולטי, אבל לא, אוקיי, רבו איתי, לא רק בשפה, אני חושב גם מסתכל טעות, בעלות או בצד של הספורת. בסוגיה האחרונה, במילים האחרונות שלמדנו אתמול, טעות. מה למדנו? למדנו, לפני שהגמורה הייתה, שאם יש מצב שהצללים הוא ראשון לטובו, למה? כי נגע בו שרת זהב הכל, נגע בעתיד, וראשון, אז השכבה הראשונה של הפרדה זה שני, השכבה השנייה זה שלישי, מה זה אומר שלישי, זה טרוי, זה קודשי, זה לא אחרים, ודווקא זה נתר שני, אבל אני חושב לזה שהייתי בשם שהנצאים טוב, ממש לא לרשומה, שאם המוחלט שמה, ועם את הכלי מתוכו, אז הכלי נהיה ראשון. הפירוט היא שאפילו מחבר יוצא החוצה, אפילו ממשיך לתת לתרומה, והכל, גם באים אפילו בצל עכשיו. כי הכלי הוא בעצם ראשון, כמו שתתת לתרומה, אני יכול להיות שאני אמרתי, זה כל מיני דעה רבי, בוא נראה. זה עם התיקון, כן. זה נתן ראשון. כל מה שנכנס עכשיו זה יהיה אדום. אוקיי. שבת, מגיע, כמה מגיע פה, כאילו מתחלשים. אין את החבורה של נעים בתוך האוויר, הפעם אחד בתוך האוויר. ואז הוא הפעם הזה בחוץ, הוא מתאבד, וזהו, זה נקרא לו מהביגוי. ובפנים, שגם מגיע לו, אחרת, שהוא חלש, גם האוויר שלו שמר, סולגי, שהפנים ובחוץ, או משהו, וכל זה תצפוח, השפנים טוב לכל דבר. כאן מדובר בתרומה ישראל, בוא נראה, יש שם סיפור. זה השאלה, למה להיות שתגן איזה כלי נשמע מיד בקטע של הכלי, זאת אומרת, מעביר, אני לא יודעים איתו. אין צורך פה שלו, הוא צורך, בגלל שאין לו מצב, ויש לו מגולו, טוב, אמרתי שהאויל שם, פגע בו, הוא לא אויל, אז רואים שלא, וכאלה, באור, פגע בו, רואים, יש תרומה, יש תמיד מפיל עליו, טוב, אבל, הוא עושה, הוא סגור, אז הוא לא נצא מאיתנו. אם יש לכם מתארות, מתארת, בוא נגיד שהוא ראשון, כן? ראשון. וככה, מתארת הזה, נשמח לעוד איזה כלי. כלי חוד שלם. לא שלם, שיש לזה חיבור, הוא מקבל תרומה. ואני אותו בתוך הכלי. מה לא אחר? כלי לא יכול להיות שם. הוא לא יכול לתלמוד בשם, בראשון. כלי רק נשמע, גם התרומה. זאת אומרת, עכשיו אנחנו נסתכל לכם פה. כל הפעילים מסתמים, מעבירים אותם לכם, למה כל כלי, מסכת, למה הם קוראים? שרת, תוך האוויר שלו, למה הוא לא מסתכל הכל, וסתם הכל, אנחנו לא את הכלי. זה אוכל. גם כאן הוא משהו, זה ראשית, גם קצת להעביר, אבל יותר שהוא חלק מאוד, שלא זה עובד, הוא לא לא נבחן בכלל. אבל אם אתה תקשר לתוך האוויר שלו, זה מתאר, אז כל הפעילים שתם מידה בו, והביא מידה מהאוויר, וככה, אז מי רגיל, שתהיה מתאמן בחוץ, אז הוא דעה, שתתאמן בתוך האוויר, או משהו, או לשקול, כתוב שמה בסרט, וכל תמיכה, זה שהיא בו מעבר כל כל, תאחר בשכל כל. לא נכון. לא יכול להיות אנשים. ואני כל מיני אנשים, אבל למדנו שתי הבוקר. מה למדנו שתי הבוקר? קודם כל, מאיתנו ולתווה. שהאופן שבתוך הכלי נטמע, ואז אמרנו, בראשון, שגם הכלי בעצמו נטמע מהאוויר. קודם כל, אופן שנמצא בתוך הכלי נטמע כשהשרץ נכנס בתוך הכלי. השני, גם הכיוון בעצמו נטמע בראשון. הרוב הרגישים, לא יכול, זה כל, זה כל. זה שלנו, הכל, זה כל. זה כל, זה כל. זה יכול להיות כתוב טוב, כתוב זה כל. טוב זה האמן בסוף, טוב. אוקיי, זה פרס הזה. מה אנחנו נותנים מהארצה? כל. למה? אז קופלט, להגיד שהאוכל שנמצא בתוך הכלים נשמע מהאוויר שורש, הכלים כמו נשמע זה שנשמע מהאוויר. בכלל כל מי שיצא מלסדר שלה, זה השלושה שמתאים לפרשה, שרק חרב נשמע ככה, לא כל כלים. בכלל, כל, ואפילו מי שזה, אפילו מי רגיל, זה כל. בוא נגיד שאחר מת, זה חל בתוך הכלי טובים, וכל מה שבתוך הכלי נשמע, אבל בזמן שהכלי הזה, הפה שלו מעל המקלה למעלה, אפילו שעושים לעץ, אז הוא לא נשמע ולא מה שעושים נשמע. למה? אז שוב, לא, אז בוא נחזור את זה עוד פעם. מי אמר את זה? מי לא אוכל לתלמוד, להתאמוד מראשון, הוא לא יכול להיות שני. מי רק נזמן עד הג'ורו. עכשיו, הזמן שנכנס לתוך האוויר של הראשון, עושה את הראשון ראשון. אם אולי הם היו למטה, אז האוויר וזה היה נכנס באוויר, באמת, הגיעו כל הכלים אותנו, גאה בו, בסדר, בסויסו, עשו במקילו, ולגמור לו, בסדר. אני רוצה להגיד, יש כלל שונה בשביל אבל כל כלי אחר אולי לא ייתמם מבחוץ, אלא מבפנים, אבל לא כמו כלי חרב שמהאוויר, Pode, mas tá bom. 15, 18, não, Deus é escuro. Começo, anyway, onde que é? Mas já ficou aqui, né? Poxa, pode ser que logo. Chega a dizer, deixado, bom, quando deixado, já, assim, mas eu que ele aqui, ele já o fez andar, não é que já, mas não é que já o fez. Só que ele, só, tipo, segunda, legal, talvez que vestibulo, aqui na então, pessoas também, que eu não me dizer que o março, não, isso é cansa, a colocar, que a rede é, depende de uma ficar capaz. Eu vou dizer, o mais é não, substituiu a noção do que está falando, do legal de משהו כזה, זה לגמרי, כן? הנה, זה יפה מאוד הקבוצה, זה לעשות כאילו צורות בתוך הערך, להציע בטולוס. עכשיו אני אראה לכם סרטון מה זה להציע בטולוס. זה לא ממש, טוב, זה לעם יש את העולם. אבל לא יודע כל כך קצת, אני עושים לה. יש דברים כאלה. אתה משייך עם העול של הכולו. מחוץ לכאן, היסוד שלו עלה. עכשיו זה משהו שהתושבת שלו יפה, או איזה, ההתקנה שלו ידיד, אתם זוכרים שראינו בסיפור הנחש, משהו שם אמר משהו אחר, שלא, זה על המטה, טוב, אם חסר לך לי, כל הדברים האלה, פשוט לא הכנסת את הניד, את הגילוף, וזה, בסדר, אז עדיין יש איזה שימוש, אז זה טוב. חוץ מהעתיד לא טוב. אם אין את זה בהסכימות, אז זה טוב. עכשיו זה גמור, חוץ מהעתיד תמשיך, זה מה, אם אין את זה בהסכימות, זה לגמרי, זה חלק. צריך או, בכלל עתיד זה מתאבד. זאת אומרת, אני רוצה 13 מהחקיקה האלה, ולא היינו צריכים להראות את זה לבד. אותה 3 רבע, זה לא אין את זה, היינו אין כל נקרים לתוכן. אפשר לעבור, כל שעות זה לא שעות, לא שעות. בשבת, מה זה שבת? מיתים של גילה. בשבת, ממש, עוד עובד מה שעושים מגונס, שייר, חלקר, ברחובות, וזה להגיד מגולות, תפסיס, עשו כל יצירות, וחוצותן, ויועיזן, עשו לו איזה שיחה שלא ממש עשו לא, זה שם, לא, בחוץ זאת, ניסוי כבר, אם יש לך כלי, פשוט אין לו זה בסדר, אז הוא כלי שלם, מתעלם. אבל אם חסר לו פיז, אתה לא מוכר לזה ככה, אתה מחכה עד שאתה שם לו פיז, שם לו את כל הסיורים לפיז, ואז אתה מוכר. מה ישנען ומה ישנען? למה כשיש גודל של עץ, אתה אומר, טוב, זה מסתכל סגורה, ושגודל זה לא. חסר כמה דברים מהנושא, לא תעשי. אז אתה נותן לרואה שלך משהו שלא גמור. אנחנו לא נעבור לפני היסטוריה. אתה עושה יצא. אתה לא מוכן את זה שזה... מה ביניים? איפה אנחנו? אם ביניים יכולים לייצר. אם יש לך כלי כזה, מאוד, אבל לא מכובד. ומילא אם הטעם הוא שזה יקר, אז זה יקר, ומילא זה לא מקבל תרומה עד שזה גומר תרומה. אבל אם הנקודה זה תמות, אז זה כן מקבל תרומה אם לא גומר תרומה. סליחה, עוד בעולם הגדי, בעולם הגדי, אם הטוב ראשון, שמה זה לא מקבל תרומה, אם לא נדבר על אופן שלו כמו, אם הספר. והספר לא מקבל תרומה, עד שאתה גמר את הדבר מתעקור, את האוזן, את האופן, את הכעס, את החקר, את הכל טוב, ואז הוא מקבל תרומה. בוא נגמור, כבר בעצם, גם בסוריה, אתה רואה שעשו לעצם, אם כדאי לשמור על מה שבוא נגמור, מה אתה מדברים על בכל מה שתגיד, זה משחק טוב, כתוב בפוסוק, שאם אתה עושה משהו מעץ, הוא זהב, לא מזול הרבון ואיזי, מן הקרניים ומן הקלופיים. אתה עושה כלי, במעגרת, עושה שופן, אז זה יכול לקבל תרומה. עכשיו אין לנו קיים אולי, אולי נגיד, אבל לא יודע בכל מה, גידו, וזה אנחנו לא יודעים. כל החייבות, כל החיות, למה רק? אז רק לא ראשון, שאם אתה לוקח את זה, שהוא בא כאן מאוד לפעמים, כמו שהוא אומר, ואז הוא יכול להסתגלות סיפור גיפון, שהוא אצלהם איזה. מה זה גיפון? כמובן, גיפון זה גיפון. זה בארץ קוראים זה נשר, בארץ קוראים זה בורסר. זה מתכוון להשאיר, זה גיפון. יש לו ציפוריים עם ציפור רציניים. טוב, אז מה אם אתה עושה? משהו לחזור, כי אתה עושה כלי בעצמות של הציפוריים. הציפוריים שלה, החיים השקיעים, יש קטנים. אז אם החיה, מה יישאו, שקילים כאלה, בסוף הם בחיה, אתה מחכה עד שהם גדולים. אז כשהם קטנים, הם לא גורמים לאכילה. החיים הם מחכים. יש לה, מחכה עד שהם נהיים גדולים. עוד בכל. אז הם די גדולים בשביל האמרים. כאילו, זה השקילים האמרים, הם מחכים. אני לא יודע, אבל יש שם סיפורים, יש לך קטנים וקטנים. בגדול, ובמזור, כמו שאנחנו עובדים, קצת שמאל, אז הגדולים היו ראויים לאכילה, קטנים, זה קטן, לא, שקילים הם מובים, אני לא אוכל אותם, זה אמרנו שלה, שוקולדה. שקילים הם מובים, קטנים, היום, ככה זה לא יכול אותם, קטנים, הם גדולים, טורים, הם כבר לא ראויים לאכילה. מצוקים, אבל השקילים שאנחנו עוברים למשל, לא יודעת חיובים, מה הגיבור שלהם, אתה מבין? זה טורים, לא, זה לא יכול אותם. אי אפשר לא להגיד יותר מאוד. זה הקטנים, זה לא משנה, אם הם מראים, או מצוקים, זה טוב. הם לא חשבים, זה קטנים, הם לא חשבים פרי. אז גם אם, אתה אמרת לקודם שהקטנים שהם מראים, המראים, כן אוכלים, לא, זה לא משנה פרי לגמרי. ואמרי לא, זה כאילו, שהגדולים, אז לא משנה אפילו שהם מראים, גם אוכלים, גם חייבים למה יצא. או לא, אוי, כל יחודים ויואי, זה, אתה היית יכול לסיפור המוניטרים, שהם קטנים. גם המראים, גם המתוקים, שהם קטנים, קטנים ממה יצא למה, זה לא נגמר אפילו. ומה גרום זה, כאילו, שגם המראים מאוד, שהם ענקיים, חייבים במייסר, לא יודעים במה אחד, מה פתאום, מה אתה יכול לעשות את זה? אף אחד לא יכול את זה. אומר, השם, כן? כלומר, שאתה לוקח את הכסף של הבית השם, מה קרה? היה לך פרדס עליי, יש לך מלא פירות, זה 10% מהפירות, אחרי שאתה לוקח את הכסף של הבית שלך, אתה לוקח 10%, אתה בוודאי להביא את זה לירושלים, ולכל זה לירושלים בעצמך. משפחה שלך, לא משנה, אתה אוכל את זה לבד, אתה לא רוצה את זה לכל. עכשיו, זה כזה סטגיר לירושלים, זה מאוד קילו, אז אתה מחליט את זה בכסף, אתה לוקח את כל הפירות, וכל נוסע במישהו, הכסף נעשה קדוש, וכאילו זה עולה לירושלים. מגיע לירושלים, אתה תצמח, לא תלכות במקום מים, אסור לך לקנות מים. גם כאן, יש שם כאן, לא נזהים, אלא זה שמים עושה מקווה, אם אין לך את השיעור במקווה, זאת אומרת, כדי שמקווה יהיה קשר, צריך 40 שעה של מים, של מי שומר, או לא שום, לא שום. אז אם אתה מביא 3 נוגים של מים מקיום, מים סגורים, לפני שמילית את המקווה, אם אתה לא תסתכל את המקווה, אפילו אם אתה מילית אחר כך הרבה, הרבה זול, זה לא טוב. אתה לא יודע מישהו. הצדק. אז אם יש איזה צבע של יד, הצדק. עד שלא יחליט, הם יודעים גם את המייסר. אם הוא לא החליט, אז הוא נחשב מים, ומים אתה לא יכול לקנות בכסף של מייסר שלי. זה לצריך. יש יחליט, ברגע שהצדק. נמצא שם את כל החלטנים של הרבי. זה צידיות, יין, אז הוא כבר לא מים, אז הוא כבר לא מים, בעיקר בגלל זה מים, הוא כבר לא בגלל זה מים השם, הוא כבר לא יין במים השם. ואני פה אצלו בין ובזה זה המקרה. אם אתה מכניס 3 רואות של יין לתוך המקרה, אז לא עושה את המקרה. ואף הם השותפים, עכשיו ככה, שותפים, הם סגורים למים סבאנו. ואז הם סבאנו, לא, כשיש לך 10, לא לך 10 בהמות, אז תגיעי, קוידש. מה עושים להצליח? הביאו אותו לירושלים. מי עושה לזה מצב? למרות מי עושה את המצב של המייסר? רק הבית. הכהן מקבל מה? הכהן לא מקבל כלום. הנה, הכהן עושה לזה מצב. לא ירושלים. כמו מייסר שני כזה. רק מביאים למצוא קורבן בבית המקדוש, ורק צלמו והאמון ובחור במזבח, הכהן לא מקבל כלום, כל המצב הולך ליסוד. אז סליחה, רק משהו טוב. היום במצב בו יחושב ככה. יש אחים שקיבלו חופשה, יש להם אפשרויות. כשמשיבו זה ככה, לא חלקו את זה, אם לא חלקו את זה, זה נחשב כאילו שזה של האבא, זה עדיין של האבא, או שמחזקים את זה, ואחר כך הם יהיו שותפים, כמו שותף אחר, אז שותף הוא חתום במעיסה. אז האחים השותפים, יש היום וכל, שכל אחד חיים זה כבוי, על זה שהעמלה, או נגיד שזה אחת הסיבות עמלה, או שהסלום הוא תפקע מהמקדש שקל. בוא נגיד עמלה. היום זה כבוי. את הירושה, זה עדיין נמצא כאילו בקבוצת הבית של האבא, הדברים לא שותפים חייבים למעשה. שתולים מן הקרקע, למה שתולים מן הקרקע? זה כאילו שאבא שלהם נותן את המחנה השם בשבילם, וכשמישהו אחר נותן מחנה השם כשמישהו אחר, הוא לא חייב להביא קרקע.